Chapter 567. Chapter 567. Death Crazy Challenge. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The dignified heavens pride of the divine dragon marquee mansion. The peak Do Huang, Duanjuan, who had stepped into the second stage of life and death, was defeated by the other party just like that? What kind of saber technique was that? What kind of technique was that? Duan Shoheng's eyes revealed a grave expression. Duan Shoujuan flew to Duan Jiwen's side to check on his injuries. How could this be? Duan Jiwen muttered in shock. Even now, he was willing to believe that he had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated by a peak Do Huang. Duan Yingshui stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. He had yet to recover from the shock. When Duan Baoshan saw Ning Qi turn around and leave, he hurriedly chased after him. When the young man that came with Duan Baoshan saw this, he followed closely behind. Fortunately, this fellow didn't challenge me. Duan Mushing thought to himself in relief when he saw Duan Juwen's tragic end. After this, you should know that there is always someone better than you. Let's see if you still have the face to fight with me. A hint of schadenfreude could be seen on Duan Mushing's face as he turned around and left. Jiwen, are you okay? Duan Shoheng looked worriedly at the silent Duan Jiwen. He checked Duan Jiwen's injuries and found that they were not life-threatening. However, there was an obvious knife wound on his chest that was bleeding profusely. I'm fine. Duan Jiwen coldly pushed Duan Shoheng's arm away, stood up with difficulty, and turned to leave. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water. Brother Ning, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Duan Baoshan and the youth finally caught up to Ning Qi with great difficulty. Why are you following me? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Duan Baoshan smiled sheepishly and said, I said that since you came to the 9 States Empire, I would entertain you well. How could I go back on my words? Brother Ning, where are you going next? Next? Ning Qi smiled and said, Duke Sha's mansion. Duke Cha's mansion? Duan Baoshan thought of Cha Nan and was slightly stunned. You're going to look for Cha Nan? I'm going to find Shigongshan. Ning Qi said lightly. Shigongshan. He's ranked 86th on the dragon rank. The young man beside Duan Baoshan was shocked. Brother Ning, are you going to continuously challenge the elites on the dragon rank? Duan Baoshan seemed to have thought of something as he said in disbelief. Yes. Ning Qi smiled and continued to walk toward Gongja Mansion. Baoshan, how do you know him? Are we still following him? The power of the Cha Gongfu is several times greater than that of our divine dragon manor, and that Cha Gongshan is also an extremely difficult fellow to deal with. The young man stared at Ning Qi's back in shock. He looked at Duan Baoshan hesitantly. If Ning Qi failed the challenge and they followed Ning Qi, the Cha Gong residents would bear a grudge against them. Of course I'm going. Duan Baoshan was full of confidence in Ning Qi when he thought about how Ning Qi was able to escape from the black ghoul demonic dragon. He immediately chased after Ning Qi. When the young man saw this, he could only sigh in his heart and follow. Actually, he was also a little curious. Duke Cha's mansion. Ning Qi and Duan Baoshan walked over slowly. As soon as he reached the door, he saw a group of men and women walking out. When they saw the young man beside Duan Baoshan, they couldn't help but reveal strange smiles. Duan Henshue, why are you here at the Cha Gong residence? Are you still trying to woo my cousin? Listen up, if you can enter the top 250 of the dragon leaderboard, I will be merciful and let the two of you meet. Otherwise, you can just stay where you are. When the young man beside Duan Baoshan heard this, his expression changed instantly. He looked at the guys who spoke angrily and said, Cha, you have no right to interfere in my affairs. What right do you have? Ha ha ha. What right do you think I have? Ha ha ha. Cha seemed to have heard a funny joke. He looked at the people around him, held his stomach, and laughed hysterically. Ning Qi said plainly, "Are you done laughing? If you are, get Cha Gong Shan of the Cha Gong residence to come out." "Huh? Who are you?" Cha's expression changed slightly. He stopped laughing and looked at Ning Qi coldly. "You have no right to know who I am," Ning Qi said plainly. Then he looked around and suddenly said, "Cha Gong Shan." His voice was like rolling thunder under the influence of his fighting energy. Cha's expression changed drastically. The disciples behind him looked at Ning Qi angrily and said, "What are you shouting for? Is the Cha Gong residence a place where you can do whatever you want? Duan Henshui, you are here to pick a fight." Duan Henshui's expression changed too. He did not expect Ning Qi to be so direct. Before he could explain, a few figures flew over. The first figure looked young, about the same age as Duan Jiwen. When Cha and the others saw him, they immediately greeted respectfully, "Brother Gong Shan." Cha Gong Shan nodded and looked at Ning Qi. "You called for me?" "Yes. What's the matter?" "I want to fight with you," Ning Qi said plainly. At this moment, a few more figures rushed over. 3 of them were familiar to Ning Qi and Duan Baoshan. They were Cha Nan and the 2 ladies. Cha Gong Shan frowned slightly. Without saying a word, he attacked Ning Qi. He was at the peak of the 3rd life and death stage and was about to enter the 4th. When he attacked, thunder roared. Cha Gong Residence's top-grade Earth-class martial art technique. Thunder Fist. Duan Baoshan was shocked. Then he looked at Ning Qi worriedly. He did not know if Ning Qi would be a match for Cha Gong Shan. But when he looked at Ning Qi had already made his move. Sky Edge Bright Moon Blade. So close yet so far. The formless and shadowless blade essence suddenly slashed Cha Gong Shan's body in an unfathomable trajectory. His protective Do Qi was directly shattered into pieces, and his entire body was sent flying. Cha and the rest, as well as Cha Nan and the rest, stood rooted to the ground, staring at the scene in disbelief. Cha Gong Shan, ranked 86th on the Dragon Roll, lost. Ning Qi turned around and left. Seeing this, Duan Baoshan followed with a look of wild joy. He was extremely excited. Someone like Shigongshan could not even withstand a single attack from Ning Qi. This was too terrifying. Duan Henshui recovered from his shock. Seeing Ning Qi and Duan Baoshan disappear from his sight, he quickly chased after them. What happened? Cha Nan and the other 2 looked at each other. They were shocked and confused. Should we follow them? The 2 ladies suggested. Okay. Not long after, Ning Qi's little tail had a few more people. "Brother Ning, who's next?" Duan Baoshan asked eagerly. Ning Qi said, "Fong Qing from the Black Jail sect." Everyone's faces were instantly filled with shock. Chapter 568. Chapter 568. Iron-13th Prince, have you heard? Cloud Rising Sect's outer sect disciple, Ning Qi, not only defeated Duan Jiwen, the genius of the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, but he also defeated Cha Gongshan, the genius of the Cha Gongshan's mansion. These 2 are both in the top 100 of the dragon rank. Really? Is he trying to get into the rankings? It should be. Next, he's going to the Black Prison sect to challenge Fong Qing. Let's go and take a look. All right. When Ning Qi arrived at the entrance of the Black Prison sect, there were already countless people following behind him. These people were disciples of various clans, ordinary passers-by, and even some clan elders. They all had different identities, but their goal was the same: watching the show. "Sister, why don't we take the opportunity to attack him while he's fighting Fong Qing?" Zhou Luning and Wuma Fengling, who were hiding in the crowd, secretly discussed among themselves. "This won't do. There are too many experts from the Black Prison sect. I'm afraid that I won't be able to escape after I attack." Wuma Fengling shook her head. "Are we just going to follow him around like a shadow?" Zhou Luning said unhappily. There will be a chance sooner or later. As an assassin of the White Emperor Pagoda, if you don't even have this little bit of patience, how are you going to bring glory to the White Emperor Pagoda in the future? Wuma Fengling said calmly. All right. Zhou Luning nodded reluctantly. At this moment, a young man was standing in front of Ning Qi. He was Fang Qing, who had already received the news. He was ranked 63rd on the dragon ranking, and was a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the 6th life and death test. He was much stronger than Jia Gongshan and Duan Jiwen. The top 50 of the dragon ranking were all peak Do Huangs who had stepped into the 9th life and death test. Are you the one who wants to challenge me? Duan Jiwen and Shigongshan have already been defeated by you? Fang Qing looked at Ning Qi indifferently. There was neither disdain nor seriousness in his expression. Yes, Ning Qi nodded. Fang Qing's colleagues stood on both sides of the door, looking at Ning Qi with interest. At this moment, the crowd behind Ning Qi suddenly dispersed to the side, and a group of young men and women walked in. These are all people on dragon rank. The one with the lowest cultivation is about the same as cousin Duan Minglong. Duan Henshui showed a hint of shock in his eyes. This was the first time he saw dozens of players on dragon rank gathered together. Fang Qing glanced at them and said to Ning Qi, "Make your move. Be careful." Ning Qi smiled and slashed at Fang Qing with a saber. Fang Qing, who had been somewhat nonchalant at first, had a serious expression on his face when he saw the blade. In the blink of an eye, an ink-black armor appeared on Fang Qing's body. Black Hell armor. That's an Earth upper grade defensive Do weapon. Someone recognized the origin of the armor on Fang Qing's body, and his face revealed a shocked expression. When the others heard this, they could not help but focus their attention on Fang Qing. Their eyes revealed a trace of envy. After all, defensive-type Do weapons were rarely seen in Dongxian. "Sister, do you think he can win? Fang Qing is much stronger than him." Zhou Luning transmitted her voice. Even Blackwater Yunshi was defeated by this fellow. "Have you forgotten?" Wuma Fengling said calmly. "That's true. This kid's saber is too powerful. Without it, his battle prowess would drop by several folds." Zhou Luning nodded. Boom! Fang Qing suddenly took a dozen steps back. As for Ning Qi, just like the previous 2 times, he turned around and left. Why did he leave? Who won? Some passers-by were confused, unable to understand what had happened. Fang Qing's expression was a little ugly. With a crack, the black hell armor on his body broke into 2 halves and fell heavily to the ground. There was a shallow knife wound on his chest. When the crowd saw this, their eyes were filled with shock. Number 63 on the dragon ranking, the pride of the Fang family, the constable of the Black Hell sect, Fang Qing lost. Fang Qing, don't be discouraged. This guy just has the advantage of a Do weapon. He is the guy who competed with Blackwater Yunshi, and Blackwater Yunshi was defeated by him. Suddenly, someone transmitted his voice to Fang Qing. When Fang Qing heard this, his eyes were filled with shock. Then he felt relieved. Capital city of the 9 States Empire. In a quiet courtyard in the Imperial Palace. At this moment, a young man was playing the guqin in the stone pavilion. The sound of his guqin was like a slow stream, and at other times it was like a raging waterfall. The flowers and grass in the courtyard swayed slightly under the sound of his guqin. Outside the stone pavilion, a few young men listened attentively. Suddenly, a guard hurried in and said to the man playing the guqin, 13th Prince, a guy has appeared in the capital city. He is continuously challenging the prodigies on the dragon ranking. Now, Duan Jiwen of the Divine Dragon Marquis Palace, Cha Gongshan of the Cha Gong Residence, and Fang Qing of the Black Hell sect have all been defeated by him. The 13th Prince continued playing the guqin as if he did not hear it. When the guard saw this, he respectfully retreated. Someone is challenging the prodigies on the dragon ranking? Interesting. The few young men outside the stone pavilion smiled faintly. The 13th prince was ranked the highest on the dragon ranking among the humans in Dongxian. He was ranked 9th on the dragon ranking. Most experts ranked below 1,000 on the man ranking were no match for the 13th prince. For example, half a year ago, a rank 7 giant dragon suddenly went berserk and wreaked havoc in a small town in the 9-states empire, killing countless townspeople. At that time, the 13th prince happened to pass by and beheaded the rank 7 giant dragon with one move. Because of this, he was ranked in the top 9 of the dragon ranking by the Baishao clan. The people listening to the Guqin were all peak Emperor Do, who had entered the 9th life and death stage. Even the lowest ranked person on the dragon ranking was in the top 50. They found it funny that someone was trying to challenge all the experts on the dragon ranking, but they did not take it to heart. They continued to seriously enjoy the 13th prince's Guqin. The 13th prince's Sky Demon Guqin has improved recently. I'm afraid that even if we join forces, we will not be able to withstand 10 moves from him. Indeed, the demonic zither can injure people invisibly. It is considered a rare and frightening martial skill among the sound wave martial skills. I heard that it was passed down from the ancient demonic palace, and the 13th prince obtained it in the dragon field. Unfortunately, we do not have the talent. We have been listening for a long time, but we still cannot understand the secret behind it. Everyone looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. At this moment, the guard suddenly ran in again. The 13th prince, ranked 53rd on the dragon ranking, the prodigy of the Mu Palace, Mu Lin has also been defeated. The guard wanted to see the 13th prince's reaction after he finished speaking, but he saw that the 13th prince was still unmoved, so he left. Even Mu Lin has been defeated? A hint of curiosity appeared in everyone's eyes. Not long after, the guard walked in again. The 13th prince, ranked 47th on the dragon ranking, Feng Si, a rank 4 embroidered eunuch, has also been defeated by that guy. He only used one move. The 13th prince was still unmoved. The guard saw this and turned to leave again. However, the people outside the stone pavilion were not so calm. This was because a few of them were not as good as Feng Si. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the guard walked in again. The 13th prince, ranked 33rd on the dragon ranking, Bei Zhantian, the young master of the State Duke Mansion, has been defeated. He is now walking towards the imperial palace. The sound of the Guqin suddenly changed. Everyone looked at the 13th prince in shock and saw that one of the strings on his Guqin had broken. The 13th prince, who had been unmoved, finally raised his head. Chapter 569. Chapter 569. Chapter 569. Zither sound transforms into Ning Qi had challenged all the players on the dragon rank, and he had stirred up panic in Beijing. The people ranked in the top 100 on the dragon rank had initially treated Ning Qi with disdain, but as Ning Qi defeated one elite after another who was stronger than them, they were afraid that Ning Qi would come looking for them, so they ordered their subordinates to investigate Ning Qi's whereabouts. Young master, he didn't come to our side. Phew, the person ranked 53rd on the dragon rank released a sigh of relief. Young master, he's coming towards us. What? I'm going to fight it out with him. One of the people ranked in the top 50 of the dragon rank said with an enraged expression. If Ning Qi had challenged them one by one, he would have nothing to say, but the problem was that Ning Qi had jumped up the ranks to challenge them. Some people were lucky and avoided the disaster. Does Ning Qi really plan to fight them one by one? There aren't many left. It will be the 13th prince's turn soon. It is hard to imagine that he is already this strong at the peak of the Do Huang class. In the future, when he breaks through the 9 stages of life and death and becomes a Do Zong, won't he directly enter the top 500 of the man ranking? Mu Bai and the others followed behind Ning Qi, communicating through voice transmissions. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Dozens of experts on the ranking list of young masters were standing in the air, led by Dongfang Yuluo and the other two. Their eyes were fixed on Ning Qi's back. A hint of jealousy appeared in Yuan Shang's eyes as he stood behind the trio. Ning Qi had already challenged a few powerful players on the dragon rank whose ranks were higher than theirs. This was proof that if they truly fought against him, they would not be Ning Qi's opponent. If the three of them hadn't been following Dongfang Yulua, they would have become Ning Qi's stepping stones. Seventh Prince, this kid will be going to your brother's place soon. Chu Feng looked at the seventh prince and smiled. The seventh prince's expression was a bit unsightly. He and Ning Qi originally had no enmity, but Ning Qi had not given him any face in front of so many people. This made him bear a grudge against Ning Qi. Although that blade of his is a little strange, my 13th brother is not that easy to deal with. The seventh prince snorted coldly. We'll know once we go over and take a look. Yuan Kongming said with a faint smile, Imperial Palace. Who are you? This is the Imperial Palace. Stop! The guards on both sides of the gate looked warily at Ning Qi and the large group of onlookers behind him. At the same time, a trace of uneasiness arose in their hearts. What was going on? What were these people doing here? These guards saw many familiar faces among the crowd. They were the children of the various large clans. Brother Ning is here to challenge the 13th prince, who is ranked 9th on the dragon rank. Move aside. Duan Baoshan said loudly. Duan Baoshan had gained a lot of face by following Ning Qi along the way. Every time Ning Qi defeated an opponent, Duan Baoshan would feel great when he saw the shocked expressions on everyone's faces. What? Challenge the 13th prince? The guards were shocked. The 13th prince was ranked 9th on the dragon ranking. He was ranked the highest on the dragon ranking. This was something that even the prodigies of the 9 super clans could not do. This guy dares to challenge the 13th prince? Was he crazy? Thinking of this, the leader of the guards frowned slightly. Don't you guys gather here to cause trouble, or else I will get the constables of the Black Jail sect to come and arrest all of you. The constables of the Black Jail sect? Feng Qing is here. You can ask him to arrest us. Duan Baoshan's lips curved into a cold smile as he pointed at the crowd. The guards looked up and saw Feng Qing. This time, they were at a loss of what to do. Why is the Black Jail sect here? Just when the guards were at a loss of what to do, Dongfang Yulua and the others slowly landed in front of Ning Qi. When the guards saw the 7th prince, they hurriedly saluted. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. After all, the people behind Ning Qi were mostly ordinary people, and most of them were disciples of the major families. If they angered them, even the imperial guards wouldn't have a good life in the future. The 7th prince looked at Ning Qi coldly. Are you really going to challenge my 13th brother? Ning Qi smiled and looked at the 7th prince. I have already challenged so many people. How can I leave you out? All right. The 7th prince grinned and said to the group of guards, Open the door! Yes. Since the 7th prince had spoken, they just had to obey. If anything happened, the 7th prince would take responsibility. The palace gate opened, and the 7th prince said to Ning Qi coldly, Follow me. He paused and looked at the people behind him. If you are interested, come with us. Ha, the 7th prince is really considerate. He knows that we also want to watch this battle. If Ning Qi defeats the 13th prince, he will become the first human on the dragon ranking. This battle is not a small matter. Under the 7th prince's lead, everyone headed towards the 13th prince's courtyard in a grandiose manner. The eunuchs and palace maids that they met along the way all became curious and immediately sent the news to their masters. When their masters received the news, a sliver of shock appeared on their faces, and they all hurried towards the 13th prince's courtyard in unison. Someone actually wants to challenge the 13th prince. How reckless. Do you know who is the guy who challenged the 13th prince? I don't know. I only know that my maids told me that the 7th prince is with them. The 7th prince is here too. This is going to be interesting. In the quiet courtyard of the imperial palace, after the 13th prince's zither string broke, he stood up, walked out of the stone pavilion, and looked into the distance. The 13th prince? Everyone had a hint of doubt on their faces. "They're here," the 13th prince said. As soon as he finished speaking, Ningqi and the others rushed into the courtyard under the 7th prince's lead. The 13th prince's eyes swept over the 7th prince, Dongfang Yulua, and the others before stopping on Ningqi. The 7th prince walked to the 13th prince's side and said with a smile, "13th brother, someone wants to challenge you. I brought him in. You won't blame me, right?" "7th brother, why would I blame you?" The 13th prince smiled faintly and looked at Ningqi. "You want to challenge me? He really is only a peak emperor, though." The eyes of the 13th prince's good friend changed slightly as he looked at Ningqi. His heart was somewhat shocked. A peak Do Huang had actually defeated so many famous experts on the dragon ranking? Be careful of his blade. The 7th prince's lips moved slightly. The 13th prince looked at Ningqi indifferently as if he didn't hear it. Then he turned around and returned to the side of his zither. He gently pinched the broken string and pressed on it. The 13th prince's zither returned to normal. Then he played the zither with his long fingers, and everyone heard an intoxicating sound. Chapter 570. Chapter 570. The Battle. Light Golden Warrior Energy. This isn't a mutated warrior energy. It's a true Grandmaster warrior energy. But isn't the 13th prince a peak emperor warrior at the 9th gate of life and death? It should be the effect of the sky demon zither. Ningqi raised his saber and slashed at the golden warrior energy. When the saber and the energy collided, a crisp sound was heard. Then Ningqi felt a huge force from the dragon-slaying saber to his body, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This guy's attack is even stronger than Blackwater Yinshur's. No wonder he's ranked 9th on the dragon rank. My dragon-slaying saber and dragon-slaying warrior energy don't do any damage to humans. I think I'll have to put in some effort to defeat him. Ningqi's eyes became serious. He finally took 2 steps back. Everyone looked at Ningqi and let out a sigh of relief. Along the way, Ningqi had only used 1 saber move to defeat every person he defeated. If he did the same against the 13th prince, they wouldn't know what to say. "Brother Ning," Duan Baoshan had a worried look in his eyes. Interesting. A trace of surprise flashed in the 13th prince's eyes. His friends were also quite shocked. Although the battle chi just now seemed very ordinary and didn't have any power, they knew that it would be difficult for them to receive it. However, Ningqi only took 2 steps back, which was already beyond their expectations. "I'm afraid that even I won't be a match for him after he becomes a Grandmaster warrior." The 7th prince's eyes darkened. "Do you guys think Ningqi can win?" Chu Feng asked Yuan Kongming and Dongfang Yulua. Yuan Kongming shook his head. "He can't win." "Oh? Why?" Chu Feng asked. "The 13th prince didn't use his full strength. That zither is only a normal zither. It's not even a fighting weapon," Yuan Kongming said. Everyone looked at the zither in the 13th prince's hand. As expected, they couldn't feel any fighting weapon aura from it. Thump! Another sound of a zither rang out. This time, the pale golden fighting energy turned into a strange beast, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it whizzed towards Ningqi. Zither transformation. It's the ancient beast, Mountain Eater. Someone recognized the strange beast formed by battle chi, and his face revealed a shocked expression. In ancient times, demonic beasts were not as weak as they are today. At that time, there were many top experts among the demonic beasts, and they even had the intention of competing with the Dragon Clan. Among them, there was a type of demonic beast that could eat anything in the world. Its huge body was like a small mountain. When it opened its mouth, everything would be sucked into it. As long as it kept eating, its cultivation would continue to increase without limit. Wherever Sher Shan was, not even a strand of hair could be found. Even the demonic beasts did not like it. Later on, the dragon clan joined forces to exterminate it. From then on, there was no more mountain eater in the world. The 13th prince's battle chi had transformed into a mountain eater that was much smaller, but it still had the appearance recorded in the ancient books. It had a snake's tail, a human body, and only a mouth on its face. There were no eyes, nose, or ears. Boom! Ning Chi swung his saber at the exotic beast, but was forced back a dozen steps. At the same time, the health points above his head instantly dropped by 10,000. Is my life force being absorbed? Ning Chi's face was filled with shock. The opponent's battle chi did not even hit him. Could it be that he lost 10,000 health points just by being pushed back? Ning Chi did not believe it. The only explanation was that the exotic beast formed by battle chi had absorbed his health points. At this moment, many people in the crowd had a gloating expression on their faces. Ning Chi. Oh, Ning Chi, you're too eager for success. With your talent, you might have a chance to compete with the 13th prince after cultivating for a dozen more years. As for me, I don't think I'll be able to catch up to you in this lifetime. However, you're seeking your own death today. The imperial family cannot be humiliated. Since you dare to challenge the 13th prince, be prepared to die here. At the back of the crowd, Hua Wushang and the others had returned. At this moment, Hua Wushang was looking at Ning Chi with disdain and ridicule. He was disdainful because he felt that Ning Chi only had brute strength, but he did not have the intelligence to match it. He did not know the principle of hiding one's strength and biding one's time. Big brother, this fellow shouldn't be able to defeat the 13th prince, right? Duan Juandi sent a voice transmission to Duan Juntian. Not long after Ning Chi defeated Duan Jiwen, they found out that Ning Chi was continuously challenging the powerhouses on the dragon ranking. Duan Juntian shook his head slowly and did not answer. It was not that he did not want to answer, but he could no longer understand the battle between Ning Chi and the 13th prince. After all, Duan Juntian was only a 7-star Doang. He was not even a Do Huang. I don't know how Duan Baoshan got to know Ning Chi. He's a disgrace to the divine dragon marquis estate by following him around like a bug. Duan Juandi sent a voice transmission to Duan Juntian. Shut up and watch the battle. Duan Juntian could not help but scold him. Duan Juntian only shut his mouth when he heard Duan Juntian's words. When the 13th prince saw that Ning Chi was able to block his move, his eyes finally showed a trace of seriousness. The Tian Mo Qin had a total of 12 moves, and he had only successfully cultivated 4 moves. He could only use the first 3 moves, and he might not even have the confidence to play the 4th move. But now Ning Chi was able to block his second move, Mountain Eater. This was really shocking because the 13th prince was confident that this move of his could destroy a small mountain. You're Ning Chi, right? The 13th prince asked calmly. Ning Chi smiled. Yes. You're an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect? The 13th prince's eyes were filled with curiosity. The crowd was puzzled. Why did the two of them stop fighting? Why were they chatting instead? Brother Ning is... Duan Baoshan was about to reveal that Ning Chi was Meng Qingling's true disciple when Ning Chi glanced at him. He immediately shut his mouth. Yes, I'm an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Great. It seems like the Cloud Rising sect has a chance of entering the top 30 of the 36 supreme sections. I can't believe there's an expert like you among the outer disciples. The 13th prince's lips curled up into a faint smile. He paused for a moment before he continued. How about this? If you can block my 3rd move, we'll fight to a draw. If you can block my 4th move, I'll admit defeat. What do you think? What? Is the 13th prince purposely going easy on Ning Chi? Many people were confused. They did not understand why the 13th prince would make such an agreement when he clearly had such a great advantage. Ning Qi was unable to get close to him. However, Dongfang Yulua and the others knew the 13th prince's true intention. All right, Ning Qi nodded his head. If they were to fight one move at a time, he would not be able to defeat the 13th prince in a short period of time. Be careful. Chapter 571. Celestial Phenomena. The sky was clear just now. Why is it thundering now? Could it be that the 13th prince's martial technique can cause phenomena? This guy, Dongfang Yulua, and the others looked at the 13th prince with shock in their eyes. Although they were geniuses on the mortal ranking, they were still a long way from being able to summon celestial phenomenon. Perhaps even the top 50 on the mortal ranking could do it. The 7th prince's future achievements will be limitless. Wandering Shao family was right to place him at the 9th place on dragon rank. While everyone was still in shock, Ning Qi felt an invisible pressure in his heart. The source of this pressure didn't seem to be the 13th prince, but Ning Qi looked up at the sky and saw thunder exploding in the dark clouds. It was as if there were countless thunder snakes swimming in the dark clouds. Finally, they gradually condensed. In an instant, a bolt of purple lightning struck directly at Ning Qi. Tian Mo Qin's third move. Sudden thunder. I don't know if you can withstand it. The 13th prince said with a faint smile. The group of friends of the 13th prince had looks of shock on their faces. They had been friends with the 13th prince for many years, but they had never seen him use the third style of the Sky Devil Zither before. They couldn't imagine that if the third style could trigger a celestial phenomenon, then how terrifying would the 4th and 5th styles be? Even if the 13th prince fought ancient desolation, he might not lose, right? Everyone had already compared the 13th prince to the primordial dragon tribe's primordial Ruthless, who ranked first on the dragon leaderboard. Before this, they had never thought that the 13th prince would be a match for primordial Ruthless. How is Ning Qi going to block this move? Do Qi stirring the weather. It is likely that the strength of this lightning has far exceeded the attack of an ordinary Do Zong. Fang Qing looked at the lightning in fear, and a thought flashed through his mind. Ning Qi moved. He knew that if he was struck by this bolt of lightning, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Only by taking the initiative to attack would he be able to block this move. Horizon Bright Moon Blade, so close yet so far. Ferocious dragon, slaying Do Qi poured from his body into the dragon's slaying saber. Ning Qi leaped up. In his eyes, there was only the reflection of the lightning, nothing else. This guy is advancing instead of retreating. Is he crazy? We have to fight against celestial phenomenon head-on. Madman, he's definitely a madman. If you don't go crazy, you won't become a Buddha. Dongfang Yulua looked at Ning Qi's back with a frown. She suddenly thought of a sentence recorded in an ancient book. This sentence seemed to be more suitable for Ning Qi. Junior Brother Hua, Ning Qi is going to die today because of his arrogance. From now on, your greatest worry has disappeared. One day, you will be the leader of the inner disciples of the Rising Cloud sect. Is that so? He will die like this? Hua Wushang looked at Ning Qi's back with uncertainty in his eyes. He really hoped that Ning Qi would be killed by the 13th prince on the spot, but there seemed to be a voice telling him that Ning Qi wouldn't die so easily. In the end, Hua Wushang chose to believe the voice in his heart. He won't die so easily. Even Blackwater Yunshi couldn't kill him. I'm afraid that only those experts in the top 500 of the ranking list of young masters can kill Ning Qi. The 13, the prince, 13, the 13, June dragon, the 13, the king, king celestial, Yun, 13, the Ming thunder. Does Ning Qi's confidence really come from that saber? When he thought of this, the 13th prince started to pay attention to the 7th prince's secret message. His attention was now focused on the dragon-slaying saber. Break! Ning Qi roared. Everyone only saw him slash towards the thunder. In an instant, a faint giant shadow appeared behind Ningqi. It was a bright moon. Celestial phenomenon. Another celestial phenomenon. This kid can trigger a celestial phenomenon too? How is that possible? Why didn't he show it before? No, this isn't a celestial phenomenon. A celestial phenomenon is a real moon. The moon behind him is formed by battle energy. Someone saw through the secret. It was true that Ningqi couldn't summon a celestial phenomenon. His aptitude hadn't reached that level yet. However, a true bright moon, celestial phenomenon would definitely be able to suppress ordinary thunderclaps. As for this bright moon, it was a pseudo-celestial phenomenon that would appear when the World Edge Bright Moon Saber was fully activated. It was only because of the 13th Prince that the crowd subconsciously had a preconceived impression of him. However, the power of this moon couldn't be underestimated. A faint ray of moonlight shot out from the moon and merged with Ningqi's saber aura. The dragon-slaying saber immediately emitted a dazzling light. An ancient ice dragon burst out of the saber, roaring as it collided with the thunderbolt. Boom! An invisible shockwave spread in all directions with the Ming thunder and the ancient ice dragon at the center. Everyone couldn't help but take dozens of steps back, and the eunuchs and palace maids with low cultivation even fell to the ground. After a breath of time, the ancient ice dragon and the bolt of lightning both vanished from the world. The dark clouds in the sky instantly dispersed, and the skies were clear once more. The warm sunlight enveloped everyone, but at this moment they felt a chill in their hearts. The fight between Ningqi and the 13th Prince had really broadened their horizons. They had never thought that a mere Do Huang could actually cause such a commotion. He blocked it? Seeing Ningqi slowly land on the ground without any injuries on his body, everyone could not help but look at Ningqi in shock. Brother Ning is too strong. Duan Baoshan was pleasantly surprised. As expected, he won't die from this move. Hua Wushang was disappointed, but he was also satisfied with his own judgment. You are indeed qualified to be my opponent. The 13th Prince's eyes lit up as he looked at Ningqi. Aside from shock, there was also a hint of joy in his eyes. Joy? Am I seeing things? A hint of hesitation rose in Ningqi's heart. Now we're even. If you can block the fourth move of my Sky Demon Zither, I will admit defeat. The 13th Prince smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, the zither in front of him turned to dust and dissipated. While everyone was still in shock, the 13th Prince took out another zither from his interspatial ring. As soon as the zither appeared, everyone could feel a faint black aura spreading out from it and sweeping toward them. This black aura seemed to transform into many ferocious ghosts. Sky Demon Zither? The 7th Prince's face was filled with shock. He didn't just obtain martial techniques in the dragon realm. He also obtained a Do weapon. Yes, the two are one. Otherwise, their names wouldn't be the same. Dongfang Yulua and the others looked at the 13th Prince with fear when they thought of how terrifying the ancient demonic palace was. They knew that the 13th Prince had obtained the real Sky Demon Zither, which meant that he would be the successor of the demonic palace. The demonic palace had been destroyed in ancient times. In other words, the 13th Prince was the current palace master of the demonic palace. The history of the 9 great families was like a drop in the ocean compared to the history of the demonic palace. The 13th Prince looked at the Sky Demon Zither with a serious expression and took a deep breath. Then he waved his hand, and Ningqi immediately focused on his opponent's terrifying attack. Thump! The zither sounded. However, nothing happened after a long time. While everyone was shocked, the 13th Prince smiled bitterly and said, I lost. Chapter 572. Insane Demon Saber Emperor lost? What's going on with the 13th Prince? Why did he suddenly admit defeat? Where's his fourth move? Everyone's faces were filled with shock. This Ningqi was speechless. He was already prepared to face a stronger attack, but the 13th prince admitted defeat just like that? The 13th prince stood up calmly and walked in front of Ningqi. He smiled and said, "Looks like the 9th place on the dragon ranking is yours. Are you really just an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect?" Ningqi hesitated for a moment before replying, "Elder Meng Qingling of the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground will take me as a core disciple soon." Core disciple? The 13th prince felt relieved when he heard this. If he was defeated by an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, he would be embarrassed no matter how open-minded he was. Since it was a true disciple, it would be easier for others to accept it. "Actually, if we really fight, we'll only have a 50-50 chance of winning," Ningqi said. "How dare you? The 13th prince is going easy on you. Once the 4th move of the Sky Devil Zither is used, you'll definitely die," someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. When everyone looked over, they couldn't find the person who spoke. "13th brother, what are you?" The 7th prince walked next to the 13th prince and had a questioning look in his eyes. The 13th prince ignored him and looked at Ningqi. "Are you planning to fight for 1st place on the dragon ranking?" As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone was shocked beyond belief. Could it really be like what the 13th prince said? Ningqi's goal is actually 1st place on the dragon ranking? How is that possible? For the past hundreds of years, the 1st place on the dragon ranking has always been in the hands of the 3 great dragon clans. It has never fallen into the hands of humans. Although the 13th prince admitted defeat, Ningqi might not be his match, let alone Ancient Desolation Li and Ancient Desolation Shao. However, from today onwards, the 1st place on the dragon ranking should be Ningqi. There will be a huge change in the next dragon ranking. Indeed, Ningqi really has such a thought. Yuan Shang, Chu Xian, and Dongfang Lingdong looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even as the prodigies of the 9 great clans, they had never thought of getting 1st place on the dragon leaderboard. Ningqi was merely from the Cloud Rising sect. How could he be so ambitious? At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Ningqi, waiting for his answer. 13th prince, you are right. I want to get 1st place on the dragon rank. Ningqi admitted it frankly. This was because he was going to go to the various dragon clans to find the top 9 existences on the dragon rankings and defeat them one by one. At that time, the news would spread. Indeed, a light flashed through the 13th prince's eyes. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Duan Baoshan looked at Ningqi in disbelief. Is Brother Ning's goal really the 1st place on the dragon ranking? Arrogant. That brat's ego is inflated. Is it really that easy to get the 1st place on the dragon rank? Over the years, all the sovereigns who had this idea died in the hands of Ancient Desolation. It seems that Ningqi will soon follow in their footsteps. But if he really succeeds, wouldn't our human race be in the limelight? Everyone looked at Ningqi with different expressions. Some were mocking, some were gloating, and some were looking forward to it. After today, Ningqi's name was destined to be the benchmark of the younger generation. If he could successfully get 1st place on the dragon ranking, then no one would doubt Ningqi's strength anymore. Even the old monsters of the 9 families would have to look at him in a different light. Interesting. I've decided not to return to the family. I want to see how far this kid can go. Chu Feng said with a faint smile. Yuan Kongming and Dongfang Yilua's eyes lit up when they heard this. Brother Ning, there's something I don't know if I should say. The 13th prince revealed a hesitant expression. Ningqi felt that this guy's personality was completely different from the 7th prince's, so he was easy to get along with. He smiled and said, 13th prince, please speak. With your talent, you should have a 40% chance of getting 1st place on the dragon ranking as long as you reach the 9th life and death stage. However, I'm afraid that the chance is less than 5% right now. What if you go into seclusion first and try to get 1st place after you break through? What do you think? The 13th prince said. Even the 13th prince said that he has a chance of getting first place. A look of surprise appeared on everyone's face. The 13th prince's suggestion was reasonable, and normal people would listen to it. Ning Qi also felt that it was the right thing to do. Unfortunately, the system's mission required him to get first place on the dragon ranking. Only then could he enter the 9th life and death stage. So Ning Qi smiled and said, I appreciate the 13th prince's offer. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely come and learn from the 13th prince's 4th move. Then he turned around and left. Everyone was surprised, and they looked at Ning Qi with confusion and disgust. The 13th prince already gave him this advice, but he's still so arrogant. What a waste of the 13th prince's effort. Someone said unhappily, I feel that the strong should become stronger when facing the strong. This kid should be called the Crazy Demon Blade Emperor. Crazy Demon Blade Emperor? Everyone suddenly felt that this title was quite suitable for Ning Qi. 13th brother, why do you have to talk to this kid? The 7th prince said unhappily. The 13th prince looked at Ning Qi's back and sighed in his heart. Then he looked at the 7th prince and said, 7th brother, I'm tired. Tell these people to leave. Okay. The 7th prince nodded and was about to chase these people away. However, he didn't need to do that. After Ning Qi left, they also turned around and left. Deep in the palace, an old eunuch stood respectfully at the entrance of a stone room and said softly, Emperor, the 13th prince lost. I saw it. An indifferent voice came from the stone room. This voice was ethereal and hard to understand. Great, Emperor. Does this old servant want to follow this kid? The old eunuch continued. No need. Let nature take its course. Yes, Emperor. Heaven's secret institution. Old man Jean, Manjulu, and a large group of blacksmiths from the Heaven's secret institution were studying the structure of the ancient puppets and the runes inside. Suddenly, old man Jin's body shook, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This kid is not bad. Master, what's wrong? Manjulu asked curiously. It's none of your business. Get to work. Old man Jean glared at him. This disciple of his was good at everything, but his talent was too low. Whether he could break through to the saint realm in this lifetime was still a question. Fortunately, the heavens had sent him another cute little fellow. The Wu Imperial Estate. What? He defeated the 13th prince? A beautiful woman stood in front of Lord Wu with a face full of disbelief. Lord Wu nodded and said, Indeed. Damn it, if this is the case, how can I kill him in the future? No, I need to increase the stakes. A trace of jealousy appeared in the middle-aged woman's eyes. Suddenly, a sword appeared in her hand. This is... Lord Wu looked at the sword in shock. That was a middle-grade heaven-tier weapon. In the vast kingdom of the 9 states, there were less than 100 middle-grade heaven-tier weapons. I don't believe that a middle-grade heaven-tier weapon can't invite an expert from the White Emperor Tower. Chapter 573. Killing Demon, soared after Ning Qi left the palace. He returned to Dongfang Haojia's residence. Duan Baoshan and Duan Henshue followed him. Dongfang Haojia won't invite us in. Why don't we go to Yunwu Tower? Yuan Kongming said to Dongfang Yulua and Chu Feng with a faint smile as Ning Qi disappeared behind the door. All right. Then, they led Chu Xian and the others to Yunwu Tower. When the other experts on the ranking list saw this, they also followed closely behind. However, they kept an eye out and specially ordered their subordinates to pay attention to Ning Qi's whereabouts. What about us? Mu Bai glanced at Mu Juner, then at Ji Kaishi and Kai Weitao. Let's go to Yunwu Tower too. I'm curious about the Book of Life and Death. I wonder if we can see it today. Kai Weitao said, Then let's go. After they left, Hua Wushang and the others also left. In the end, only Fang Qing, Zha Gongshan, and the other cultivators were left. Brother Fang, why don't we go for a drink? Zha Gongshan looked at Fang Qing with a wry smile. He didn't have much hope. With Fong Qing's personality, he wouldn't go. But Fong Qing nodded decisively. Okay. After that, the group of prodigies who were defeated by Ning Qi on the dragon roll walked towards Cloud Mist Tower together. Inside the residence, Ning Qi saw the old eunuch and Lord Tianzhu, but didn't see Dongfang Haojia. Young Master Ning. The old eunuch bowed respectfully. Then he took out a letter and handed it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took it and read, Brother Ning, I'm going to Nine Sun Tower. Don't miss me. This guy left without saying a word. I was going to give him something else. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. He put away the letter and smiled at the old eunuch. Since Brother Dongfang has left, I have to go too. Goodbye. Young Master Ning, I'll see you off. The old eunuch respectfully saw Ning Qi and Lord Tianzhu off. Yu Mansion. As soon as Yu Shijin got the body-shaping elixir, she ordered her eunuchs not to see anyone. She hid in the most secret stone room in the house. A few of his closest subordinates stood guard outside the stone room. They had puzzled looks on their faces. They didn't understand what was going on with Eunuch Yu. Why was he so excited? 2 hours later, when they saw Yu Rujin walk out of the stone room, they were shocked. Yu Rujin's aura seemed to be a little different from when she had just entered. They couldn't tell what was different, but they could feel that Yu Rujin was full of masculinity at this moment. Masculine? How could a eunuch have such an aura? Could it be that eunuch has consumed a treasure that can increase his yang qi? They couldn't help but wonder. Yu Rujin looked at her subordinates with a smile and said, You can go now. Do what you should do. Yes, father-in-law. They hurriedly bowed and retreated. This body sculpting pill is truly something extraordinary. Yu Rujin looked at her crotch with satisfaction. She was going to thank Ning Qi. After all, Ning Qi had given her a new life. Just then, the spy she had arranged in the capital hurried back to report. Eunuch Yu, the Wu Imperial Mansion, has offered a sky-high price to hire assassins from the White Emperor Tower to assassinate Dongfang Haojia and Ning Qi. A sky-high price? Yu Rujin frowned slightly. What is it? The Demon Slayer sword. There was still a trace of shock in the spy's eyes. The Demon Slayer sword of the heaven rank? This sword is actually in the Wu Imperial Mansion. They are really willing to give it up. All right, I understand. You can leave now. If there is any news, I will report it again. Yu Rujin said with a gloomy face. Yes. After the spy left, Yu Rujin quietly left the house. Have you heard? From now on, the #1 talent on the dragon ranking will no longer be the 13th prince, but the Crazy Demon Blade King. Crazy Demon Blade King? Who is this guy? Who is he? I don't know either. I only know that he defeated the 13th prince. This news came from my uncle's aunt's second uncle's stool in the palace. He's a eunuch in the palace, so it's definitely true. I can't believe such a thing happened. The 13th prince is an expert ranked 9th on the dragon ranking. Someone can defeat him? I think it must be the hidden talent of the 9 families. Not necessarily. I have some clues. I heard that this person is from the Cloud Rising sect. Cloud Rising sect? Hearing this, Yu Rujin's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Suddenly he was shocked. Could the Crazy Demon Blade King, these passers-by, talked about Ning Qi? Thinking like this, Yu Rujin soon came to Dongfang Haojia's house. From the old eunuch, he learned that Dongfang Haojia had returned to the Dongfang family, and Ning Qi and the Heavenly Pig Venerable had not gone far. Although Yu Rujin didn't come, he couldn't help but smile when he heard that Dongfang Haojia was going back to Nine Suns Tower to participate in the trial as he had asked. Duan Baoshan and Duan Henshui followed Ning Qi. Duan Henshui glanced at the Heavenly Pig Venerable from time to time. Before leaving, Ning Qi asked the old eunuch for a bamboo hat and asked the Heavenly Pig Venerable to wear it. Otherwise, they would definitely be surrounded by passers-by. However, Duan Henshui had already seen the Heavenly Pig Venerable's true appearance and knew that he was a demon beast in human form. He was extremely shocked that Ning Qi had such a follower. Even Duan Masheng, the top talent of the divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, couldn't have such an expert protecting him. "Brother Ning, are you leaving the capital?" Duan Baoshan hesitated and asked. Ning Qi nodded. "I'll be leaving after a trip to the Prophecy Institute. You two should go back too. Let's meet again next time." This, Duan Baoshan was about to speak. Ning Qi said, "The place I'm going is extremely dangerous. If you insist on going, can you disregard life and death?" Duan Baoshan and Duan Henshui agreed with what Ning Qi said. If Ning Qi wanted to challenge the Primordial Dragon Clan, he had to go to the Primordial Dragon Clan's holy land. When humans went there, they would be like fish on the chopping board. The Primordial Dragon Clan could eat and kill as they pleased. They didn't care who you were. "Brother Ning, we'll meet again if fate allows. I hope I'll see your name in the first place when the next dragon ranking comes out." Duan Baoshan solemnly cupped his hands at Ning Qi and then left with Duan Henshui. At this time, Yu Jin suddenly appeared next to Ning Qi. As soon as Ning Qi saw the great change in his aura, he knew that Yu Jin had become a man again, just like Dongfang Haojie. He couldn't help but smile and congratulate him. "Congratulations, Eunuch Yu." However, there was no joy on Yu Jin's face. Instead, it was a little gloomy. He said in a low voice, "The Imperial Wu Mansion used a mid-grade heaven stage fighting weapon to buy your life. Little brother Ning, thanks to your body-shaping elixir, I've become a man again. This time, I'll definitely escort you safely out of the capital. Don't leave in a hurry. Wait for me to go back to the palace to get help." After Yu Jin finished speaking, he hurriedly turned around and disappeared from Ning Qi's sight. Hearing Yu Jin's warning, Ning Qi's lips curled into a cold smile. He glanced in the direction of the Imperial Wu Mansion. Chapter 574. Dragon Slayer Bullet Heavenly Secret Institution. Ning Qi and Supremacy Celestial Swine arrived at the testing ground and saw a group of fellows flying up and down the bronze puppets. Occasionally, they would whisper to each other, and occasionally they would be deep in thought. "Senior Meng." Seeing that Manjulu was also here, Ning Qi stepped forward and cupped his hands, smiling. Manjulu's eyes lit up, and he pulled Ning Qi over. "You came just in time, kid. There's still something I don't understand about these ancient puppets. Senior Meng, as a master refiner, if you don't understand, how can I?" Ning Qi smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Even though he possessed the ultimate puppetry art and had a good understanding of the refinement method of ancient puppets, if he were to speak of it now, then he would definitely be kept in the Heavenly Mystery Institution as a laborer by Manjulu. Ning Qi naturally wasn't that stupid. "That's right. Even I, as a master refiner, don't know about it." "How would you know?" Manjulu said in distress. "Senior Meng, it's like this. I told Senior Jean that I would come and take the puppet when I leave this place. You see, I'm about to leave the capital city. Isn't this?" Ning Qi smiled awkwardly. "What? You're leaving so soon? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the capital for 8 to 10 years? If you lack cultivation resources, you can tell me. I may not have much, but as a master refiner of the Heavenly Mystery Institute, I do have some pills and spiritual crystals." Manjulu immediately tried to persuade Ning Qi to stay. After all, the research on this ancient puppet had yet to be completed. If he allowed Ning Qi to take it away, who knew when the Tianji institution would be able to research it again? "Senior Meng, I'm afraid I can't comply." Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. With a single thought, the bronze puppet was taken into the puppet space. When the other equipment refiners saw this, they all turned to look at Ning Qi. Ning Qi couldn't stand their resentful gazes. He found an excuse and went to look for old man Jean with Supremacy Tianju. "Master Meng, we can't let him go like this. As long as I have another 10 years, I will definitely be able to refine a puppet that looks exactly like it. Someone complained to Manjulu in dissatisfaction. Manjulu glared at them. What do you want me to do? You should have forced him to stay in the Heaven's secret institution. The man said matter-of-factly, Do you really think that our Heavenly Secret Institute is as unreasonable as the Black Prison sect? Manjula berated, But no buts get lost. Menjulu flicked his sleeve, turned around and left. Senior Jean. Ning Chi came to Old Man Jin's courtyard and shouted at the door. Get your ass in here. Yes. Ning Chi ran in happily. Venerable Celestial Pig didn't dare to enter and waited in the yard. Senior Jean, this junior has to leave. I came to say goodbye to you. Ning Chi saw that Old Man Jean was studying the dragon-slaying bullet, so he stepped forward and bowed. However, his eyes were fixed on the dragon-slaying bullet in Old Man Jin's hand. It had only been a few months since they last met, and this old man had developed a new product? I wonder how powerful it is. Elder Jean had 2 supreme dragon-slaying bullets that were twice the size of the supreme dragon-slaying bullets. They looked like polio from Earth. Old Man Jean glanced at Ning Chi with a spurious smile and said, Besides the ancient puppet, you came looking for me because you want a few dragon-slaughtering bullets, right? Senior, you have sharp eyes. You guessed what I was thinking. Ning Chi giggled and flattered him. Take it. These 2 dragon-slaying bullets are about 3 to 4 times stronger than the supreme dragon-slaying bullet. However, there's a disadvantage. The place where they explode will be barren. You have to use it carefully. Old Man Jean threw the 2 pineapple-like bullets to Ning Chi. Ning Chi quickly reached out to catch it. At the same time, he was shocked. The radiation of the dragon-slaying bullet developed by Old Man Jean was already so severe? Baron? Senior, what's the name of this new dragon-slaying bullet? Ning Chi asked. You can call it the world-destroying dragon-slaying bullet, Old Man Jean said. World-destroying? Old Man Jean is really bad at naming. Ning Chi couldn't help but curse in his heart. You've already taken it. Why aren't you leaving? Old Man Jean raised his eyebrows. Then this junior will take his leave first. Senior Jean, please take care of yourself. Ning Chi put away the world-destroying dragon-slaying bullet, cupped his hands towards Old Man Jean, and left. After Ning Chi left, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared by Old Man Jin's side. He looked indifferently in the direction Ning Chi had left and said, You think so highly of him? I heard that the 2 things you researched used up a full 30% of the Heavenly Mystery Institution's inventory. They should be quite powerful, right? Hee, you really know everything. Old Man Jean chuckled. If this child can really win first place on the dragon rankings, I'm afraid the Dragon Clan will make a move again. During this period of time, your Heavenly Mystery Institute should prepare more dragon-slaying cannons. In the future, there might be a chance to use them. After saying that, the middle-aged man's figure turned into a faint afterimage and disappeared in front of Old Man Jean. Old Man Jean muttered in a low voice, Can the dragon-slaying cannon be refined just like that? The other 2 old fellows have gone out for so long and haven't returned. How can I be busy alone? I haven't left yet. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's voice rang out again. Old Man Jin's expression froze. After a while, when he was sure that the middle-aged man had left, he grumbled a little more. With the 2 world-destroying dragon-slaying bullets in hand, Ning Chi felt a little more confident about his trip to the primordial dragon clan. After leaving the Heavenly Mystery Institute, he used the dragon-slaying coins to purchase 2 mystic inferior-grade invisibility talismans. He used them on himself and the venerable celestial swine and swaggered out of the south gate. Brother Ning, what kind of weapon was that? They couldn't even see us leave the capital city. The venerable celestial swine was a little surprised. Brother celestial swine, these are invisibility talismans. If you like them, I can give you a few. Ning Chi smiled. That's great. The venerable celestial swine rubbed his hands and smiled embarrassedly. Ning Qi directly bought 2 more invisibility talismans from the dragon-slaying mall and handed them to the venerable celestial swine. At the same time, he said, "Brother celestial swine, I'm going to the primordial dragon clan next. I heard that they are extremely cruel. Compared to humans, they prefer eating demonic beasts. If you go with me, it might be dangerous." "What? I'm not going. If I leave, I won't be able to eat a whole roast cow anymore." The venerable celestial swine shook his head like a rattledrum. Ning Qi thought about it and rolled his eyes. "I really can't do anything about you. Just wait." He immersed himself in the dragon-slaying mall and found the gourmet plain options. After searching for a while, Ning Qi finally found what he was looking for. Grade 3 gourmet, permanent exchange price, 5,000 dragon-slaying coins. "It's you." Chapter 575. Set out. Who is he? Supremacy, Heavenly Pig, was shocked. "This is the chef who made the whole roasted cow. He will follow you from now on. Let's go." Ning Qi waved his hand. "Brother Ning, you're not fooling me, are you?" Supremacy Tianju asked suspiciously. "Duo luo luo, get this lord a whole roasted cow," Ning Qi said to the old man. At the same time, he bought a raw cow from the dragon-slaying mall and gave it to Duo luo luo. The old man's name was Duo luo luo. After receiving Ning Qi's instructions, he started a fire and prepared the charcoal skillfully. Then he took out all sorts of seasonings from his pocket and smeared them on the cow. The smell of the seasonings made Supremacy Celestial Pig's nose twitch a few times. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. "This smell is very familiar." Not long after, Duo Luluo finished setting up the charcoal fire. Then he propped the entire cow on top of the charcoal and tossed it around. An intoxicating fragrance instantly filled the air. "Yes, that's it." The supremacy of celestial swine drooled as he looked at the roasted whole cow. Then he focused his attention on Duo Luluo. The more he looked at him, the more pleasing he felt. When he thought about how he would be able to eat delicious roasted whole cows anytime and anywhere, the supremacy of celestial swine felt that he was the happiest person in the world. "I didn't lie to you, right?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. I'm not lying." Supremacy, Heavenly Pig, chuckled. In the end, after Duo Luoluo roasted the whole cow, Venerable Celestial Pig ate it in a few bites. Then Ning Qi said to Duo Luoluo, "You will follow him from now on." "Yes, master." Duo Luoluo bowed. His mannerisms had a kind of aristocratic charm, giving people the feeling that he was a butler with profound business skills. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Supremacy Celestial Pig left with Duo Luoluo. At the same time, Ning Qi headed towards the primordial dragon clan's holy land. In the capital, after a few more days, everyone found out that Ning Qi had disappeared, and those killers gnashed their teeth in hatred. "Sister, what should we do?" Zhou Luning looked at Wuma Fengling speechlessly. She and Wuma Fengling had been following Ning Qi the entire time. In the blink of an eye, they had lost track of him. Fortunately, no one knew that they were from the White Emperor Pavilion. This is the second time a trace of anger appeared on Wuma Fengling's face. This was the second time she had ditched Ning Qi. "If there's no other way, why don't we go back and get reinforcements?" Zhou said. Wuma Fengling hesitated for a moment. In the end, she resolutely said no. He will definitely go to the desolate ancient dragon clan. Let's go there and wait for him. Primordial dragon clan. Big sister, are you sure we want to go to that place? Zhou Luning was shocked. Go. Why not? Wuma Fengling said coldly. We have the invisibility technique. As long as we are careful, nothing will happen. Not long after, the two women left the capital and flew in the direction of the desolate ancient dragon clan. The other side, Yunwu Tower. Chu Feng glanced at Yuan Kongming and Dongfang Yilua and said with a faint smile, "That brat has a lot of tricks up his sleeves." He managed to slip away in public without anyone noticing. I heard that Sky Sword Marquis was called to his residence to be reprimanded by the martial monarch. However, since he is going to find desolate ancient ruthless, he will definitely go to the desolate ancient dragon clan. We should be on our way as well, lest we miss out on a good show, Yuan Kongming said with a faint smile. At this time, Yuan Shang gathered his courage and said, Big brother Kongming, can we go with them? You guys are going too? Yuan Kongming glanced at Yuan Shang, then at Dongfang Lingdong and Chu Xian, then shook his head. No, it's too dangerous there. We can take care of ourselves, but we can't take care of you guys. Brother Chu Feng, let us go with you. Chu Xian whispered to Chu Feng. Seeing this, Chu Feng's face revealed a hint of hesitation. He then turned to Yuan Kongming and said, There will definitely be a lot of people going this time. If we have a few more of us, the journey will be livelier. I dare not say anything else. But we are the heavens' prides of the 9 great clans. The primordial dragon race will definitely give us some face. If that's the case, fine. Yuan Kongming nodded. You guys go ahead. I won't be going. Dongfang Yulua suddenly said. Why don't you go? Chu Feng was surprised. Didn't Dongfang Yulu want to see if Ning Qi could really get the first place on the dragon ranking? My Dongfang family's 9 Sons Pagoda is about to open. I want to enter and train. Dongfang Yulua said indifferently. 9 Sons Pagoda. Chu Feng and Yuan Kongming both had a hint of envy in their eyes. The 9 great clans each had their own sacred grounds, but it was extremely difficult to enter. 9 Sons Pagoda was the sacred ground of the Dongfang family. It could be said that the continent fragment inside was no weaker than the dry bones forbidden land. The treasures inside were countless times more than the outside world. Of course, the risk was also very high. It was said that the Dongfang family once had an emperor fighter who never came out after entering. Then, everyone, I'll be leaving first. Dongfang Yulua stood up and glanced at the prodigies on the young ranking. Miss Dongfang, take care. Everyone cupped their hands. After all, Dongfang Yulua was in the top 200 of the young ranking. She completely deserved their respect. After Dongfang Yulua left, Yuan Kongming and Chu Feng also left the capital with Chu Xian and the other 2. They're all gone. What about us? Are we going to the primordial dragon race? Seeing the people stronger than them leaving one by one, only Mu Bai's group, some ordinary customers, and the prodigies of the dragon ranking were left in the Misty Cloud restaurant. I'm going. Ji Kaishi narrowed his eyes and said, I want to see if that brat is strong enough to defeat the primordial dragon race. Then I'll go too, Kai Weitao said indifferently. Mu Bai smiled and glanced at the 2. You guys are going to send the news to the Bai Xiao family immediately, right? So what? Kai Weitao smiled. The Kai and Ji families were affiliated with the Bai Xiao family. They were also responsible for gathering information outside, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. You can't go. Mu Junior glanced at Mu Bai. Mu Bai was slightly startled. Why can't I go? Because fifth uncle is here. Mu Junior said indifferently. As expected, a middle-aged man walked up to the Misty Cloud restaurant. After seeing Mu Bai, he said, His Highness wants to see you. Come back with me. Yes, Mu Bai's expression changed several times. In the end, he left with the middle-aged man dejectedly. Before he left, he didn't forget to send a voice transmission to Ji Kaishi and Kai Weitao. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Wait for me. Chapter 576. Chapter 576 of the D.A.D. Chapter 576. Ning Qi purchased a map that led to the desolate ancient dragon tribe from the dragon slaying store. He didn't buy the map directly because the system was selling it for 50,000 dragon slaying coins, while the map was only 1,000. On this map, Ning Qi estimated the distance he needed to travel. There were some dangerous places that he needed to take a detour because there might be some powerful existence there. Based on this, Ning Chi would need to travel at least 1,000,000 kilometers before he could reach the desolate ancient dragon clan's western desolate land. 1,000,000 kilometers! Ning Chi sighed. Then he released Little Purple from the demon pet space, turned over and sat on Little Purple's back, turned into a purple lightning, and flew in the direction of the western wasteland according to the directions on the map. 3 days later, Ning Chi suddenly found a large group of buildings not far away. It looked a little like a market. As expected, when he got closer, he saw 3 sharp red words, Jingyue Workshop. Oh, there are only a few Earth Tier, Spring, returning pills left. I do need to replenish them. Let's see if there are any good things here that can be of use in the Western Wasteland. With a thought, Ning Chi stored Little Purple into the demon pet space and flew into the Jingyue Workshop. Just as he entered the Jingyue Workshop, Ning Chi saw that the 2 sides of the street were filled with stalls. Some of these stall owners were Do Wangs, some were Do Huangs, and some were even Do Zongs. From this, it could be seen that the scale of the Jingyue Workshop was not small. The chances of something good appearing would be higher. Last time in the Heavenly Wonders Market, I found a low-tier spiritual godstone. I wonder if this Jingyue Workshop will have such a stone. As Ning Chi strolled, he used his fiery golden eyes to scan the stalls, hoping to find a low-tier spiritual godstone. However, the system did not give him a prompt. Little brother, from the looks of it, it seems that this is your first time coming to the Jingyue Workshop? Suddenly, a skinny old man who was as skinny as a stick appeared behind Ning Chi with a smile. Ning Chi glanced at his attributes and discovered that this old man was merely a 3-star Do Huang. He did not pay much attention to him as he smiled and said, Indeed, does Elder have something for me? Hee, little brother might not know this, but this old man's name is Bao Dating, and people give me the nickname of Bright Moon Inquirer. If this is really the first time little brother has come to Bright Moon Workshop, this old man can answer the questions little brother wants to know. Bao Dating said with a smile. Ning Chi immediately knew that this old man should be a local bully, just like Deguzi in the past. He recommended himself to be Ning Chi's tour guide. Thinking of this, Ning Chi smiled. I do have some questions, but, Senior Bao Dating, how many spirit crystals are you going to charge me? Seeing that Ning Chi had reacted so quickly, Bao Dating chuckled and said, Not much, not much. Little brother, as long as you give me 200 lower spiritual crystals, I will be yours today. 200? Take it. Ning Chi directly counted 200 lower spiritual crystals and handed them to Bao Dating. Bao Dating was slightly startled, and a look of regret appeared on his face. He didn't expect Ning Chi to be so straightforward at such a young age. He didn't even ask for a price. In fact, the price in his mind was only 100 lower spiritual crystals. The reason why he asked for 200 was to give Ning Chi some room to bargain. What a loss! This rash young man must be new to the Jianghu. Otherwise, why would he agree to give me 200 lower spiritual crystals? If I had asked for 2,000, I wonder if he would have given me. Senior Bao, since you've accepted my spiritual crystals, I'm going to start asking questions. Ning Chi smiled. Little brother, feel free to ask. In this Jingyue Workshop, there's really nothing that I don't know. Bao Dating patted his chest and said, Then, Senior Bao, when I first entered the market, I saw a lot of people rushing forward. They looked hurried. What's going on? Ning Chi smiled. Oh, you're talking about this. To be honest, little brother, you've definitely made the right choice to come to Jingyue Workshop. Do you know why? Bao Dating smiled and kept Ning Chi guessing. Ning Chi cooperated and said, Why am I right to come to Jingyue Workshop? Seeing that Ning Chi really didn't know the situation, Bao Dating smiled and said, Because in a few days, Jingyue Workshop will hold the Jingyue Cup competition, which is held once every 10 years. Now, people from all over the place and the Chamber of Commerce have brought many rare treasures to participate in this Jingyue Cup competition. Jingyue Cup? Ning Chi's face revealed a trace of doubt. Oh, little brother, you don't even know about the Jingyue cup? Then let me tell you, if you have anything valuable on you, you can take the opportunity to sell it. It's definitely worth 10 to 20% more than usual. Bao Dating looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Senior, please continue. I have nothing to sell at the moment. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Bao Dating's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. Then he continued. Jingyue Workshop holds the Jingyue Cup competition every 10 years. They will specially enclose a place in Jingyue Workshop for experts to come and sell their rare treasures. If the item auctioned is the highest, then they will win the Jingyue Cup grand prize. Within 10 years, no matter if they buy or sell, they will be able to do business in Jingyue Workshop with a 50% reduction in taxes. 50%? If a Chamber of Commerce gets it, then the tax they save will be extremely considerable. In this case, there should be a lot of people participating in the Jingyue Cup this time. Maybe there will be the inferior grade, spiritual godstones that I want. Maybe I will go and have a look. Ning Qi thought in his heart, then he smiled about Dating and said, Senior, if that's the case, can you take me to the venue where the Jingyue Cup is held? There should be a lot of people there now, right? Little brother, you guessed right. There are people from all the big families, chambers of commerce, and sects here to participate in the Jingyue Cup. If you go there now, you will still have a chance to find some rare treasures that suit you. Bao Dating nodded and said, Then please take me there, Senior. Ning Qi smiled. No problem. Bao Dating smiled and nodded, then led Ning Qi to the depths of Jingyue Workshop. After walking for more than 10 miles, Ning Qi finally saw that there were no more stalls on the roadside. After walking for a few more miles, his eyes suddenly opened up and he saw densely packed tents as far as Ning Qi's eyes could see. Little brother, do you see these tents? If you want to buy something, just take a look at the door and you will know what is being sold inside. Basically, Jingyue Workshop has everything you need. In a few days, when the Jingyue Cup starts, there will be more people appearing here. Bao Dating said, If that's the case, then I won't bother, Senior. I will go and have a look myself. Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 577. Statue of the Moon. Little brother, do you really not want me to show you around? Bao Dating confirmed again. There's no need for that. Senior, please go ahead. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand, then walked towards those tents. Seeing this, Bao Dating curled his lips and flew towards the entrance of the Bright Moon Workshop, waiting for the next business. When Ning Qi passed by these tents, he would see many wooden signs with different words written on them. Some were selling finished elixirs, some were selling finished weapons, but most of them were selling spiritual ingredients and spiritual herbs. There were even wooden signs with the words, buying dragon blood fruit, written on them. Ning Qi was a little curious. Would anyone really sell the dragon blood fruit here? Previously, he had obtained 10 dragon blood fruits. He had given 2 to Li Mingqi and 4 to Meng Qingling. Then he had traded 1 with Old Man Jin for a supreme dragon-slaying bullet, and 2 with Lifeless Thorn for Shintu Yuanba. Now he only had 1 left, but he had yet to use it. Thinking up to this point, Ning Qi opened the tent flap and walked in. The tent looked small on the outside, but it was spacious on the inside. Ning Qi suspected that the tent used the universe ring's technology. In the center of the tent sat a woman. This woman looked to be around 30 years old, and her expression was slightly cold. When she saw Ning Qi enter, she only glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. Ning Qi laughed and said, Are you the one who wants to buy the dragon blood fruit? What? Do you have it? When the woman heard this, a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes as she stared straight at Ning Qi. I didn't. Ning Qi laughed. Why didn't you come here to join in the fun? Get out of here. The woman waved her hand impatiently. If you want to buy the dragon blood fruit, you have to show me your bargaining chip. Otherwise, even if I have the dragon blood fruit, I won't take it out. Ning Qi smiled faintly. The woman looked at Ning Qi suspiciously. She discovered that Ning Qi's cultivation was a few stars higher than hers. She couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful look. Could this kid be a genius of the 9 superclans? Very likely. Thinking of this, the woman revealed a faint smile and said to Ning Chi, "Sir, it seems that you know quite a bit about the dragon blood fruit. If you don't mind, come and have a seat." "No need. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." Ning Chi smiled and turned to leave. "Young master, wait a moment. Don't you want to know what I'm going to use to exchange for the dragon blood fruit?" the woman said. Ning Chi stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at the woman with a faint smile. The dragon blood fruit was something that even the dragon clan yearned for. Ning Chi was indeed curious as to what this woman would offer in exchange. 100,000 middle spiritual crystals. "Young master, this price is more than enough to buy the dragon blood fruit." The woman smiled confidently. 100,000 middle spiritual crystals? Ning Chi remembered that the heaven lower grade heaven splitting inner armor that had been deducted from his space bag was only sold for 50,000 middle spiritual crystals. The price offered by the woman was quite suitable, but Ning Chi smiled and said, "Although the price is reasonable, and even better, the dragon blood fruit can only be found in a few forbidden lands. Spiritual crystals are everywhere. A large chamber of commerce might be able to fork out 1,000,000 medium spiritual crystals, but can they fork out 10 dragon blood fruits?" The woman frowned and looked at Ning Chi. She said seriously, "Young master, do you really have the dragon blood fruit? If you do, please take it out for me to take a look. I will not disappoint you." So this woman was testing me. She's definitely not going to use spiritual crystals to buy the dragon blood fruit. Ning Chi smiled faintly and said, "I don't have it." Before the woman could react, Ning Chi walked out of the tent. "Is this guy here to make fun of me, or does he really have the dragon blood fruit?" The woman frowned slightly. There were 2 faint dragon horns on her forehead. She seemed to have noticed that she had lost her composure and quickly retracted her aura. The 2 faint dragon horns disappeared again. "Anyway, I've already locked onto his aura. If I don't get the dragon blood fruit after the moon cup is over, I'll capture him and interrogate him. This place is indeed livelier than any market I've ever seen." Ning Chi spent half a day walking around the place. Not only did he find many elixirs that he had never seen before, but even the largest tent had heaven-grade fighting weapons for sale. However, they were not sold for spiritual crystals. Instead, they had to be exchanged for other items. According to the aura revealed by the chatter of the surrounding people, Ning Chi knew that the largest tent belonged to the famous Chamber of Commerce in Dongxian, the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It was said that the Dragon Clan was behind it and that the Chamber of Commerce specialized in buying cultivation necessities for the Dragon Clan in Dongxian. Other than that, the Moon Workshop also had 3 large chambers of commerce that were slightly weaker than the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that when the Moon Cup began, more than 10 chambers of commerce would arrive one after another. At that time, even some long-lost ancient elixirs would appear. Ning Chi decided to stay and wait for the Moon Cup to end before setting off for the primordial ancient Dragon Clan. After all, a journey of more than 1,000,000 miles was not something that could be completed in a day or 2. Another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, more than 10 chambers of commerce had arrived, bringing with them many rare treasures. Ning Chi realized that there were more than 10 times more people than 3 days ago. When Ning Chi had first arrived, the road had been quite spacious. Now, however, it was a little crowded. Among these people, some were Dozongs, some were even Dozuns, but there were also Dolings and Dowongs. However, they were all led by elders from their clans. There were very few people like Ning Chi who looked so young and had come alone. At this moment, Ning Chi walked out of the last tent with some disappointment. He had searched the place, but had not found any trace of the inferior spirit stone. "Looks like my luck is about to run out." Ning Chi laughed at himself and was about to leave when over 10 figures suddenly flew over from the sky. "Look, it's the owner of the Moon Workshop." Looking at the time, the Moon Cup is about to begin. I wonder who will be the champion this time. I think it's the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce again. Not necessarily. Although they have a lot of things, they are expensive. Some of them don't even sell spirit crystals and only barter with other items. In the end, they may not be able to compete with ordinary, small chambers of commerce. Is the Moon Cup about to begin? Ningqi's eyes paused on the owner of the Moon Workshop for a while. However, when the owner flew over his head, a system notification sounded. Ding! Discovered inferior spirit stone. Don't tell me the spirit stone is with them? Ningqi was pleasantly surprised as he followed the crowd in the direction where the owner of the Moon Workshop was flying. Soon he saw the old man, who looked to be about 100 years old, slowly land on a high platform. This was the center of the Moon Cup. Thank you, everyone, for participating in the Moon Cup that is held once every 10 years. As usual, whoever sells the item with the highest value will get this moon statue. Chapter 578. The Store of All Wonders. When the others saw the Jingyue statue, their expressions were similar to Ningqi's. Their eyes were filled with greed. However, they were not after the low-grade spirit godstones. Instead, they were after the use of the statue, a 50% reduction in taxes. Regardless of whether it was an individual or merchant association, it was a great benefit. The old man smiled and said, "Now the Jingyue Cup competition begins and will end in 10 days. His voice had just sounded when the 10-plus subordinates behind him flew into the air. They stood in the air, their eyes as sharp as an eagle's as they swept in all directions. If this statue is exchanged for Dragon Slayer coins, it should be worth 200,000 to 300,000. Ningqi quietly calculated in his heart, after which a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that he had not come to the Jingyue workshop in vain. However, it would not be easy to obtain the champion of the Jingyue Cup. Fortunately, he had the Dragon Slaying Shopping Center and hundreds of thousands of Dragon Slayer coins on him. This was his confidence in fighting for the champion spot. "Little brother, you are still here." Bao Dating suddenly walked over with a young man and a young woman. His eyes were a little surprised when he saw that Ningqi was still here. He had thought that Ningqi would randomly stroll around for a day or two before leaving. After all, after the Jingyue Cup began, the endless number of spiritual ingredients and treasures were not something a Do Huang could afford. However, the two people behind him were different. They were both one-star Dozongs and seemed to be from a large clan. Ningqi smiled and nodded at Bao Dating. He then glanced at the man and woman beside Bao Dating. Seeing that the two ignored him and seemed to have a trace of disdain in their eyes, Ningqi smiled at Bao Dating and said, "I plan to set up a small stall here and see if I have a chance to win the Moon Cup." "Huh, little brother, it's great that you have such lofty aspirations." Bao Dating laughed dryly after hearing this. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Ningqi. "With just you?" The young man behind Bao Dating frowned as he looked at Ningqi. After sizing him up, he laughed mockingly. "Do you know how many large merchant associations there are here? Forget about Long Tongue. Even the worst merchant association has a net worth higher than an ordinary dozun. Do you think that you can become the champion of the Jingyue Cup? You must be dreaming." Ningqi glanced at him and ignored him. He waved his hand at Bao Dating and said, "Senior Bao, I'm going to find a good seat. Go ahead. Little brother, take care." Bao Dating was also afraid that Ningqi would have a conflict with the two investors behind him. Ningqi's direct departure was exactly what he wanted. However, when the young man saw how rude Ningqi was, he wanted to say something, but the woman beside him said indifferently, "Cousin, we came here today to find a decent gift for our ancestor. The full moon cup only lasts for 10 days, so we shouldn't waste it." Then she looked at Bao Dating and said, "You've accepted 200 lower spiritual crystals from us. I hope it's useful." Of course, of course. Please follow me. I know this place very well." Bao Dating hurriedly revealed a fawning smile. However, He could not help but curse in his heart. What ozone? How could he value 200 lower spiritual crystals so much? He was not even as important as that little brother just now. Naturally, the two of them could not hear Bao Dating's thoughts. Under Bao Dating's lead, they walked toward the largest dragon soaring chamber of commerce in the area. After searching for a long time, Ning Qi found that all the good spots were occupied. Fortunately, he did not need a tent and only needed a wooden sign. He spent 10 lower spiritual crystals and bought a piece of 10-year-old pear wood from an inconspicuous little tent. Then, Ning Qi engraved a line of small words on it. After doing all this, Ning Qi came to the side of the incomparably huge tent of the dragon soaring chamber of commerce and sat down cross-legged. The wooden sign stood in front of him. This action was unusual and immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. They all walked over and looked at the words on the wooden sign. All strange, miscellaneous goods store? After everyone saw the small words on the sign, their faces were filled with shock. They looked at Ning Qi as if they were looking at a madman. Is this kid crazy? Or is he purposely here to disgust the dragon's soaring chamber of commerce? All strange, miscellaneous goods store. Such arrogance. Even an Emperor Do would not dare to say such words. Ning Qi ignored these sarcastic remarks and sat calmly with a smile on his face. At this moment, a 4-star Dozong who looked to be in his 40s could not help but step forward and ask, "Little brother, do you mean that you sell everything here? You even sell Tian-class Do weapons?" "This big brother, you have misunderstood. All strange things exist. There are definitely some rare and strange things here. Is a Tian-class Do weapon very rare and strange?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Then what is considered rare and strange?" The middle-aged man continued to ask. "Naturally, it is something that you have never seen before." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "I have never seen it before." The middle-aged man wanted to continue asking, but the crowd suddenly parted at this moment. One could see a middle-aged man with a goatee walking in. He stood in front of Ning Qi and coldly looked at Ning Qi and the wooden sign in front of him. Manager Long. Everyone hurriedly bowed when they saw this middle-aged man. Some people did not know his background and asked the person beside them, "Shil, lower your voice." This person is one of the 9 managers of the Dragon's Soaring Chamber of Commerce. He was already a Do Zun 100 years ago. It is likely that his cultivation has increased again after 100 years. Oh, so it is the manager of the Dragon's Soaring Chamber of Commerce. That person came to a sudden understanding. Long Xuanyo examined Ning Qi a couple of times before speaking faintly. "I will give you 10 breaths to leave this place. Otherwise, I will capture you and bring you to the owner of the Jingyue market to question you." Ning Qi glanced at him and smiled. "Are you crazy? Am I bothering you by selling things here? Drag me over to question me? Why don't you try?" Long Xuanyo was slightly startled. "Are you really selling things? And not here to cause trouble? Do I have the free time to cause trouble?" Ning Qi smiled and countered with a question. Long Xuanyo frowned and looked at Ning Qi when he heard this. He then looked at the words on the wooden sign, and the corner of his mouth involuntarily revealed a mocking expression. "A miscellaneous goods store? What arrogant words! If you are not buying things, then don't come here to cause trouble. Can you afford to hinder my business?" Ning Qi smiled. A trace of anger immediately surged in Long Xuanyo's eyes. At this moment, Bao Dating led a man and a woman out of the Dragon's Soaring Chamber of Commerce. Although they had their eyes on a few things, the high prices caused them to immediately give up. Seeing that there were quite a number of people gathered here, Bao Dating hurriedly led the two of them in. Little brother? Why is it you?" Bao Dating revealed a surprised expression when he saw Ning Qi. He saw a wooden sign in front of Ning Qi. Was he really here to sell things? He thought that Ning Qi was merely joking. "Bao Dating, do you know this person?" Long Xuanyo slowly looked at Bao Dating. Chapter 579. What elixir is this? So this kid knows about dating. Looks like he's a liar. What kind of background could he have if he hangs out with Bao dating? Sigh, I thought he was a genius from some big family. The 9 great families do have some strange things in their hands. I guess he's thinking the same as Shopkeeper Long. He's here to cause trouble and prevent the Dragon Rise Chamber of Commerce from winning. The crowd immediately began to discuss. The young man behind Bao Dating looked at Ning Qi mockingly and then at Long Xuanyo. He stepped forward and saluted. Junior Wenrin, Chongshu greets Shopkeeper Long. Junior Wenrin, Ziyun greets Shopkeeper Long. The woman also stepped forward and saluted. Long Xuanyo glanced at the two with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You two are the disciples of the Wenren family, right? I seem to have seen you before. Wenren Chongshu said respectfully. Last time when Shopkeeper Long came to the Wenren family, we were fortunate enough to meet you. Oh, the Wenren family's old ancestor is about to celebrate his birthday. Are you here today to prepare a gift? Long Xuanyo smiled. Yes. The two nodded. In that case, if you like anything in the Dragon Rise Chamber of Commerce today, I'll give you a 10% discount. Long Xuanyo smiled. Wenren Chongshu and Wenren Ziyun's faces immediately showed ecstasy and saluted Long Xuanyo. Thank you, Senior. Shopkeeper Long is so generous, as expected of the 9 great shopkeepers of the Dragon Rise Chamber of Commerce. So generous. The flattery made Long Xuanyo feel quite comfortable, but when he looked at Ning Qi and Bao Dating again, his face suddenly became gloomy. Bao Dating, since you know this kid, you should know my temper. Take him away quickly, or both of you can forget about leaving today. Shopkeeper Long, I don't know him, but when he first came to the market, he invited me. Bao Dating reacted and hurriedly explained with a wry smile. Since he invited you, didn't you tell him that the Dragon Rise Chamber of Commerce is not a place to cause trouble at will? Long Xuanyo said coldly. At this moment, Ning Qi interrupted. If you want to quarrel, go somewhere further. Don't disturb my business. Otherwise, I'll complain to the owner and make you suffer the consequences. Io, my little brother, hurry up and leave this place with me. Fear appeared on Bao Dating's face. Seeing that Ning Qi was still in a daze, Bao Dating hurriedly stepped forward to pull Ning Qi, preparing to take him away from this place. However, Ning Qi's arm trembled slightly, and Bao Dating felt as if his palm had been pricked by a needle. It was so painful that he immediately withdrew his hand. Wenren Chongshu saw this and frowned. He looked at Ning Qi and said, Shopkeeper Long is giving you face by not taking you to the owner. Are you going to take a mile after taking an inch? Young master, do I know you? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Without waiting for the young man to answer, Ning Qi continued, Since I don't know you, why do you keep talking to me? You. A hint of anger appeared on Wenren Chongshu's face. Seeing this, Long Xuanyo looked at Ning Qi and said calmly, Fine, since you said that there are all kinds of strange things in this place, why don't you show me the item? If it's really as rare as you said, I'll buy it. Shopkeeper Long, do you really want to see it? I have to buy it after seeing it. Ning Qi said with a smile. Kid, don't talk nonsense. Shopkeeper Long's words are worth 1,000 gold. If you really have a treasure, take it out and let everyone have a look. If you don't take it, then you're a liar who's here to cause trouble. Shopkeeper Long can take you to the owner, and all of us can be witnesses. Someone mocked Ning Qi. It was obvious that he was flattering Long Xuanyo. Ning Qi smiled and suddenly extended his right hand. Then he slowly opened his palm. A round pill lay in the center of his palm. A strange fragrance wafted out from the pill. Huh, what pill is this? I don't think I've seen it before. It looks very ordinary and the grade doesn't seem high. Kid, is this what you meant by all kinds of strange things? It seems that you're really a liar. How dare you cause trouble at the Moon Cup? You're courting death. Long Xuanyo looked at Ning Qi indifferently with a mocking look in his eyes. What pill is this? It doesn't look high, but it should be a mystic class pill, right? Sigh, this guy is finished. Bao Dating looked at Ning Qi with a trace of pity in his eyes. Wenren Chongshu looked at Ning Qi mockingly. He wanted to see what Ning Qi would say next. A mystic class pill? Is it rare? Yes, it's indeed a mystic class low-class pill. Ning Qi admitted with a smile. I told you, this kid is a liar. Shopkeeper Long, do you want us to take him to the owner? No need. Long Xuanyo said indifferently, then looked at Ning Qi with a smile. I'll give you one more chance. It's not too late for you to leave now. Why? Are you going back on your word, Shopkeeper Long? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. I'm going back on my word? Why would I go back on my word? Long Xuanyo frowned slightly. Just now, Shopkeeper Long said that as long as I take out the pill, you will buy it. Did I hear wrongly? Ning Qi said with a smile. Kid, Shopkeeper Long let you go, but you don't appreciate it? Who do you want to sell a mystic class, low-class pill to? If you lack spiritual crystals, I still have some here. Take them. Wenren Chongshu said coldly and threw a few lower spiritual crystals in front of Ning Qi. It seems that one of the 9 shopkeepers of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce doesn't have good eyesight. Ning Qi shook his head in disappointment, and there was a hint of mockery in his tone. You said that I don't have good eyesight? Long Xuanyo's face showed a trace of anger. As one of the 9 shopkeepers of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce, he had seen no less than 10,000 kinds of things. He had even personally received a dozen dragon blood fruits. Ning Qi dared to mock him for having bad eyesight. This kid must not be forgiven. Yes, I said that you don't have good eyesight. You know nothing about the treasure in front of you. Ning Qi said with a smile. Then why don't you tell me what kind of pill this is? Long Xuanyo sneered. Don't think that just because you know a little alchemy, you can casually refine a pill and call it rare. Then all of you listen up. This is a mystic class, low-class beauty calming pill. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. Beauty calming pill? What kind of pill is this? Many people were puzzled. However, Long Xuanyo's face revealed a shocked expression. Before he could speak, an old woman suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Ning Qi. She stared blankly at the mystic class, low-class beauty calming pill in Ning Qi's hand. Kid, what kind of pill is this? This person is a battle saint. Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of seriousness, and he said with a smile, Senior, this is a mystic class, low-class beauty calming pill. Who is this person? His aura is so terrifying. Chapter 580. 100,000 spirit crystals, beauty-suppressing pill. Is it really a mystic low-grade pill? The old woman's eyes shone brightly. It's absolutely true. I guarantee it's genuine. Ning Qi smiled faintly. How much are you selling this pill for? I'll buy it. The old woman did not believe that Ning Qi, a Peak Do Huang, would dare to lie to her. Hence, she decisively replied. Ning Qi looked at Long Xuanyo with a smile and said, Senior, I'm sorry, but Shopkeeper Long wants this pill. Oh, the old woman glanced coldly at Long Xuanyo. Long Xuanyo quickly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Tian Shan Granny. Tian Shan Granny? She was Tian Shan Granny? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock when they heard these words. Wenren Chong Su and Wenren Zi Yin looked at each other. They didn't expect to meet such a legendary monster in the Jingyue workshop. Tian Shan Granny's cultivation level was much higher than their ancestors. It was said that she had lived for more than 1,800 years. No one knew whether it was true or not, but the only thing they knew was that her hands were stained with the blood of a rank 9 dragon. Furthermore, Tian Shan grandmother was ranked 471st on the heaven leaderboard. Just this alone was enough to shock everyone. Even Tian Shan Granny wants to buy this pill. Could it really be some kind of rare pill? A trace of doubt arose in everyone's hearts, and the way they looked at Ning Qi also changed slightly. Tian Shan Granny looked at Long Shunyo coldly and said, "You want to buy this beauty pill?" Long Shunyo laughed dryly and said, "Tian Shan Grandma, there is some misunderstanding in this matter. If it is really a face-calming pill, I would naturally not dare to fight with Tian Shan Grandma over it. However, this boy is only at the peak of the Do Huang realm. His cultivation is so low. How could he have this ancient pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years?" At this point, Tian Shan Granny's eyes flashed with confusion. She had not thought too much about it because she was closely involved in the situation. However, after hearing what Long Shunyo said, she also felt that it was strange. Long Shunyo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Tian Shan Granny seemed to have understood a little. He smiled and glanced at Ning Qi condescendingly. Then he turned to Tian Shan Granny and said, "Based on my many years of experience in the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce, I've even been to the North Xian region. I've never heard of any elixir king or above who could refine this kind of ancient panacea. Tian Shan Granny, if there really is a lower grade, black level beauty calming pill in this world, how could there be no news about it?" That makes sense. Tian Shan Granny frowned. Ning Qi suddenly felt a terrifying aura enveloping him. "Kid, are you lying to me?" Tian Shan Granny said coldly. Ning Qi smiled disdainfully and said, "Tian Shan Granny, you actually believe a tramp who can't even recognize the beauty pill? So what if it was the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce? The shopkeeper of the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce had to be knowledgeable? A fellow who can't even recognize a medicinal pill like the beauty-suppressing pill. I really suspect that he's a fake." "How dare you?" Wenren Chong Su shouted. "You're the one who's bold. Who gave you the right to interrupt when I'm talking to Tian Shan Granny?" Ning Qi shouted angrily. Wenren Chong Su was slightly taken aback, but when he saw Tian Shan Granny looking at him, he immediately shut his mouth guiltily. "Little brother, Tian Shan Granny is here. Are you still going to argue?" Long Shunyo said calmly. "Tian Shan Granny, do you know the lamp elder of the Cloud Rising sect, Meng Qingling?" Ning Qi smiled. "Meng Qingling?" Tian Shan Granny's eyes were filled with shock. "Kid, why did you mention her?" "Because she had eaten my low Xian beauty suppressing pill. Don't tell me that I don't know whether the pill is real or fake. I'm just a peak emperor doe. How dare I act so presumptuously in front of you?" Ning Qi smiled. Meng Qingling had eaten his low Xian beauty suppressing pill. It's understandable if he lied to Long Shunyo, and it's also reasonable for him to lie to Tian Shan Granny for the sake of his pride. However, if he offended two people on the sky roll at once, he's simply courting death. It seems that his elixir is very likely to be real. Meng Qingling had eaten your low Xian beauty suppressing pill? Tian Shan Granny's eyes were filled with surprise. "Can you draw out her current appearance and let me have a look?" "Why not? Does anyone have a pen and paper?" Ning Qi smiled. I do. Bao Dating did not have the chance to speak. Seeing this, he quickly took out a pen and paper from his Qian Kun ring and handed it to Ning Qi. "This is what I used to draw the map. Little brother, feel free to use it." "Thank you." Ning Qi smiled. Then he started drawing on the white paper. Tian Shan Granny watched as the face gradually appeared on the paper. When Ning Qi was halfway through, she smiled and said, "All right, I believe that your low Xian beauty suppressing pill is real. If Meng Qingling had not consumed the low Xian beauty suppressing pill, you would not have been able to know what she looked like when she was young." What? Only now did Long Shunyo's face reveal a look of shock. Everyone who had been watching the show was shocked. Did this lad really have the ancient elixir that had been lost for tens of thousands of years? How is this possible? Wenren Chongshu's face was filled with shock. Wenren Zian looked at the beauty-calming pill in Ning Qi's hand with a burning gaze. Perhaps no woman in this world could resist the temptation of eternal youth, right? Ning Chi smiled as he shattered the white paper, then returned the brush to Bao Dating. Only then did he look at Long Xuanyou. "Shopkeeper Long, what are you going to use to buy this low-grade, profound, rank beauty-suppressing pill that has been lost for tens of thousands of years? I am not interested in ordinary items." This, Long Xuanyou still did not believe that Ning Chi's beauty-suppressing pill was real. However, since Tian Shan Granny had said so, he could not refute. Thinking of this, Long Xuanyou felt a little regretful. He hesitated for a while and asked, "How many spiritual crystals are you selling it for?" 100,000 middle spiritual crystals. Ning Chi smiled. If it was someone else, he would have asked for 50,000. Meng Qingling had used this price to buy it. However, Ning Chi did not like Long Xuanyou, so he doubled the price. 100,000 middle spiritual crystals. Hiss! Everyone gasped and looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. There were still people who did not know the effects of the beauty-suppressing pill. Therefore, they were shocked when they saw Ning Chi offer 100,000 middle spiritual crystals. This was the price of 2 low-heaven level fighting weapons. 100,000. Long Xuanyou's face showed a trace of anger. "What? Shopkeeper Long, one of the 9 shopkeepers of the Soaring Dragon Group, cannot take out 100,000 middle spiritual crystals? If you want to go back on your words, you can admit that you did not keep your words, and I will forgive you this once." Ning Chi smiled faintly. 100,000 it is. Just you wait. Long Xuanyou saw that many people were looking at him. For the sake of the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce's reputation, or rather, for his own reputation, he had to buy this elixir today. When the time came, he would expose Ning Chi's true colors. Not only would he get 100,000 middle spiritual crystals back, he would also gain the friendship of Tian Shan Granny. Chapter 581. When Lan, there are 100,000 middle spiritual crystals in it. You can count them. Long Xuanyou sneered. In his eyes, Ning Chi was already a dead man. Gasp! Shopkeeper Long really spent 100,000 middle spiritual crystals to buy this elixir from him? That's equivalent to 2 lower heaven class fighting weapons. The crowd was shocked and envious at the same time. Among them, there were many jealous and greedy eyes. Ning Chi took a glance and confirmed that there were indeed 100,000 middle spiritual crystals. He put the interspatial ring into his space bag and threw the lower black class beauty pill to Long Xuanyou. After Long Xuanyou received the elixir, he smiled respectfully at Tian Shan Grandmother and said, "Tian Shan Grandmother, this lower black class beauty pill is a gift from me." Tian Shan Grandmother's face lit up with joy. She accepted the pill without hesitation and swallowed it right in front of everyone. "Young man, we will know soon whether your elixir is real or fake." Long Xuanyou sneered at Ning Chi. Shopkeeper Long is so confident. I guess he knew that the elixir was fake all along. Wenren Chongshu thought to himself when he saw Long Xuanyou sneer. Bao Dating and the rest looked at Tian Shan Grandmother with anticipation. Some were looking forward to the effects of the beauty pill, while others were looking forward to how Tian Shan Grandmother would treat Ning Chi after finding out that the elixir was ineffective. Indeed, the elixir is fake. Seeing that Tian Shan Grandmother had not moved even after 3 breaths of time, the crowd could not help but look at Ning Chi with pity. "Young man, I can't save you now." Bao Dating sighed. After all, he had accepted 200 lower spiritual crystals from Ning Chi. He did not want Ning Chi to die in Jingyue workshop. Shopkeeper Long indeed. You can tell whether the elixir is real or fake with just one look. I admire you. Wenren Chongshu cupped his hands at Long Xuanyou and flattered Long Xuanyou mercilessly. Long Xuanyou smiled and was about to say something modest. Suddenly, a ball of faint white light appeared from Tian Shan Grandmother's body. Seeing this, everyone was shocked and focused their attention on Tian Shan Grandmother. Could it be that the beauty pill is really working? No, impossible. Long Xuanyou's face revealed a trace of shock, and a trace of disbelief flashed across his eyes. The process of the beauty-calming pill taking effect was very miraculous. When they saw a white-haired old woman transform at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally becoming a peerless beauty, this visual effect was extremely shocking. However, Ningqi had already seen it several times, so he was not surprised. 10 minutes later, Tian Shan Granny could no longer be called Tian Shan Granny anymore. Perhaps she should be called Tian Shan Fairy. She looked like she was only 27 or 28 years old, and her skin was as translucent as jade. Tian Shan Granny reached out and touched her face. Then she gathered her battle chi and created a mirror in front of her. When she saw herself in the mirror, her eyes were filled with joy and reminiscence. At this moment, no one doubted the authenticity of Ning Qi's beauty pill, because the truth was right in front of them. Long Xuanyo's face instantly turned pale, and there was a trace of shock and regret in his eyes. He was shocked because Ning Qi's beauty pill turned out to be real, and regretful because he actually gave away the beauty pill that he bought with 100,000 middle spiritual crystals. Thinking about this, Long Xuanyo almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Little brother, what is your name?" Tian Shan Granny looked at Ning Qi with gentle eyes. "I am Ning Qi." Ning Qi smiled. "All right, I will remember you. In the future, if you need anything, you can come to Tian Shan to find me. My name is Wen Lan." Tian Shan Granny smiled. "Thank you, Senior Wen." Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. "Tian Shan Granny." Long Xuanyo thought to himself that he was the one who gave the beauty pill to Tian Shan Granny. No matter what, he had to make her remember his kindness. However, just as he opened his mouth, he saw Wen Lan's face turn cold. "Who are you calling Granny?" Wen Lan asked coldly. "Ah, it's me. I am—" Long Xuanyo was shocked by Wen Lan's aura and started to speak incoherently. Before he could adjust his emotions, Wen Lan had already flown away. At this moment, one of the subordinates of the workshop owner flew to Ning Qi's side and said respectfully, "Sir, I would like to register the item that you just sold. Lower Mystic Beauty Pill, 100,000 middle spiritual crystals." Ning Qi smiled. "All right, I have noted it down. I wish you luck." The man smiled and cupped his hands at Ning Qi before flying into the air again. Ning Qi smiled and looked at Long Xuanyo, who was dumbfounded, and said, "Shopkeeper Long, doesn't your Longting Chamber of Commerce need to do business? Why are you still standing here? Do you want to buy some other elixirs?" Long Xuanyo waved his sleeves and left with a livid face. Wenren Chong Su saw this and quickly followed. Wanren Ziun wanted to ask Ning Qi if he had any more beauty pills, but when she thought that she did not have 100,000 middle spiritual crystals, she hid this thought in her heart and followed Wenren Chong Su into the Longting Chamber of Commerce. "Little brother, I didn't expect you to be so secretive." Bao Dating reacted and walked to Ning Qi's side excitedly. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, "I was just lucky and got some trinkets." Trinkets? The beauty pill that was sold for 100,000 middle spiritual crystals was just a trinket in his eyes. While everyone was shocked, they inevitably began to wonder if Ning Qi had something even rarer than the beauty-suppressing pill. Thinking of this, many people rushed towards Ning Qi. "Young master, I want a water-repellent pill that has been lost since ancient times. Do you have it?" "Yes, 20,000 middle spiritual crystals." "Young master, do you have body sculpting elixirs here?" "Yes, 500,000 middle spiritual crystals." Hiss! The guy who asked about the body sculpting elixir gasped. "All right, everyone, come one by one. I only have one mouth and can't answer many of your questions. As long as I have it and you can afford it, I will sell it to you." Ning Qi clapped his hands and said. Bao Dating saw this and took the initiative to help Ning Qi maintain order. He even ignored Wenren Chong Su and Wenren Ziun. Ning Qi glanced at him with a smile and did not say anything. Not far away, the other chambers of commerce finally noticed the situation here and ordered their subordinates to come over and inquire about the news. After their subordinates reported the news to them, the managers of the chambers of commerce were all shocked. How could there be such a kid out of nowhere? In the most luxurious hall of the Jingyu workshop, the owner of the Jingyu workshop, Bailey Chiu-Chien, was listening to the report of his subordinate. Beauty pill? I didn't expect such an elixir that has been lost for tens of thousands of years to appear in the Jingyu cup. Chapter 582. Chapter 582. I and Tirahan extremely popular, although there were many people surrounding Ning Qi. The number of people who could actually afford to buy things could be counted on one hand. There were some pills that Ning Qi was also unwilling to sell. For example, a middle-grade rank-breaking pill could allow a Do Huang to directly advance by 1 star. A Do Huang could eat 3 of them, but one of them cost 5,000 dragon-slaying coins and was sold for less spirit crystals. The price-performance ratio was not high. Thus, after Ning Qi sold a low-grade, mystic-suppressing beauty pill, many people asked about it, but few people bought it. Within the Dragon Sword Chamber of Commerce, the more Long Xuanyo thought about it, the angrier he became. He had lost 100,000 middle spiritual crystals in vain. With his status, he would not be able to explain it to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Long, don't worry. The champion of the Moon Cup this time will definitely be your soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. I think that kid only has 1 low-grade, profound, rank beauty suppressing pill. Wanren Chongshu flattered. 1. That's right. What if that kid has more? Although it's a little expensive, this lower mystic level face stabilizing pill has never appeared in the Eastern Shan continent. If my soaring dragon merchant guild buys all of his elixirs, we can definitely sell them for 200,000 to 300,000 middle spiritual crystals. Long Xuanyo suddenly changed his mind. He ignored Wanren Chongshu and rushed out of the Longting Chamber of Commerce, arriving in front of Ning Qi again. Shopkeeper Long, Baodating revealed a fawning smile. Long Xuanyo nodded at him, then looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, "Little brother, do you still have any inferior grade beauty suppressing pills of the profound rank?" "What? Shopkeeper Long, do you still want to buy more? Do you want 1 or 2? Ning Qi raised his eyebrows. "It's like this. I want to buy all the low-grade, profound, rank beauty suppression pills in little brother's possession. What do you think, little brother?" Long Xuanyo said with a smile. When the others heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce, they were even buying up a lower mystic-level beauty calming elixir that cost 100,000 medium spiritual crystals each. Sure enough, he had a big family business. I still have 5 lower mystic beauty pills. If Shopkeeper Long wants them, I can sell them to you for 1,000,000 middle spiritual crystals. Ning Qi smiled. What? 1,000,000 middle spiritual crystals? Isn't 100,000 middle spiritual crystals? 5 of them are only 500,000 middle spiritual crystals. Long Xuanyo was taken aback. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, "Shopkeeper Long is a businessman. It's impossible for you not to know that rare things are dear. You don't look like you're buying it to eat. You're definitely giving it away or selling it yourself. If you want to buy all of my low-grade, profound, rank beauty-suppressing pills, then doubling the price is very normal, right? Little brother, you really know how to do business." Long Xuanyo laughed dryly. At this moment, his eyes suddenly swept behind him. He saw the people in charge of the 3 local chambers of commerce, Spirit Star, Ruoshui, and Yandong, all rushing over. "All right, 1,000,000 middle spiritual crystals." Long Xuanyo gritted his teeth and said decisively, this was already the largest amount of funds he could control. Any more, and he would have to report it to the head shopkeeper. That way, he wouldn't have the chance to purchase the low-grade, mystic rank beauty-suppressing pills. Furthermore, the head shopkeeper wasn't here, so he wouldn't be able to make it in time. If they were taken away by the 3 local merchant guilds, Then the Dragons or Merchant Guild's losses would be too great. Then Long Xuanyo took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi looked at the number of spirit crystals in it. After making an estimation, he nodded and took out 5 low-grade, profound stage beauty pills and handed them to Long Xuanyo. Shopkeeper Long were even. Ning Qi said with a smile. Long Xuanyo felt the aura on it. It was exactly the same as the previous one. Only then did he put away the elixir with a smile. Hey, Shopkeeper Long, what are you doing here? At this time, the people in charge of the 3 major chambers of commerce came in. When they saw Long Xuanyo, their faces were a little ugly. I don't have anything to do. I just bought 5 low-grade, profound stage beauty suppressing pills from this little brother. Long Xuanyo said with a faint smile. What? He still has low-grade, profound stage beauty suppressing pills? The 3 of them thought that Ning Qi only had 1 pill, so when they saw Long Xuanyo appear again, they immediately rushed over to investigate the situation. But they never expected that Long Xuanyo would actually buy another 5 low-grade, profound, rank beauty pills. And this caused the 3 of them to be extremely regretful. How could this kid have so many of these ancient elixirs that have been lost for tens of thousands of years? What kind of adventure did he have? Could it be that he entered an ancient tomb? Thinking of this, the 3 people quickly asked Ning Qi, Little brother, do you still have low-grade, profound stage beauty suppressing pills? We want all of them. Long Xuanyo looked at the 3 people with a faint expression of ridicule. Sure enough, Ning Qi shook his head and said, They have all been bought by Shopkeeper Long. This. The 3 people's faces alternated between green and white. Long Xuanyo smiled and said, If the 3 of you want, I can sell 2 of them. One is 500,000 mid-grade spiritual crystals. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again and looked at Long Xuanyo dumbfoundedly. They finally realized how shrewd a businessman was. With a change of hands, he actually earned 3 low-grade, profound stage beauty suppressing pills for free. 500,000. Why don't you go rob? I heard that little brother only sells it for 100,000 mid-grade spiritual crystals. 500,000 can buy a mid-grade heaven stage fighting weapon. Shopkeeper Long, are you crazy? I am robbing. Do you want it or not? Long Xuanyo smiled faintly and cupped his hands at Ning Qi. He said, Little brother, thank you for your beauty-suppressing pills. I wonder if you have any other lost ancient pills. Our soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce will buy them all. Little brother, please come in and let us discuss in detail. Little brother, Shopkeeper Long is too black-hearted. Don't do business with him. Sell the pills to me, no matter what they are. Our Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce will take them all. What is your Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce? Little brother, our weak Water Chamber of Commerce has always been generous. Come and discuss with us. Little brother, our blazing Winter Chamber of Commerce only deals in elixirs. I also have some treasures on hand. Little brother, you seem to be an alchemist, right? Our blazing Winter Chamber of Commerce promises that we will give you spiritual herbs of the same price for the elixirs you buy. Is the blazing Winter Chamber of Commerce crazy? The crowd looked at the person in charge of the blazing Winter Chamber of Commerce in shock. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. His aura was thick and his cultivation was no weaker than Long Xuanyo's. He was also a Dozun. Wenren Chongshu saw this scene from outside the crowd and could not help but reveal a look of jealousy. Ning Qi had earned another 1,000,000 middle spiritual crystals in the blink of an eye. Now that the members of the major chambers of commerce treated him like a treasure, he would probably gain a lot from now on. But he, as the pride of the Wenren family, could not even produce 10,000 middle spiritual crystals. Aside from him, there was a woman watching Ning Qi quietly from a distance. She was the woman who had purchased the dragon blood fruit. When she discovered that Ning Qi had elixirs that had been lost for tens of thousands of years, She knew that Ning Qi definitely had the dragon blood fruit. Who has a lower mystic level beauty suppressing pill? A long cry suddenly came from the sky. Following that, 3 old women appeared in front of Ning Qi. They were so old that they looked like they were about to enter their coffins. Seeing this, the surrounding people took a dozen steps back. These 3 people were probably experts at the level of Tian Shan grandmother. Chapter 583. Between 2 hands. Oh! You have one? The 3 old women looked at Long Xuanyo with fanatical expressions. Yes, if the 3 seniors are interested, you can come in and discuss with me. Long Xuanyo smiled. At this time, the person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce suddenly said, Seniors, a lower mystic level beauty calming pill costs 500,000 middle spiritual crystals, and he only spent 100,000 middle spiritual crystals to buy it from that young man. Shut up. I spent 200,000 middle spiritual crystals. Long Xuanyo was furious. The 3 old women's faces darkened. In Dongxian, they were probably the only ones who needed a lower mystic level beauty calming pill. They had lived for too long, and their faces were so old that they could not even be nourished by douqi. Long Xuanyo's actions were obviously aimed at them. Did he want to make a fortune from them? Well, you admit it yourself. Then why don't you sell it to the 3 seniors for 200,000 middle spiritual crystals? The people in charge of the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce and the blazing Winter Chamber of Commerce mocked. This, Long Xuanyo's face showed a trace of hesitation. As a businessman, he had no reason to buy and sell at the original price. There was no profit to speak of. However, because of his hesitation, he was immediately blacklisted by the 3 old women. One of the old women looked at Ning Qi and asked kindly, Young man, I was introduced by Wenlan. Do you still have lower mystic level beauty calming pills? Seniors, I have all his elixirs with me. How about this? I will sell each elixir to you for 250,000 middle spiritual crystals. What do you think? Long Xuanyo stepped forward and interrupted. Ning Qi smiled and said, Since Senior Wenlan introduced me, I still have 3 lower mystic level beauty calming pills. I will sell them to you for 100,000 middle spiritual crystals each. What? Long Xuanyo heard this and almost vomited blood. He looked at Ning Qi angrily and said, Young man, didn't you just say that you will sell all your lower mystic level beauty calming pills to me? All's fair in war. You don't even know that, and you didn't sign a contract with me. How did you get the position of one of the 9 managers of the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Ning Qi glanced at Long Xuanyo indifferently. The gazes that Bao Dating and everyone else used to look at Ning Qi suddenly contained an additional threat of fear. This peak Do Huang had actually played around with a Do Zun who had worked hard in the business world for many years, in the palm of his hand. This was really too terrifying. The 3 old women's eyes were filled with joy, and the way they looked at Ning Qi was abnormally gentle. After Ning Qi handed the 3 low-grade mystic class beauty suppressing pills to them, they immediately took out spirit crystals and gave them to Ning Qi. Subsequently, the 3 of them consumed a low-grade, profound, rank beauty calming pill in front of everyone. Everyone once again saw a shocking scene. The 3 old women who were about to enter their coffins had recovered their peak appearances in the blink of an eye. Although they were still slightly inferior to Wenlan, they were still rare beauties. In the future, I will not only be the eunuch's savior, but also the beauty's savior. Ning Qi laughed self-deprecatingly. His beauty-calming pill had already benefited a few old women. Dongxian was the same as Earth. Unless it was useful for a Dodi, the pills that increased one's cultivation base could not be sold at the same price as the beauty-calming pill. Little brother, thank you for your beauty-calming pill. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw their own reflection in each other's eyes. Their faces were filled with ecstasy. Subsequently, the 3 of them told Ning Qi about their origins through telepathy and left. It turned out that the three of them were the elders of the 36 top sections. They were of the same level as Meng Qingling, and they were the Lampholder elders. They were the Frenzied Saber sect, the Soaring Flower sect, and the True Void sect. At this moment, the workshop owner's subordinates flew in front of Ning Qi again and recorded the items he had sold and the spirit crystals he had obtained. The first 100,000 middle spiritual crystals, coupled with the 1 million middle spiritual crystals contributed by Long Xuanyo, and the 300,000 middle spiritual crystals from the three of them, Ning Qi had already obtained one. For million middle spiritual crystals, it could be said that he was the champion of the Moon Cup at this moment. However, there were still 9 days to go, and it was still unknown who would be the champion. Long Xuanyo's face was extremely pale. His heart ached at the thought of being tricked by Ning Qi. Little brother, since you still have more low-grade, profound, rank beauty calming pills, sell them to us. The people in charge of the 3 chambers of commerce quickly smiled at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled slightly. Didn't I sell them to shopkeeper Long? You can buy them from him. When Long Xuanyo heard this, he was slightly startled, and then a trace of joy appeared on his face. Ning Qi did not kill him, and there was still a market for the 5 low-grade, profound, rank beauty calming pills that he had. The 3 of them did not expect Ning Qi to do such a thing again, and they were immediately stunned. Bao Dating was secretly shocked. This boy really played them all in the palm of his hand. Even if Long Xuanyo was angry at him, he had no way to vent it. Well, there are no more low-grade, profound, rank beauty calming pills. But I still have some gadgets here. You can have a look. Ning Qi smiled and took out a few pistols. It was indeed a gadget, and it was not very powerful. However, it was the first time that everyone had seen such a thing, and they all thought that it was a hidden weapon passed down from ancient times. In addition, Ning Qi's selling price was not expensive, so the number of people buying it increased. The 3 of you, if you want the beauty calming pills, come with me. Long Xuanyo sneered at the 3 of them. Because of these 3 people, he had lost a lot of money, but as a businessman, as long as there was profit, even if it was an enemy, he could do business. Seeing this, the 3 of them had no choice but to follow Long Xuanyo into the tent of the Longting Chamber of Commerce. When Wenren Chongshu saw that Ning Qi's business was booming and he was constantly earning spirit crystals, the jealousy in his heart rose to the peak. His cultivation was higher than Ning Qi, his talent was higher, and his background was stronger. But at this moment, Ning Qi had become the protagonist, and he could not even afford a decent birthday gift. At this time, Wenren Ziyun walked towards Ning Qi. "What are you doing?" Wenren Chongshu was stunned. "Buying birthday gifts," Wenren Ziyun said lightly. Seeing this, Wenren Chongshu gritted his teeth and followed her. Slow down, one by one." Bao Dating greeted the crowd enthusiastically. Although Ning Qi had a lot of spirit crystals now, those chambers of commerce had heaven-level lower and mid-grade heaven fighting weapons. If he sold a few more of them, he would not be able to become the champion of the Moon Cup. Therefore, Ning Qi was waiting for an opportunity. The news that he had mystic-level beauty calming pills must have spread, and in the last few days, there would be a group of people coming to buy them. By then, he could reach the top in one fell swoop. "Young master, do you have dragon blood fruits for sale?" Suddenly, a female voice was heard. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned, and then looked at Ning Qi's wooden sign, "All Wonders Sundry Goods Store." Could it be that he really had dragon blood fruits? If not, wouldn't the name be a bit scary? I've already said the important thing is not whether I have dragon blood fruits or not, but what price you can offer. I will only give you one chance to bid. Chapter 584. Juyang Jia Maiden. Does this fellow really have a dragon blood fruit? Where did he come from? Everyone looked at Ning Qi in shock, secretly guessing Ning Qi's origins. The woman's lips moved slightly. "I have an incomplete heaven rank cultivation technique. Its grade is unknown. If you are interested, we can discuss it in detail. Ning Qi wasn't interested in the other party's voice transmission. He shook his head and waved his hand at the woman. When the woman saw this, a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. How could he not be tempted by a heaven-ranked cultivation technique? This formula of the 9 suns is an ancient skill and is related to the Yin-Yang temple. Young master, I will use it to exchange for a dragon blood fruit. You won't lose anything. If you can find traces of the Yin-Yang temple, I'm afraid the rewards will be extremely terrifying. That was once a sect that was even more terrifying than the 9 superclans. Female Art of 9 Suns? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He knew that he might have found the remnant of the 9 Yin goddess art. Yin-Yang temple. Could it be that they were like the war god temple, an ancient sect that was destroyed? Thinking of this, Ning Qi transmitted his voice to the woman. Let me see if the cultivation method is real or not. If it is, I'll give you a dragon blood fruit. All right. The woman hesitated for a moment before walking up to Ning Qi and handing him a jade slip. After everyone saw it, they couldn't help but wonder what the contents of that jade slip were. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the incomplete God tier cultivation technique. 9 Yang Polaris Maiden Art. It's true. After hearing the system notification, Ning Qi took out the remaining dragon blood fruit from the space inventory and handed it to the lady in public. Seeing this, the woman's eyes were filled with joy. Is this really the dragon blood fruit? Everyone stared at the dragon-shaped fruit in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, the remaining dozen or so chambers of commerce, as well as other forces that were selling items, rushed over. When they saw the dragon blood fruit in the woman's hand, their eyes were filled with greed. Miss, may I know if you can sell this dragon blood fruit to me? Someone shouted. The woman glanced at the crowd indifferently before consuming the dragon blood fruit. When the crowd saw this, those who had been scheming in their hearts regretted their actions. He did not expect the woman to be so decisive. After the woman consumed the dragon blood fruit, the 2 dragon horns on her forehead appeared once again. Only then did everyone realize that this woman was a dragon. The aura of the dragon race was gradually emitted from her body. The faint pressure caused quite a number of people whose cultivation was lower than the dozong to take over a dozen steps back. Following that, a golden light flashed, and the woman's aura was restrained once more. However, everyone noticed that her essence, energy, and spirit were several times stronger than before. It was very likely that this woman was cultivating some kind of cultivation technique and was in need of the dragon blood fruit. Do you still have more dragon blood fruits? The woman looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Ning Qi shook his head. Only 1. Many thanks, young master. The woman cupped her hands and turned to leave. The crowd was silent for a moment. Then they swarmed towards Ning Qi like madmen. He even sold dragon blood fruits, as expected of a sundry goods store that had all sorts of strange things. Everyone hurriedly asked about the spirit herbs and spirit fruits they needed. Ning Qi only sold things that were cost-effective. Therefore, out of 10 people, only 1 would get what they wanted. However, this ratio was still very shocking. As time passed, almost everyone in the Moon Cup knew that there was a small stall next to the soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce that sold all kinds of strange things. There were even elixirs that had been lost for tens of thousands of years. Seeing that Ning Qi's stall was so popular, the other chambers of commerce were afraid that Ning Qi would take first place and began to sell their own things at a reduced price. For example, Long Shuinyo of the Dragon Rise Chamber of Commerce sold 3 Heaven Stage middle-grade fighting weapons at a reduced price by 10%. Together with other small items, the amount of crystals he earned was no less than Ning Qi's. It could be said that he was Ning Qi's strongest opponent in the competition for the Moon Cup. 5 days later, Ning Qi's spatial bag was already filled with a large pile of mid-grade spiritual crystals. There were about 3 million of them. This was equivalent to 60 low-grade, heaven-ranked, sky-cracking inner armor. 6 mid-grade heaven-ranked weapons. He had already calculated that the spiritual crystals were useless to him. After the Moon Cup was over, he would use them all to buy spiritual herbs and weapons for refining elixirs. At that time, the disciples of the War God Temple will each have a heaven-ranked weapon. Who can compete with me? Ning Chi chuckled to himself. Young master, I have already inquired about the news. The Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce sold a total of 5 mid-grade heaven-ranked weapons, a dozen low-grade heaven-ranked weapons, and other small items. This time, they earned about 3,500,000 spiritual crystals. Bao Dating trotted to Ning Chi's side and whispered. 3,500,000, Ning Chi smiled. However, the other chambers of commerce can't do it. The most they earned was only 2 million mid-grade spiritual crystals. The guy who sold the least in the Moon Cup hasn't even opened his shop yet. Bao Dating continued. He looked at Ning Chi with admiration. He really could not imagine that Ning Chi was qualified to compete for the championship of the Moon Cup. Not long ago, he had always thought that Ning Chi was joking. Let's work harder, and the first place will be secured. Ning Chi made a decision and said to the crowd, Everyone, you can leave now. I have decided to rest for a few days. I will come back on the last day. What? Young master, how can you rest? We received the news and came all the way here. Yes, isn't this a scam? Ning Chi was indifferent. He directly put away the wooden plate and turned to leave. Bao Dating hurriedly followed. Many people thought that Ning Chi wanted to secretly leave the place. They could not help but secretly exchange glances and carefully followed behind Ning Chi. However, they did not expect that Ning Chi did not intend to leave, but wandered around the major stalls. When those stall owners saw Ning Chi, their faces revealed a fawning expression. They frantically flattered Ning Chi's buttocks. They had wanted to buy some goods from Ning Chi. As long as Ning Chi sold a few things to them, they could definitely make a huge profit after the Moon Cup ended. At this moment, the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce, the Spiritual Star Chamber of Commerce, the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce, the Yandong Chamber of Commerce, and more than a dozen chambers of commerce of various sizes gathered together. With Long Xuanyo in the lead, they sat together quietly. They looked at each other and stared at each other in dismay. I just received the news that the guy has closed his stall. Is it because he has sold out of things? Someone suddenly said, If that's the case, then it's great. If the Moon Cup is won by him, how can we save our face? The person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce frowned. Someone spoke, and the others also began to express their opinions, 9 out of 10 of which were against Ning Chi. Long Xuanyo glanced at the crowd and slowly said, I have a suggestion. Choose one of you to cooperate with the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. After we win the championship, we can share the 50% tax. That's not good. If you want to cooperate, you have to do it together. The person in charge of the blazing Winter Chamber of Commerce frowned. The boss will not allow such a situation to happen, but I have a close relationship with the boss. If I ask, there should be a 30% to 40% chance of success. Therefore, only one can cooperate with me. This is enough to win the championship. Long Xuanyo said lightly. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other. The person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce suddenly said, The Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce only wants 10% of the 50% tax. 10%! Are you crazy? Someone was dissatisfied with the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce's low price. There's no need to say more. The Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce will do. I can see their sincerity. Chapter 585. Old Lady Group Buying. Today is the last day of the Moon Cup. All the big chambers of commerce are bargaining for promotion in order to win the championship. Ha ha ha! I've waited 10 years for this day. Someone laughed complacently. He could finally get what he wanted today and buy what he wanted. I heard that the Dragon Soaring Chamber of Commerce and the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce have joined forces this time. What? Wouldn't that be unfair to others? Did the owner agree? It was the workshop master who gave the nod. Oh, from the looks of it, that shopkeeper Ning will not be able to obtain the championship. Lower your voice. He's coming. Everyone quickly shut their mouths and watched as Ning Qi and Bao Dating walked past them. Bao Dating's expression was somewhat ugly as he said in a low voice, "Young master, I didn't expect the boss to agree to the alliance between the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce. This is clearly to suppress you. What's their total sales?" Ning Qi said lightly. "It should exceed 6 million medium spiritual crystals." Bao Dating whispered, "It's only 6 million. Don't worry." Ning Qi smiled calmly. He still had over 100,000 Dragon Slayer coins on him. He did not believe that he would lose to Draco and the others in the Moon Cup. "Shopkeeper Ning, are you still setting up your stall today? We've been waiting for several days. Give me more of those hidden weapons of yours. I'll bring them back for the younger generation to play with." "Sorry, I'm not selling those little things today." Ning Qi smiled. Hearing that, everyone was a little disappointed. Those who wanted to buy a pistol for their juniors to play with were actually weapon refiners in their families. They wanted them to study what kind of hidden weapon it was. After that, Ning Qi continued to sit beside the Dragon-Rise Chamber of Commerce. Long Xuanyo and the person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce just happened to walk out. After seeing Ning Qi, Long Xuanyo stepped forward and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper Ning, you're really in a leisurely mood. It's already the last day, yet you still want to come and sell things? With your sales, it will be difficult for you to get first place in the Jingyue Cup. Of course, how can he compare to the Dragon-Rise Chamber of Commerce?" Wenren Chongshu, who was behind Long Xuanyo, flattered. Ning Qi looked at him curiously. "Why are you still following Shopkeeper Long? Aren't you going to buy a birthday gift for your ancestors? Or do you want to get something from Shopkeeper Long?" Wenren Chongshu's face suddenly turned red. Ning Qi smiled and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Long Xuanyo and said, "Shopkeeper Long, it seems like you're very confident. Don't you feel that your alliance with the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce is going against the rules of this Moon Cup?" "Brother, Long brother," Ning said that. "Ning brother, lady. To battle, I long man long said. Long to long cup is long is long. Is as one." After saying that, Long Xuanyo felt incomparably carefree. This time, Ning Qi obviously wanted to win first place in the Moon Cup, but was robbed by the Longting Chamber of Commerce. Long Xuanyo was very happy when he thought about how Ning Qi had done so many things, but in the end, he still couldn't win first place. At this time, as the time approached, the workshop master's subordinates had already begun calculating everyone's sales. The workshop master also personally came to the high platform in the middle. "It's not time yet. I hope Shopkeeper Long won't be too happy." "Shopkeeper Long, ha ha ha." Long Xuanyo laughed wildly and led the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce's representative and Wenren Chongshu to the central platform. When he passed by Ning Qi, Wenren Chongsu gave Ning Qi a mocking look. "Young master, it doesn't matter if we lose this time. We can do it again in 10 years. Bao Dating comforted. "Lose?" Ning Qi sneered, "Not necessarily." On the central platform, as soon as Long Xuanyo came over, he cupped his hands at the workshop's master and said with a smile, "Master, thank you for your hard work." The workshop's master nodded. His eyes passed through them and stopped at Ning Qi, who was looking at him. He smiled. If it wasn't for the terrifying background of the Dragon-Rise Chamber of Commerce, he wouldn't have allowed the Dragon-Rise Chamber of Commerce to ally with the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce. "Master, the calculations are done. The Dragon-Rise Chamber of Commerce will win this time." Not long after, a subordinate came to the workshop's master and said in a low voice. The workshop's master looked at the sky It's not time yet. There are still 2 hours left. Only 2 hours left. Let's see how you can turn the tables. Long Xuanyo turned to look at Ning Qi when he heard the workshop's master. The other merchants also gathered at the high platform, waiting for the moon cup to end and the workshop's master to announce the results. Someone else is here? Wenren Chongshu suddenly looked up and saw dozens of figures flying over from the sky. The workshop's master fixed his eyes on them and quickly stood up. Just when everyone was still guessing who they were, the dozens of old women landed on the ground. Long Xuanyo's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Oh no, it's another Do Sheng old monster, and all of them are women. Are they here for the lower mystic beauty pill? When he thought up to here, Long Xuanyo's face was slightly livid. But then he thought that even if Ning Qi still possessed low-grade, profound rank beauty pills, it would be absolutely impossible for him to possess so many. With a rough glance, there were at least 30+ old women in this group. Haha, even if you sell one for 500,000 middle spiritual crystals, how many can you sell? Moreover, they won't spend 500,000 middle spiritual crystals to buy it from you. Long Xuanyo looked at Ning Qi mockingly. The person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce felt a little guilty, but he was relieved to see Long Xuanyo so confident. Everyone, the workshop's master stepped forward and cupped her hands. Before she finished speaking, the dozens of old women opened their mouths and said, "Where is the boy who sold the lower mystic beauty pill?" The workshop's master was slightly stunned and pointed at Ning Qi. "You must have been introduced here by someone, right?" Ning Qi smiled and walked in front of the dozens of old women with bowed dating. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless eyes focused on Ning Qi. Some people were secretly shocked. Could it be that this boy still wanted to compete for the Moon Cup? "It's you." An old woman walked in front of Ning Qi and sized him up. Then she nodded and said, "It's exactly as the 3 stinky women described." The 3 stinky women, everyone could not help but curse in their hearts. "Boy, quickly take out the lower mystic beauty pill. 1 pill costs 100,000 middle spiritual crystals, right? We are all ready." The old women surrounded Ning Qi as if they were afraid that Ning Qi would grow wings and fly away. "Seniors, I don't have many lower mystic beauty pills left. If you want to buy all of them, I'm afraid." Chapter 586. Champion of the Jinghua Cup. What? The old women were shocked. When they thought that they could not eat the beauty-calming elixir and would die like this, they suddenly felt sad. "Shopkeeper Long, how do you know whether I have the beauty-calming elixir or not? These seniors are here to do business with me. Don't interrupt, okay?" Ning Qi glanced at Long Xuanyo disdainfully, then smiled at the old women and said, "I still have some beauty-calming elixir left. 1 for each of you. It should be enough." "What? He still has more than 30 beauty-calming elixirs?" Long Xuanyo's face turned pale. The person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce suddenly felt weak in the knees. Even the owner of the Jinghua shop showed a trace of shock on her face. At this time, the person in charge of the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce and the other chambers of commerce could not help but gloat. After Ning Qi finished speaking, he took out 1 inferior mystic level beauty calming elixir after another. Seeing this, the old women simply threw interspatial rings to Ning Qi. Each interspatial ring contained 100,000 medium spiritual crystals. In a short while, Ning Qi had 37 interspatial rings. In other words, this wave of business made him 7 million medium spiritual crystals. Seeing this scene, Long Xuanyo's heart suddenly sank into the abyss. According to his calculation of Ning Qi's sales, it had far exceeded his alliance with the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce. Long Xuanyo regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would have let the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce join in. That way, they would have won the championship of the Jinghua Cup. After the 38 old women took the beauty pill, In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, everyone saw the 38 beautiful women. They looked at each other with joy, left contact information with Ning Chi, and left together. They came in a hurry and left in a hurry. At this time, the time was almost up. The owner of the Jinghua shop looked at the sky, sighed, and said loudly, "The time is up. The champion of the Jinghua Cup is Ning Chi, shopkeeper Ning." "Ha ha ha! Master, you really won the championship." Bao Dating was ecstatic. Wenren Chongshu looked as if he had eaten a mouthful of shit. He did not want to believe that Ning Chi really won the championship of the Jinghua Cup. "Shopkeeper Long and everyone, thank you for letting me win." Ning Chi smiled and cupped his hands. Long Xuanyo forced a smile and nodded at Ning Chi. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. He was not in the mood to stay any longer. If the manager were to find out that he did not win the championship this time, he might not be able to keep his position as the manager. Fortunately, I still have a few low-grade, profound, rank beauty-suppressing pills with me. It can be considered as a blessing in misfortune. Long Xuanyo mocked himself in his heart. The person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce was also ridiculed by the people in charge of the other Chamber of Commerce. He immediately covered his face and left. He had offended so many people, but he didn't reap any benefits. This time he had suffered a double loss. "Little brother, you're really young and promising. You deserve to be the champion of the Moon Cup." The workshop master of Starry Moon House looked at Ning Chi with a smile. "Boss, may I know about the statue?" Ning Chi forced a smile. "Oh, it's here. Little brother, take it. But I'll have to ask you to keep it safe for me, because you'll need it for the next Moon Cup." The owner of Jingyu House smiled as she took out the sculpture and handed it to Ning Chi. "I'll return it to you next time. Dream on." Ning Chi took the sculpture with a grin. He felt relieved and immediately kept the sculpture into his spatial bag. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an inferior grade, spiritual godstone. The system can buy it back for 470,000. I'll only sell it to you for 400,000. Ning Chi said in his heart. The sculpture in the spatial bag disappeared instantly from the head down, and Ning Chi's balance of Dragon Slayer coins increased by 400,000. His current balance was 492000. This could be said to be the richest Ning Chi had ever been in history. "Thank you, workshop master. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Ning Chi smiled and cupped his hands. Without waiting for the owner of Jingyu House to speak, he turned around and left. He didn't have a good impression of this workshop master who helped Long Xuanyo cheat. Seeing this, the owner of Jingyu House was slightly stunned. She snorted coldly in her heart and also turned around to leave. "Shopkeeper Ning, please wait. Can you transfer your Starry Moon statue to our Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce?" The person in charge of the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce caught up with Ning Chi and asked with a fawning smile. Seeing this, the other people in charge of the Chamber of Commerce quickly reacted and surrounded Ning Chi, chattering nonstop. Ning Chi smiled faintly and said, "Even if you give me 10 million middle spiritual crystals, I won't transfer it." "Don't waste your time. You really won't transfer it." The person in charge of the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce still wanted to persuade him, but Ning Chi had already left. "What do you think?" "What can we think? Why don't we discuss it with Shopkeeper Long?" "All right." Everyone glanced at Ning Chi's back with a gloomy face and walked towards the Longting Chamber of Commerce. Apart from them, there were many others who had their eyes on Ning Chi. "Third brother, are the people outside ready?" "Boss, they're ready. Once that guy goes out, we'll strike. This time, there will be many people coming to snatch the food. Tell the brothers to be careful." "Yes." "Young master, congratulations on winning the Starry Moon Cup this time. However, I'm afraid there will be some trouble later on," Bao Dating said hesitantly while congratulating him. "I know there will be many people watching me. However, since I dare to sell things, I'm naturally not afraid of being robbed. You don't have to worry. I've troubled you during this period of time. Keep these spiritual crystals. Ning Qi handed Bao Dating an interspatial ring. Bao Dating glanced at it subconsciously and found that there were at least 10,000 middle spiritual crystals in it. His face suddenly revealed a surprised expression. He did not expect Ning Qi to be so generous. This made him feel even more guilty because it was very likely that Ning Qi would die the moment he left the Starry Moon workshop. Those who were watching him were not only the big chambers of commerce, but also some bandits. There was no lack of Do, Zun level existences among them. With Ning Qi's strength, he would definitely not be able to compete. At this time, Ning Qi had directly walked out of the Starry Moon workshop. Bao Dating hesitated for a moment and quickly followed. When they were about to leave the market, Ning Qi turned around and said, "You don't have to follow me anymore. I can't protect you when the time comes." "Young master, this," Bao Dating's face showed a trace of hesitation. The next moment, his face revealed a shocked expression. At the same time, the guy who had been paying attention to Ning Qi's whereabouts was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. He saw a giant that was hundreds of feet tall appear beside Ning Qi. The giant's aura was extremely frightening. It was at least an existence of the Do Zun level. Ning Qi directly flew into the giant's mouth. Not long later, he flew out again, and the giant carried him out of the Starry Moon workshop. No wonder he is not afraid. He actually has such a powerful existence behind him to protect him. Bao Dating's face revealed a trace of surprise. As for the other people who were secretly watching Ning Qi, they looked at each other and did not dare to act rashly. This person's background is not trivial. Chapter 587. I'm not a businessman. Because of the bronze puppet, very few people followed Ning Qi after he left the Bright Moon workshop. Most people had given up. Of course, there were also people who were unwilling to give up. For example, big chambers of commerce like the Soaring Dragon sect. At this moment, Long Xuanyo and the other people in charge of the various large merchant associations were standing in front of Ning Qi. The weakest amongst them was a 1-star Dozun. The one with the highest cultivation, Long Xuanyo, was a 4-star Dozun. Long Xuanyo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the bronze puppet wasn't by Ning Qi's side. He smiled at Ning Qi and said, "Little brother, what a coincidence." Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, "What do you want by blocking me?" "There's nothing you want. Hand over all your pills, spirit crystals, and the moon god statue, and we'll let you go." A person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce, whose name Ning Qi did not know, grinned at Ning Qi. "Aren't you afraid that those Doshungs who have made a deal with me will come and find trouble with you?" Ning Qi smiled. "Ha ha ha." The person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce laughed wildly. "Do you really think that they can become your backer? Wake up. As long as we work together to kill you here, no one will be able to trace your whereabouts. Shopkeeper Long, what do you say? In any case, I sold you a few beauty-suppressing pills." Ning Qi looked at Long Xuanyo. Long Xuanyo sneered. "It's true that you sold me the beauty-suppressing pill, but you doubled the price. If not for that, I would have thought highly of you and let you enter the Soaring Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you. Then there's nothing else to say." Ning Qi sneered. With a thought, the bronze puppet appeared by his side, and with a punch, it blew up the person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce, who was closest to Ning Qi. Long Xuanyo and the others watched helplessly as the person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce was beaten into a bloody mist. They immediately looked at the bronze puppet with extreme vigilance. "Sir, do you know who we are? Protecting this kid won't bring you any benefits." Long Xuanyo tried to persuade the bronze puppet to surrender. As one of the 9 great shopkeepers of the Dragon's Soaring Chamber of Commerce, "Can't you tell that he's an ancient puppet?" Ning Qi said with a mocking smile. "Ancient puppets?" Everyone was shocked, and a trace of horror flashed in Long Xuanyo's eyes. Not only did Ning Chi possess the long-lost pill and dragon blood fruit, he even had an ancient puppet that he had never seen before. Whose grave did he dig up? Shopkeeper Long. Let's join forces and kill him. The person in charge of the blazing winter chamber of commerce roared. Long Xuanyo also came to his senses and nodded. Let's attack together. Let's end the battle quickly to avoid unnecessary trouble. You guys deal with that big guy, I'll deal with that kid. The person in charge of the weak water chamber of commerce roared and charged towards Ning Chi. Before he could even get close to Ning Chi had already hidden inside the bronze puppet's mouth. At this moment, the bronze puppet's foot flew up and landed a heavy kick on the head of the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce. The head of the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a mountain several miles away. Boom! The peak of the mountain was smashed. You should repent for your actions. Ning Chi stood beside the bronze puppet's teeth, looked at Long Xuanyo and said with a faint smile. 10 minutes later, the person in charge of the Ruoshui Chamber of Commerce, whose fate was unknown, knelt together with Long Xuanyo and the others in front of the bronze puppet. The bronze puppet was ready to strike them at any time. Everyone trembled unconsciously. As Dozuns, it had been a long time since they had felt this terrifying feeling of having their lives in someone else's hands. Shopkeeper Ning, I was wrong. I swear that the blazing winter chamber of commerce will not make things difficult for you in the future. Will you let me go? The person in charge of the blazing winter chamber of commerce looked up at Ning Chi with a bitter smile. At this moment, Ning Chi was standing on the shoulder of the bronze puppet, looking down at the crowd. Long Xuanyo's face was extremely pale. He had never imagined that Ning Chi's ancient puppet would have such a terrifying power. No matter what kind of attack it used, it was like a tickle to it. Is this the lost ancient puppet? It's too terrifying. If I had 10 of these puppets, I could even fight a Dosheng. Long Xuanyo thought in shock. Ning Chi looked at the person in charge of the blazing winter chamber of commerce, mockingly. You want to leave just like that? Do you think I'm a fool? Then, Shopkeeper Ning, what do you think? Since I'm in trouble, I'll settle this with the means of a businessman. I'll compensate you with a lower heaven level fighting weapon. What do you think? The person in charge of the blazing winter chamber of commerce said in a low voice. At this moment, the interspatial ring of the person in charge of the Spirit Star Chamber of Commerce was already in Ning Chi's hand. In addition to hundreds of thousands of middle spiritual crystals, there were also 3 lower heaven level fighting weapons. 1 is not enough. If I want your lives, you have to give me at least 3, and Shopkeeper Long at least 6. After a pause, Ning Chi looked at the others. You have to give me at least 1. I'll give you 10 breaths time to consider. If you're late, I'll take it myself. Well, I don't have that many lower heaven level fighting weapons on hand. They're all in the Jingyue workshop. Why don't you let me go back to get them first? The person in charge of the blazing winter chamber of commerce said with a bitter smile. Boom! The bronze puppet suddenly lifted its foot and stepped on the person in charge of the flaming winter chamber of commerce. Before he could react, he was trampled into minced meat. Even before he died, he did not understand why Ning Chi, as a businessman, did not know how to bargain. The bronze puppet found an interspatial ring from the minced meat and gently pinched it before handing it to Ning Chi. Ning Chi looked at Long Xuanyo and the others with a smile. How about it, everyone? Have you made up your mind? Do you want to trade for your lives? Or do you want me to take it myself? Everyone who originally wanted to haggle over the price decisively handed over the low-grade heaven rank spirit artifact. Long Xuanyo also handed over 6 lower heaven level spiritual weapons with a cold face. That's right, Ning Chi checked. Including the lower heaven level fighting weapons in the 2 unlucky people's interspatial rings, there were a total of 30 lower heaven level fighting weapons. In fact, they were only worth 1 or 2 million middle spiritual crystals. Shopkeeper Ning, since you've taken your things, we can leave now. Long Xuanyo said coldly. Ningqi looked at the bronze puppet with a smile. Send them away. What? You didn't keep your word. Long Xuanyo was shocked and angry. Boom! Boom! The bronze puppet landed a few heavy punches on them. Long Xuanyo and the others were severely injured in an instant. They found out in despair that their meridians and elixir fields were completely destroyed. I'm not a businessman, so I don't intend to do business with you. However, I'm still a man of my word. I'll let you leave alive. Ningqi smiled faintly. With the help of the bronze puppet, he quickly flew away, leaving Long Xuanyo and the others lying on the ground in despair. I won't let you off. Chapter 588. A pleasant surprise. I can't use the 470,000 Dragon Slayer coins carelessly. As Ningqi sat on Little Violet's back and flew towards the desolate ancient dragon clan, he secretly calculated. His top priority now was to complete the advancement quest so that his cultivation could advance to a higher level. However, if he wanted to challenge desolate ancient ruthlessness, he had to go to the desolate ancient dragon clan's territory. If he was not careful, he would die. Therefore, he had to keep the 470,000 Dragon Slayer coins and use them to summon an expert to fight for him. Ningqi had seen it in the dragon slaying mall. The weakest character he had summoned before was Lu Bu, a 1-star doling that cost 500 Dragon Slayer coins. The strongest was Li Tanhua, who had been summoned by the bronze summoning scroll in the dragon graveyard. He had killed the rank 7 boss, Dark Demon Dragon King, in one move. In the character selection in the Dragon Slaying Mall, Li Tanhua's summoning price was as high as 100,000 Dragon Slayer coins. His cultivation level was also clearly stated that he was a 1-star Dozun. However, his flying daggers had never missed their target. His talent should be similar to the prodigies of the 9 great clans. From the looks of it, his true fighting strength was at least a 4-star Dozun, which was even weaker than the bronze puppet. Further up, the prices were getting more and more expensive. The cheapest 1-star Doshang, Xiongba at his peak, cost 500,000 Dragon Slayer coins for 5 minutes. Ningqi still had some inferior spiritual godstones left. It would not be a problem to gather 500,000 Dragon Slayer coins. However, in order to be safer, he planned to kill his way to the desolate ancient dragon tribe and earn some Dragon Slayer coins while increasing his experience. Little Purple, let's fly down. Ningqi patted Little Purple's neck and pointed to the forest below. Little Purple chirped and flew into the forest. This forest had a name on the map, Western Desolate Forest. It meant that entering the forest was equivalent to stepping into the Western Desolate Land. There were many dragon tribe, demonic beasts inside. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to pass through the Western Desolate Forest. Most people would form a team of at least 7 to 100 people to have the guts to cross the Western Desolate Forest. Most of the people were just killing demonic beasts and looking for spiritual herbs in the periphery of the Western Desolate Forest. If they were lucky, they might be able to find a dragon cave that hadn't returned home yet. That would be a huge gain. Landing on the ground, Ningqi put Little Purple into the demon pet space and released Little Gold. As soon as Little Gold came out, he chattered to Ningqi for a low-grade, profound stage, spirit-raising pill. Only then did Ningqi realize that there were not many spiritual cultivation pills left in his space bag. He would have to enter the Dry Bones Forbidden Area again next year. He had to find a chance to enter the cultivation training field to refine a batch of spiritual cultivation pills. Not only could he feed the little guys, he could also go to the Dry Bones Forbidden Area to make a fortune. Ningqi took out 10 low-grade, profound, rank spirit cultivation pills and gave it to Xiao Jin to satisfy his craving. Then he said with a smile, "All right, quickly show me the way. Use your nose to sniff hard and see where the Dragon Clan is." G. Standing on Ningqi's back, Goldie pointed in a direction. Seeing this, Ningqi dashed in that direction. Along the way, he met some rank 5 or 6 monsters and killed them. He also opened the gambling gift bag. At the same time that he gained some experience points, his space bag had more things that he didn't need. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Ning Chi discovered a huge reddish-brown dragon whose scales were emitting sparks of flame. Even from a distance, he could feel the scorching aura coming from the other party's body. That flame was definitely an exotic flame. Low-grade, rank 7 dragon clan, lava dragon. Health points 420000. At this moment, the lava dragon was holding a corpse in its mouth. It looked like it was going back to its cave to enjoy slowly. Suddenly, it turned its head. Its fiery red eyes revealed a greedy look as it quietly looked at Ning Chi, who was walking towards it. The lava dragon raised its neck and swallowed the corpse into its stomach. It laughed at Ning Chi. Another human. Looks soft and tender. It must be delicious. It saw through Ning Chi's strength at a glance. He was only a peak emperor. He hadn't even stepped into the 9 stages of life and death. In its eyes, he was no different from an ant. Looking at your appearance, you seem to like eating people. Ning Chi walked to the front of the lava dragon and smiled as if he was chatting. Hee, and aren't you afraid of me? The lava dragon looked down at Ning Chi. Its eyes revealed a playful look like a cat playing with a mouse. Afraid of you? Why should I be afraid of you? Ning Chi smiled. The strength of the lava dragon in front of him was even weaker than He Shui Yunshi. How dare you? Ants nowadays are getting more and more arrogant. No wonder there's so many people entering the western desolate forest. The lava dragon let out an angry roar and directly spat out a flame at Ning Chi. Ning Chi flashed slightly, and the scorching deviant flame burned the ground where Ning Chi was standing, turning it pitch black. Many people entered the western desolate forest recently. Could it be that they want to watch me fight with ancient desolate ruthless? Ning Chi thought in his heart and casually slashed at the lava dragon. World's edge bright moon blade, so close yet worlds apart. Ant, you want to hurt me with this? When the lava dragon saw that its attack had missed, a wave of anger surged in its heart. When it saw that Ning Chi had actually dared to resist, its anger flared up to the extreme. Its entire body was immediately enveloped in a ball of mystical flame. Pooh! The lava dragon's face revealed a trace of surprise. After that, it only felt a sharp pain on its shoulder. Its wing actually fell to the ground just like that. Fresh blood flowed out from the wound. How is this possible? How can his attack be so strong? The lava dragon stared at Ning Chi in disbelief. The dragon slayer saber and the dragon slaying Dochi. Your dragon scales are as weak as tofu in my eyes. So, please die. Ning Chi smiled faintly and slashed with his saber again. The lava dragon's huge head was directly chopped off before it could react. It died with everlasting regret. Originally, with its strength, even if Ning Chi wanted to kill it, it would not be that easy. However, the dragon race had lived for too long. In their hearts, they were filled with disdain for humans and viewed them as ants. The lava dragon completely died because of its arrogance. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully killing a lower grade 7 lava dragon of the dragon race. Obtain 900,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a gambling gift pack. Please open the gambling gift pack within 24 hours. Open, Ning Chi said calmly. After that, the lava dragon's corpse instantly turned into nothingness. A roulette appeared in front of Ning Chi. There were a total of 7 to 8 options on it. Ning Chi did not take a closer look and directly started the gamble. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining a bronze summoning scroll. What? Ning Chi's face revealed a trace of surprise. A bronze summoning scroll? He immediately checked it. Indeed, a bronze summoning scroll was lying quietly in his dimensional bag. This is such a pleasant surprise. Big sister, I told you that we should not go to the desolate ancient dragon race to watch some competition. Now we are lost. This western wilderness forest is extremely dangerous. If we are not careful, we will all die here. Chapter 589. Traveling together. When Ning Chi saw them, he withdrew his aura and scanned the attributes of the four people. He discovered that the youngest man and the oldest woman were from the same clan. They were called Xiao Chengwang and Xiao Yuqiong, while the other man and woman were called Yi Fan and Wu Gongyu. Xiao Chengwang looked at Ning Chi warily and said, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Are you planning to ambush us?" Xiao Yuqiong glared at Xiao Chengwang, then smiled apologetically at Ning Chi and said, "Young master, my brother is new to the world and is not sensible. Please forgive him." Ning Chi smiled and said, "It's fine." The one with the highest cultivation was Yi Fan, a 7-star Dowang. His talent was similar to Duan Juntian of the Divine Dragon Marquee Mansion. Xiao Yuqiong was second, a 6-star Dowang. Xiao Chengwang and Wu Gongyu were only 1-star Dowang. Sister, how do you know he is not a bandit? Along the way, there have been countless bandits that died in the hands of Big Brother Yi Fan. There should be 30 to 40 of them. Xiao Chengwang said with dissatisfaction, "Will the bandits ambush us in the dragon cave?" Xiao Yuqiong said indifferently. After that, she pointed to the waist of the mountain, not far away. Everyone looked over and saw a pitch-black cave. There was a faint aura of the dragon coming from it. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Yi Fan made a prompt decision and said, "Let's go." "Wait, I think this guy's cultivation is not high, about the same as mine. If he dares to stand here, it means that there are no dragons in the cave." Xiao Chengwang suddenly reacted. That seems to make sense." Wu Gongyu nodded. Yi Fan and Xiao Yuqiong looked at each other and said to Ning Chi, "Young master, how long have you been here?" "Not long." Ning Chi said. "Did you see any dragons in the cave?" Yi Fan continued to ask. "Not yet." Ning Chi said. Everyone looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. It was rare to find a dragon cave without any dragons. While the other party had not returned, they could go in and plunder it. "You guys wait here. I will go over and check. If there are no dragons, come back," Yi Fan said. "Big brother Yi Fan, you must be careful," Xiao Chengwang said. "Don't worry." Yi Fan's face revealed a hint of confidence. When he passed by Ning Chi, he intentionally swept a glance at Ning Chi. After confirming that Ning Chi's cultivation was lower than his, he heaved a sigh of relief. Soon after, he quickly investigated and discovered that there really wasn't any dragon clan in the dragon cave. He immediately called Xiao Yuqiong and the rest to plunder the treasures. "Are you going to take my spoils of war right in front of me?" Ning Chi smiled faintly and then followed them. Xiao Chengwang discovered Ning Chi following behind him. He said unhappily, "Why are you following me?" "Don, don't be rude. Everyone who sees it has a share." Xiao Yuqiong frowned and berated. "Sister, you saw this dragon cave first. If he saw it, why would he be standing here? They have already gone over to plunder." Xiao Chengwang's mouth twitched. Wu Gongyu glanced at Ning Chi indifferently. There was also a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. With one more person sharing the spoils with them, they would get less. Ning Chi ignored them and directly soared into the sky, flying towards the dragon cave. His speed was so fast that the three of them were startled. They immediately looked at Ning Chi with vigilance. "How can this fellow be so fast?" Xiao Chengwang muttered. After entering the dragon cave, Yi Fan saw that it was Ning Chi and frowned slightly. However, when he saw that Xiao Yuqiong and the rest had also entered the dragon cave and heard Xiao Yuqiong's voice transmission, he did not flare up. Everyone searched inside. Ning Chi discovered that this lava dragon was the poorest one he had ever seen. Everything added together was not worth more than 500 middle spiritual crystals. However, to Yi Fan and the rest, This was already a great harvest. Seeing this, Ningqi could not be bothered to fight with them. He walked to a pile of dragon dung in the corner and released Xiao Jin from the demonic pet space. When Xiao Jin saw the dung, his eyes lit up. With a graceful freefall posture, he plunged into the dung and swam freely. Sis, why didn't that fellow come to split the loot? Why did he go to the front of the smelly dung? Xiao Chengwang asked in a low voice as he stuffed the items into his universe ring. Xiao Yuqiong, Yi Fan, and Wu Gongyu looked at Ningqi, revealing a trace of doubt in their eyes. Yi Fan said in a low voice, "That's good too. Don't worry about him. The owner of this place will return at any time. Let's take the loot and hurry on our way." It didn't take long for the four of them to completely divide up the items. Before leaving, Xiao Yuqiong reminded Ningqi, "Young master, the owner of this place will return at any time. It's time to go." "Oh, many thanks." Ningqi smiled and nodded. "Sis, don't worry about him. Let's go quickly." Xiao Chengwang pulled Xiao Yuqiong. "Young master, where do you intend to go in this western desolate forest?" Xiao Yuqiong asked again. "Desolate ancient dragon race." Ningqi smiled faintly. At this time, Xiao Jin had also absorbed most of the nutrients in the dung and wanted to pounce on Ningqi. However, when it was in midair, Ningqi kept it into the demonic pet space. How could Ningqi let Xiao Jin, who was covered in dragon dung, touch him? You're also going to the desolate ancient dragon race to watch the competition? Xiao Chengwang's eyes lit up. Yes. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Then you must be from the Jiuzhou Empire. I wonder which clan you're from. Xiao Chengwang asked. I'm just a loose cultivator, Ningqi said. Oh, when Xiao Chengwang, Wu Gongyu, and Yi Fan heard this, they all revealed looks of disdain. Only Xiao Yuqiong didn't react. She said, Young master, do you know how to get to the desolate ancient dragon clan? Truth be told, we're already lost. Of course I know. Ningqi walked to the front of the group. After glancing at them, he directly walked out. He knows how to get to the desolate ancient dragon race. Why don't we let him come with us? Xiao Yuqiong said. The other three hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Ningqi's figure was about to disappear from their sight, they nodded and hurried towards Ningqi. What do you want? Ningqi stopped and turned to look at the four. Xiao Yuqiong stepped forward and said, Young master, we're also going to the desolate ancient dragon race. Why don't we go together so we can look after each other? Ningqi smiled at Xiao Yuqiong and said, If that's the case, let's go together. Yi Fan saw that Ningqi was looking at Xiao Yuqiong strangely. He immediately felt unhappy and glanced at Ningqi coldly. However, now was not the time to act up. Chapter 590. I want this demonic beast of yours. Along the way, Xiao Chengwang kept inquiring about Ningqi's background. Occasionally, he would exchange glances with Yi Fan. Every time Xiao Yuqiong wanted to talk to Ningqi, Xiao Chengwang would obstruct her. Ningqi saw this and smiled indifferently. He didn't care about it at all. He just didn't want the four of them to die in the western desolate forest just because they wanted to watch his battle with ancient, desolate, ruthless. If he hadn't seen them, Ningqi naturally wouldn't have poked his nose into other people's business. Since he had encountered them, it was enough for him to send them safely to the desolate ancient dragon tribe. Thinking of the Art of Nine Suns and the Yin-Yang Temple that the woman mentioned, Ningqi released Little Six when the four of them weren't paying attention. The moment Little Six came out, he said unhappily, Punk, where do you put the dignity of the ancient sky dragon? I strongly request that you be outside in the future. That demonic pet space is too boring. Big Brother and the others bother me every day. Even when I poop, Third Brother wants to come and have a bite. Brother Shintu, this demon pet of yours can actually speak? Why have I never seen such a demonic beast before? Xiao Chengwang leaned over with a curious expression. His eyes kept sizing up little Six. When the others saw this, they also felt that it was novel. Brother Shinto, I wonder what is the origin of your demonic pet? What rank is it? Yi Fan asked solemnly. As far as he knew, demonic beasts that could speak were at least rank 8 and above. If Ningqi truly had a rank 8 demonic pet, then wouldn't their occasional taunts from before be harming themselves? Ningqi told them that his surname was Shinto, but he didn't say his name. They didn't ask much and just called him Brother Shinto. This demonic pet of mine is a second-rank demonic pet. Ningqi smiled and said, I don't know what's going on, but he can already speak human language. Otherwise, why would I accept a rank 2 demonic beast as a demonic pet? So it is a rank 2 demonic beast. Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He could sense that little Six aura was very weak and was indeed only type 2. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Chengwang, they saw that Ningqi was somewhat impatient. So they stopped asking and continued on their way. Ningqi whispered to little Six, Have you heard of the Yin-Yang Temple? Yin-Yang Temple. The expression of little Six, who had been indifferent all this while, suddenly changed slightly. Looks like you know about it. Hurry up and tell me. Ningqi's face showed a hint of joy. The Yin-Yang Temple was a sect that existed more than 200,000 years ago. There were a few experts in it, and they were quite famous in the Dragon's continent. However, a tall tree attracts the wind, and they were destroyed by a guy. Little Six said lightly, How many experts? Those who can be called experts by it are likely far from just the D class. Such a powerful sect was actually destroyed by a single fellow? Ningqi was curious. Who destroyed the Yin-Yang Temple? How would I know that guy's name? In my eyes, he's just an ant. Little Six said proudly. Then what am I in your eyes? Ningqi sneered. Huh. La. Boss, and boss, you're my boss. Little Six reacted quickly and corrected himself. At least you're tactful. Ningqi smiled faintly. After figuring out the origins of the Yin-Yang Temple, Ningqi heaved a sigh of relief. A sect from more than 200,000 years ago, regardless of whether they had enemies or not, wouldn't be able to survive until now. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of letting others know about Little Yu, Anzwaling, or his cultivation technique. When he returned, he would teach them the 9-yang halo maiden art. It should be able to solve the problem of lacking yang in their bodies once and for all. After walking for about 1,000 miles, Yi Fan asked curiously, Why haven't we encountered any demonic beasts along the way? Maybe they're all resting. Xiao Chengwang curled his lips. Only Xiao Yuqiong looked at Ningqi thoughtfully. Along the way, Ningqi had been leading the way. Could it be that he had a way to avoid the demonic beasts? Ningqi naturally didn't have a way, but little Six did. He was an ancient sky dragon, so it was easy for him to sense a few auras. There's someone in front. Wu Gongyu stood on a boulder and looked into the distance. He suddenly exclaimed in shock. There's someone? How many? Yi Fan asked cautiously. Just one, Wu Gongyu said. Oh, looks like he's also going to the desolate ancient dragon clan. Yi Fan nodded. They continued forward for a short while before they saw the person Wu Gongyu mentioned. When they got closer, the four revealed surprised expressions. Big Brother Shimin, the four said in unison. The young man who was resting on a rock turned around and looked at the four. His ink-black hair was scattered over his shoulders. His eyes were like stars, and his eyebrows were like swords. When he saw the four, a glint flashed in his eyes, after which a faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Why are you all here? We're going to the desolate ancient dragon clan to watch the match between Ningqi of the Cloud Rising sect and Li of the desolate ancient dragon clan. What about you, Big Brother Shimin? Xiao Chengwang went forward with a fawning smile. Shimin Duoming was the pride of the 9 province empires, Heaven, Sword Marquis residence. He was already a 2-star Do Huang at a young age and was quite famous in their circle. Of course, they didn't have the qualifications to befriend higher-ranked geniuses. Shimin Duoming was basically a top existence in their circle. I was out on a mission this time and didn't have the chance to see the exciting battles in the capital. However, as someone on the dragon ranking, I naturally want to see if that guy can obtain first place. Shimin Duoming glanced at Ningqi. His eyes paused on Little Six for 2 breaths before he smiled faintly at the others. Then Big Brother Shimin will be going with us. Let's go together, Xiao Chengwang said expectantly. All right. Shimin Duoming thought for a few seconds and nodded. He then looked at Ningqi. How should I address this little brother? You can call him Shen Tuesday. He's a loose cultivator. Xiao Chengwang immediately said. Oh, a loose cultivator. I see that the demonic beast on little brother Shintu's neck looks like a snake. May I know what kind of demonic beast it is? Shimin Duoming smiled faintly. You're the one who looks like a snake. Your whole family is snakes, Little Six said unhappily. It can talk? Shimin Duoming's eyes revealed a look of surprise. How dare you? Xiao Chengwang shouted angrily at Little Six. How dare you insult Big Brother Shimin? Are you tired of living? Brother Shin too, if you don't discipline your demonic beast properly, don't blame me for being impolite. Ningqi rubbed Little Six's head. Be good. Don't lower yourself to their level. If it wasn't for my boss, I would have eaten all of you. Little Six snorted coldly at Xiao Chengwang. Don't lower yourself to our level. Xiao Chengwang was furious. Forget it. Xiao Yuqiong stopped Xiao Chengwang with her gaze. At this moment, a light flashed in Shimin Duoming's hand. Everyone saw more than 10 middle spiritual crystals in front of Ningqi. Little brother Shintu, I want this demonic beast of yours. Chapter 591. Meet an old friend, a dozen middle spiritual crystals for a rank 2 demonic beast? Although it can speak, it's equivalent to more than 1,000 lower spiritual crystals. It's not worth it. Xiao Chengwang and the other 3 thought in unison. Ningqi smiled. Not for sale. Shimin Duoming's expression changed slightly, as if he was surprised that Ningqi dared to reject him. Xiao Chen glanced at Ningqi and advised, Brother Shin too, you should sell it to Big Brother Shimin. This is just a rank 2 demonic beast. It is useless. It is your honor that Big Brother Shimin is interested in it. Xiao Yuqiong and the other 2 did not say anything, but looking at their expressions, it was clear that they were thinking the same thing as Xiao Chengwang. Little brother Shintu, there is nothing that I, Shimin Duoming, cannot obtain. Don't say that I am bullying you. I will give you another 10 middle spiritual crystals, Shimin Duoming said indifferently. After that, he tossed another 10 medial grade spirit crystals at Ningqi's feet. This made Ningqi's eyes burn with passion. He wished he could immediately pick them up and put them in his pocket. Not for sale, Ningqi said indifferently. Shimin Duoming was a little impatient. His eyes became solemn and the aura of a 2-star Do Huang surged toward Ningqi like a wave. Brother Shintu is really refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xiao Chengwang revealed a gloating expression in his eyes. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled into a faint smile. Although Ningqi didn't speak much along the way, he would occasionally reveal a trace of arrogance, which made him very unhappy. If it wasn't for Xiao Yuqiong and Wu Gongyu being present, Yi Fan would have already taken the opportunity to teach Ningqi a lesson. Now that Ningqi was defeated by Shimin Duoming, he was secretly pleased. When Wu Gongyu saw this, he took a step back. Clearly, he had no intention of meddling. Only Xiao Yuqiong had a look of displeasure on her face. She didn't like Shimin Duoming's overbearing methods, but she didn't stop him in the end. After all, Shimin Jing was a genius on the dragon ranking. His status was higher than all of them, and it wouldn't be good for the clan if they accidentally offended him. Ningqi's expression was slightly cold. Just as he was about to directly suppress Shimendoming, he felt someone approaching from behind, so he slightly moved his body. Shimendoming's aura didn't hit Ningqi, and he was infuriated. Suddenly, he saw two figures behind Ningqi. When he saw the two figures' faces clearly, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Fong Mo Fong Bai? Fong Mo Fong Bai? Could it be? When the crowd heard this, they looked at the two people in shock. Fong Mo and Fong Bai glanced at the crowd indifferently. When they saw Ningqi, their faces revealed a trace of shock. My name is Shintu now. Ningqi transmitted his voice. The two of them were slightly startled and immediately reacted. Only then did they come to a sudden realization. Ningqi was already so strong. Why would he mix around with this group of Dohuangs and a two-star Dohuang? Moreover, that two-star Dohuang had clearly wanted to attack Ningqi. Two heavens' prides, I am Shimendoming. We met 3 years ago, do you remember me? Shimendoming stepped forward and said respectfully, Xiao Yuqiong, and the others immediately knew that Shimenduoming, who was so domineering just a moment ago, had a respectful expression on his face now. These two were indeed the Fong clan's heavens' prides. Fong Mo was once ranked first on the dragon ranking. However, he was defeated by Ningqi of the Rising Cloud sect and fell a few ranks. Greetings to the two heavens' prides! Xiao Yuqiong and the others bowed, respectfully. Xiao Chengwang, who was lively and arrogant in front of Ningqi, was now more respectful than anyone else. The two ignored them and looked at Ningqi with complicated expressions. I didn't expect to meet brother Shintu here. Fong Mo originally wanted to catch up to Ningqi and take his revenge. However, when he heard that Ningqi had defeated Heishui Yunshi and the 13th prince, who was ranked 9th on the dragon ranking, the last bit of confidence in his heart was instantly shattered. This time he was going to the desolate ancient dragon tribe with Fong to watch the battle between Ningqi and Primordial Desolate Li. If Ningqi lost to Primordial Desolate Li, Fong Mo's confidence would return a little. If Ningqi won, Fong Mo would no longer treat Ningqi as his target. Fong Bai's thoughts were simpler than Fong Mo's. He simply wanted to see Ningqi lose. The two heavens' prides actually know him. Everyone's faces revealed a trace of surprise. Shimendoming glanced at Xiao Chengwang coldly. Didn't he say that this person was a loose cultivator? How did he know the Fong clan's heavens' prides? I am also surprised to see the two Fong clan heavens' prides here. The two of you should be going to the desolate ancient dragon tribe, right? Why don't we go together? Ningqi smiled. Fong Bai was unwilling, but Fong Mo nodded and said, All right, let's go together. Brother Shintu is smart again this time. You even know how to invite them along. With them around, the dangers along the way will be even smaller. If I can form a relationship with them, when I return, the family elders will definitely praise me. Xiao Chengwang thought to himself. While no one was paying attention, Shimendoming picked up the middle-grade spiritual crystals on the ground and looked at Ningqi deeply. He planned to understand Ningqi's background before deciding whether to carry out his next move. With the addition of Fong Mo and Fong Bai, Xiao Chengwang and the others' attention shifted from Shimendoming to Fong Bai and Fong Mo. From time to time, they would ask questions about cultivation. Fong Mo did not speak, but Fong Bai was a good teacher. As long as he knew something, he would point it out. Instantly, the four of them looked at him with even more admiration. That's right, big brother Fong Bai. How did you know brother Shintu? How did the two of you meet? Xiao Chengwang asked curiously. Shimendoming immediately pricked up his ears. Fong Bai's expression froze. He glanced at Ningqi. Was he going to tell everyone that he had been defeated by Ningqi? Furthermore, Ningqi did not seem to want to reveal his identity. After thinking for a while, he smiled faintly and said, I met him before. After saying this, he shut his mouth and did not say anything else. Since Fong Bai said it so casually, Everyone thought that the two of them had only met Ningqi once, just like how they were with Ningqi. Xiao Chengwang continued to mock Ningqi. Because Fang Mo and Fang Bai were leading the way, he even felt that Ningqi was not qualified to follow them anymore. Shimin Doming's lips curled up in a sinister smile. He glanced at Ningqi and calculated in his heart. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from a place about 7 or 8 miles away from the group. Following that, there was a burst of savage laughter. Ha ha ha! You bunch of ants, kneel before me. If anyone dares to move, they will suffer the same fate as that person just now. Ha ha ha! What happened ahead? Chapter 592. Primordial Dragon Fang Mo glanced at Ningqi. Seeing Ningqi nod, he said to the group, "Let's go take a look." Xiao Chengwang and the others were not willing to do so. They showed a hint of hesitation on their faces, but seeing that Ningqi, Fang Mo, and Fang Bai had already walked towards the direction of the loud sound, they had no choice but to follow them. They thought to themselves, with Fang Mo and Fang Bai here, there shouldn't be any problems, right? When they arrived at the source of the sound, they saw dozens of humans kneeling in front of a dragon. The dragon's entire body was covered in pale white scales, and there were dense patterns on the scales. It looked extremely simple and unadorned. Its body was about 300 meters long, and it was like a god as it sat in front of everyone. It's a primordial dragon. Fang Mo's face revealed a trace of surprise. Moreover, this primordial ancient dragon race was at least at the peak of the 6th rank, infinitely close to the 7th rank. In terms of the cultivation level of the human race, it would be an existence that had stepped into the 9th stage of life and death. Look, those are the descendants of the major clans and nobles in the capital. Xiao Chengwang's eyes were filled with fear. The weakest among them was stronger than Shimin Doming, but they were kneeling before a dragon without any dignity. There was a huge pit not far away. Clearly, the sound had come from there. Someone else is here? The eyes of that desolate, ancient dragon race cultivator moved slightly, and he instantly looked in Ningqi's direction. His lips curled up in a sinister smile. Xiao Chengwang and the others were so frightened that their legs trembled. It had found us. Let's go. It's too late. Yi Fan's face was filled with fear. Big Brother Fang Mo, Big Brother Fang Bai, this dragon shouldn't be a match for you, Wu Gongyu said in fear. She was still hoping that Fang Mo and Fang Bai could defeat this evil dragon. You bunch of ants, get over here for me. The primordial ancient dragon tribe only took 2 steps towards Ningqi before stopping and roaring. Brother Shintu, what do you think? Fang Mo looked at Ningqi. Shimin Doming was confused. Why would Fang Mo ask Ningqi at a time like this? Let's go take a look, Ningqi said calmly. With that, he was already walking towards the primordial ancient dragon. Big brother, let's not get involved. Fang Bai transmitted his voice. It's fine. Ningqi can even defeat a rank 7 dragon. Although this desolate ancient dragon is strong, he is still a distance away from Heishui Yunshi. Fang Mo said lightly and then followed Ningqi. Seeing this, Fang Bai had no choice but to follow. They went over. Is Brother Shinta seeking death? He actually walked so far in front. Xiao Chengwang sucked in a breath of cold air. What about us? Just stand here? Wu Gongyu no longer had his own opinion. For the sake of safety, let's stay here and see what's going on. Yi Fan said. This suggestion was approved by everyone. They then focused their attention on Fang Mo and Fang Bai. It could be said that if there was anyone here who could defeat this evil dragon, it would be these 2 Fang family's geniuses. At this time, the people kneeling on the ground looked at Ningqi and the other 2. Their eyes were blank and filled with a heavy aura of death. Suddenly, a trace of bewilderment appeared on someone's face. That person looked at Ningqi with a strange light in his eyes. Could he be? It's Ningqi. It's really him. We're saved. Finally, When Ning Qi was less than 100 meters away from the crowd, someone recognized Ning Qi. They were all people who had seen Ning Qi fight with Blackwater Yunshi in the capital. Their originally lifeless eyes were now filled with life. One person stood up, followed by a second person. In a short while, all the people kneeling on the ground stood up. Ants, did I allow you to stand up? Are you seeking death? The primordial ancient dragon immediately roared angrily when he noticed their strange movements. You can say that if you can defeat him. Someone looked at the primordial ancient dragon mockingly and pointed at Ning Qi. Him? He's just a Peak Do Huang. That Peak Do Huang who entered the first stage of life and death is a little interesting. The primordial ancient dragon curled his lips in disdain. In his eyes, the pressure that Fong Amo gave him was a little stronger, but it was only a little stronger. It still did not care about him. At this time, Ning Qi and the other two had already walked in front of the primordial ancient dragon. Ning Qi glanced at the dragon's attributes and smiled. You're called Huang Zhen? And how do you know my name? Huang Zhen's huge dragon eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Ning Qi smiled. You don't need to know how I know your name. And how dare you use such a tone to speak to me? Since you know my name, you should also know that I am from the primordial ancient dragon tribe. Huang Zhen said angrily. Primordial ancient dragon tribe. Xiao Chengwang and the rest revealed shocked expressions. They had never seen the primordial ancient dragon tribe before, so they could not recognize it. They only knew after Huang Zhen revealed his identity. I did not expect this huge dragon to be from the primordial ancient dragon tribe. Let's flee, Xiao Chengwang suggested. His tone was filled with intense fear. After all, the primordial ancient dragon tribe was the ruler of the western wilderness and one of the 3 great dragon tribes in Dongxian. When they were young, they had heard from their elders how terrifying and cruel the primordial ancient dragon tribe was. They would eat people for no reason. So what if he is from the primordial ancient dragon tribe? He is here to challenge your primordial ancient dragon tribe's pride. Primordial anciently. Someone suddenly spoke. What? Challenge primordial anciently? Have you ants been scared out of your wits by me? Ha ha ha. Huang Zhen laughed maniacally. Brother Ning, it's all up to you now. Since someone had recognized Ning Qi, Fong Mo did not call out Ning Qi's fake name anymore. He smiled and walked to the side with Fong Bai. Xiao Chengwang and the rest felt strange when they saw the scene. They were far away and could only hear Huang Zhen's words. Challenge primordial anciently? Isn't he referring to Ning Qi from the Cloud Rising sect? Who is he referring to? Shimin Doming's eyes were filled with confusion. After laughing, Huang Zhen looked at Ning Qi with a hideous smile. I will eat you first. I will eat them one by one later. I wanted to play a little longer, but you guys have angered me. What greeted him was a saber gleam. Horizon Bright Moon's saber, so close yet worlds apart. And how dare you attack me? Huang Zhen was enraged. Brother Shintu is crazy. Xiao Chengwang was shocked. This guy is dead meat, Yi Fan said calmly. What a pity for his demonic beast, Shimin Doming sighed. Once the master died, the demonic beast would die with him. This was the terrifying part of the demonic pet contract. Xiao Yuqiong had a look of pity in her eyes. Ning Qi gave her a good feeling. The people closest to Huang Zhen all revealed smiles. In their eyes, Huang Zhen was already a dead dragon. They had all seen how Ning Qi used this blade to chop down Blackwater Yunshi step by step in the capital's fighting arena. Puff! The saber gleam flashed across Huang Zhen's neck. Huang Zhen's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Then, his huge dragon head smashed heavily onto the ground. Chapter 593. Who is he? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a rank 6 boss dragon, Desolate Ancient Dragon. 400,000 experience points have been awarded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Fong Mo and Fong Bai's eyes revealed a trace of shock as they looked at the incomparably huge and silent dragon corpse. Then they exchanged looks. Fong Mo's heart was heavy. Back then, they had fought for hundreds of rounds and were evenly matched. In the end, Ning Qi had defeated him by a small margin. But now, Ning Qi was able to instantly kill a primordial dragon that even Fong Mo had no confidence in defeating. If he were to face Ning Qi, he would probably be killed with a single slash, right? What is going on? Did you see it clearly? Why did the desolate ancient dragon die just like that? Xiao Chengwang asked in surprise. It's him. Xiao Yuqiong pointed at Ning Qi. It's Brother Shintu who killed the desolate ancient dragon with one strike. How is that possible? Xiao Chengwang, Wu Gongyu, and Yi Fan exclaimed in unison. Their faces revealed a trace of disbelief. They did not believe that Ning Qi, whose cultivation was similar to theirs, could kill such a terrifying existence with one strike. After which, the three of them looked at Shimin Doming. After all, Shimin Doming was a 2-star Dohuang. His eyesight was much better than theirs. At this moment, Shimin Doming's body began to tremble. He muttered to himself, It's him. No wonder Fong Mo and Fong Bai recognized him. It's him who snatched Fong Mo's ranking. It's him? Who is this him? Xiao Chengwang asked doubtfully, Brother Shimin, what's wrong? Who is this him you speak of? A trace of joy appeared in Shimin Doming's eyes. Fortunately, Fong Mo and Fong Bai had arrived in time, preventing him from continuing to attack Ning Qi. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse by now. Who is he? Shimin Doming laughed bitterly. Didn't you guys go to the desolate ancient dragon tribe to watch the battle between him and desolate ancient dragon tribe? What? Xiao Chengwang and the other three revealed shocked expressions. Their mouths were wide open and could not close. Xiao Yuqiong was the first to react. She said in shock, You're saying that Brother Shintu is Ning Qi? That's right. Other than him, who else would challenge the primordial desolation? Didn't you hear the roar of that primordial ancient dragon before it died? Shimin Doming smiled bitterly. Could it be that Brother Shintu is really Ning Qi? Then I've been continuously. Xiao Chengwang revealed an expression of horror as he exchanged glances with Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. Along the way, it was because of his hints that Xiao Chengwang targeted Ning Qi at all times. If the other party really wanted to make a fuss about it, even 100 of him wouldn't be enough. If he's Ning Qi, why did he tell us a fake name? Why didn't he just reveal his identity? Wu Gongyu said unhappily. Perhaps experts all have their own quirks, Shimin Doming said. He also had some complaints in his heart. If Ning Qi had not hidden his identity, he would not have coveted his demonic beast and almost lost his life because of it. Got it. Xiao Yuqiong was suddenly enlightened. Sister, what do you know? Xiao Chengwang and the others looked at Xiao Yuqiong doubtfully. Xiao Yuqiong said, Didn't we meet him in front of a dragon cave? We were glad that the dragon wasn't there, but now that I think about it, didn't you guys notice that there was a trace of battle aura there? And there were some faint traces. You're saying that the dragon was killed by Ning Qi, and we snatched his spoils of war. Wu Gongyu revealed a horrified expression. Then why didn't he say anything? Xiao Chengwang asked in confusion. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. I'm afraid he doesn't even care about those things. After all, he's the person who defeated the 13th prince and is going to challenge the #1 genius on the dragon ranking. The primordial ancient dragon. How could he be lacking in cultivation resources? Chengwang, quickly go and apologize. Xiao Yuqiong said. Xiao Chengwang nodded with some fear. Then, everyone walked towards Ning Qi. Ning Tianjiao, we really have to thank you this time. If not for you, I'm afraid we would have died in the mouth of that evil dragon. Yes, it's all thanks to Ning Tianjiao that I managed to keep my life. The primordial ancient dragon race is really cruel. We were just passing by, and they actually wanted to eat us. Luckily, it was killed by Ning Tianjiao. It probably doesn't even know who killed it in hell." Everyone surrounded Ning Qi and thanked him profusely. "Brother Shintu, oh no, big brother Ning, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. If I offended you in any way, please forgive me." Xiao Chengwang walked in front of Ning Qi and cupped his hands. Ning Qi glanced at him and ignored Xiao Chengwang. Instead, he smiled at everyone and said, "There are many dangers along the way. I advise everyone to go back. We've already come this far. No matter what, we have to see the battle between Ning Tianjiao and the primordial ancient dragon. If we miss this battle, I'm afraid we'll regret it for life." When Ning Qi saw that these people were so determined, he did not say anything more. Instead, he smiled at Fang Emo and said, "In that case, I'll take my leave first." After saying this, his body flashed and he passed everyone as he headed into the depths of the western desolate forest. Soon, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. "Why did he leave just like that?" Xiao Chengwang muttered. He had apologized to Ning Qi in a polite manner, but Ning Qi did not say anything and left just like that. This caused Xiao Chengwang to lose face. "Just calm down. If I had known this would happen, I would not have brought you along this time." Since Brother Ning did not say anything, it means that he forgave you. Xiao Yuqiong glared at Xiao Chengwang. She regretted bringing him along this time. He was already a one-star Dowang, but he was still so insensible. It was fortunate that they met Ning Qi. If it was another genius, how could they endure the ridicule of Ning Qi along the way? They would have long since slapped that person to death. How dangerous! We managed to get through this time. Shimin Duoming felt as though a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. "You guys actually traveled with Ning Tianjiao along the way. What is the relationship between the two of you?" Suddenly, someone looked at Xiao Yuqiong and the others enviously. When Xiao Chengwang saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile, "It's like this." When Fang Emo saw Xiao Chengwang boasting in front of everyone, he smiled faintly and left with Fang Bai. 3 months later, Ning Qi finally walked out of the western desolate forest. Along the way, no less than 20 dragons had died in his hands. He had earned a small sum of Dragon Slayer coins and experience. However, aside from Desolate Gen, he did not meet another desolate ancient dragon. After leaving the western desolate forest, according to the map, he would reach the desolate ancient dragon's holy land in another 50,000 kilometers. Chapter 594. Good poem! Good poem. The desolate primordial dragon tribe was similar to the redbud dragon tribe. They both had a giant city that towered into the clouds. Ning Qi could occasionally see a few desolate primordial dragon tribe members that looked similar to Huangjin flying in and out of the city. Below the giant city, there was an incomparably large city gate that was open. I heard that the desolate ancient dragon tribe controls more than 10 billion humans here. This population is equivalent to more than 100 Qintang empires. These 10 billion humans all serve the desolate ancient dragon tribe and have to pay a huge amount of taxes every year. Other than that, among the 9 great families, the Baishao family, the Toba family, and the Sikong family are also under the jurisdiction of the desolate ancient dragon tribe because they're located in the West Baron. Ning Qi stood nearby and looked at the sacred city of the ancients as he thought to himself. He could roughly estimate the strength of the desolate ancient dragon tribe from the little things he knew. Fortunately, the system only allowed him to challenge the desolate ancient ruthless, who was ranked first on the dragon ranking. If he were to challenge the desolate ancient dragon tribe on the mortal ranking, Ning Qi would not have the confidence to do so. "Who are you? What do you want to do in the sacred city?" When he reached the city gate, 2 human guards stopped Ning Qi. Ning Qi glanced at their attributes and realized that they had the surname Tuoba. It was obvious that they were disciples of the Tuoba family, one of the 9 great families. "I am Ning Qi from the Cloud Rising sect. I have important matters to attend to in the ancient sacred city." Ning Chi said calmly. Cloud Rising sect? The two guards looked at Ning Chi with disdain. One of them said, Since you are not from the West Baron, you will have to pay 3,000 middle spiritual crystals to enter the city. 3,000? Ning Chi remembered that when he first entered Fong Saint Palace, he had only handed over 1,000 middle spiritual crystals. However, he then noticed a flash of light in the eyes of the two guards. He immediately knew that these spiritual crystals were going to end up in their pockets. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Ning Chi did not bargain. He took out 3,000 middle spiritual crystals and handed it to them. Then, under their shocked gazes, he entered the ancient sacred city of the ancients. After Ning Chi entered the city, some other humans arrived. However, the leader of the group was a native of the West Baron that the guards were familiar with. They did not ask much and let them in. After that, they gave the leader some middle-rank spirit crystals and left. If Ning Chi was here, he would find that he knew all of them. Among them were Chu Feng, Yuan Kongming, Chu Xian, and so on. I was delayed on the way. I don't know if their duel has started. Yuan Kongming said lightly. It shouldn't have started yet. Otherwise, we would have heard the news long ago. Chu Feng smiled faintly. The three of you, go and gather some information. We'll wait for you here. Yuan Kongming pointed at a restaurant not far away and said to Chu Xian and the other two, Yes. The three of them nodded and left immediately. After them, batches of humans arrived one after another. However, they were all led by the locals. Even if the guards found it strange, they could not ask much. After all, there were billions of people here, and they could not possibly know everyone. It was hard to meet a fat sheep like Ning Chi in a few years. Ning Chi spent some money and bought something from a stall in the ancient sacred city of the ancients. He pretended to chat with the stall owner and found out that ancient desolation was in the city. However, in the ancient sacred city of the ancients, the palace where the ancient desolation dragon tribe lived did not allow humans to get close. The security area was 10 miles wide. If one did not receive an invitation and stepped in, regardless of the reason, they would be killed by the ancient desolation dragon tribe. Little brother, is this your first time in the ancient sacred city of the ancients? The stall owner looked at Ning Chi and smiled faintly. Big brother, how did you know? Ning Chi asked curiously. Because I asked the same questions when I first came here. You came here to see the glory of the ancient desolation dragon tribe? Since you've bought so many things for me, I'll give you some advice. Go straight from here. 30 miles away, there's a canal. Recently, some remote antiquity dragon tribe members have been fascinated by the poems and songs of our humankind. They've been reciting poems there. If you happen to be there, you'll see them. But let me tell you, don't ever mess with those guys with gold-rimmed clothes. The stall owner said in a low voice, Recite poems? Ning Chi was stunned. After he confirmed that the stall owner was right, he could not help but curse in his heart. A group of dragons actually learned to compose poems? This was really ridiculous. It was like a monkey wearing a crown. However, since there was a chance to see the ancient desolation dragon tribe there, Ning Chi had to go. When the time came, he would find a reason to ask them to send a message. He did not believe that ancient desolation would not accept the challenge. After thanking the stall owner, Ning Chi walked towards the canal. At this moment, Chu Xian and the other two happened to see Ning Chi's back. Is that him? Dongfang Lingdong frowned. It is indeed him. I would recognize him even if he turned to dust. Yuan Shang said coldly, Since he is still here, it means the competition has not started. I will call them. You guys follow him. Chu Xian said, All right, go. Dongfang Lingdong and Yuan Shang nodded and followed behind Ning Chi. Chu Xian returned the way she came. 30 miles passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Chi saw a huge river with raging waves. This river was countless miles long, and it was even wider than the heavenly river in the forbidden land of dried bones. Looking at it with his naked eyes, he estimated it to be 2,000 to 3,000 zhang wide. Next to the river, there was a park with a lot of people. Ning Qi saw at a glance that at the highest point of the park, there was a stone pavilion. Inside stood more than 10 young men and women, wearing white robes with gold trimmings. After glancing at their stats, Ning Qi confirmed that these people were desolate ancient dragons in human form. Looking at how they were shaking their heads, it was obvious that they were reciting poems. Ning Qi chuckled inwardly as he walked towards them. Who is this? Doesn't he know that we humans are not allowed to step into that stone pavilion? He's probably a newcomer. The others in the park saw Ning Qi walking towards the stone pavilion and could not help but gloat. None of them went to warn Ning Qi. When he was close to the stone pavilion, Ning Qi heard this group of talented, ancient desolation dragon tribe reciting a poem. Gazing at the boundless Milky Way, eternal winter leaves a reflection. Burning fire burns the river and lightens your body. Everything turns to nothingness. Good poem. Desolate, cruel. This poem of yours is referring to this canal of ours, right? It's boundless and boundless. When the winter is cold, it can even freeze one's reflection within it. After that, as long as our desolate ancient dragon race spits out a mouthful of deviant flame, everything would be reduced to nothing. I don't think there is anyone stronger than ancient cruel in the human race. The group praised the ancient desolation dragon tribe member who recited the poem. Ning Qi could not help but laugh. Chapter 595. Acting tough. Well, sorry, I really couldn't hold it in. Ning Qi smiled awkwardly. Though he didn't understand poetry, he had read 300 Tang poems since he was young. So he couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this poem. At the same time, Ning Qi was suspicious. Were all the poems in the dragon's continent so lame? But it wasn't impossible. After all, this was a world where strength was everything. Ant, who allowed you to come near here? A primordial dragon snorted coldly. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside Ning Qi. He was like Qi Jin, the guard of the Redbud Dragon tribe. He was 3 meters tall, like a small giant. His aura was terrifying, many times stronger than Qi Jin's. He seemed ready to kill Ning Qi at any time. That guy is doomed. Not only did he dare to come near the pavilion, he even dared to laugh at them. Let's make a bet. How will he die? Okay, I bet he will be killed in one hit. Then I bet he will be eaten in one bite. 50 middle spiritual crystals. Don't go back on your words. Not far away, the human beings in the park gathered and looked at Ning Qi, gloating over her misfortune. Some people even started to bet on how Ning Qi would die in the next world. At this time, Yuan Kongming and Chu Feng also arrived. They understood the situation through the conversations of the people nearby. After they arrived, Feng Emo and Feng Bai also appeared. Then came the others who came to watch the fight between Ning Qi and Primordially. Good thing I made it in time, Xiao Chengwang squeezed to the front of the crowd, panting. They had rushed all the way and finally reached the sacred city of the ancients. Yuan Shang glanced at the crowd and saw a few familiar faces. He couldn't help but send a message to Chu Xian and Dongfang Lingdong. Ning Qi hasn't even challenged primordially and has already offended the primordial dragon tribe. Do you think he will be suppressed and lose the right to challenge primordially? If that's the case, it'll be a joke. It's possible. Chu Xian nodded. Everyone knew how cruel the primordial dragon tribe was. They wouldn't talk reason with humans. After all, humans were less than ants in their eyes. Then wouldn't we have made a wasted trip? Dongfang Lingdong sighed. On the other side, after Xiao Chengwang and the others heard about what happened, they all showed different expressions. Yi Fan revealed an expression of schadenfreude. Xiao Chengwang also felt happy in his heart. Ning Tianjiao is causing unnecessary trouble. Why did he have to provoke the desolate antiquity dragon race? Couldn't he have challenged them directly? You're too naive. The desolate ancient dragon tribe doesn't even dare to step within 10 miles of where they live. How can they challenge primordial desolationly? I think Ning Tianjiao wants to use the desolate ancient dragon tribe to send a message to primordial desolationly. However, this is a gamble. If they don't give him the chance to challenge them, I'm afraid, not far away from Xiao Chengwang and the other three, there are a few people from the Jiuzhou Empire who had also rushed over. They did not wish for Ning Qi to die in the hands of unrelated people. After all, Ning Qi was the first person in the past 100 years who dared to challenge the number one on the dragon ranking. If he succeeded, then the number one on the dragon ranking would be replaced by a human, and they would feel extremely proud. At this time, the giant guard of the unknown dragon clan was about to attack Ning Qi, but someone suddenly shouted, "Wait!" only to see primordial desolation, cruel, slowly walking out of the Wen Yuan pavilion. He looked at Ning Qi indifferently. "Did you laugh earlier because you think my poem is not good?" Ning Qi smiled without saying anything. Primordial desolation, cruel's expression became extremely ugly. After sizing up Ning Qi, he revealed a trace of disdain in his eyes when he saw that Ning Qi was only a peak do huang. "I'll give you a chance. Compose a poem. If I think it is good, I won't kill you today. Otherwise, you will definitely die today. Compose a poem?" Everyone was slightly startled when they heard this, after which they looked at Ning Qi with even more pity in their eyes. In their eyes, Ning Qi would definitely die. Everyone knew that the desolate ancient dragon tribe had no rivals in terms of poetry. Among the 10 billion humans here, there were only a few who were stronger than them. Moreover, those few people were trash who could not cultivate. Currently, among the younger generation of the desolate ancient dragon tribe, primordial desolation cruel was ranked third in terms of poetry. For that brat to compose a poem and think that it was good, it was even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Hence, in their eyes, Ning Qi would definitely die. Primordial desolation cruel merely wanted Ning Qi to taste fear before he died. This had always been the desolate ancient dragon tribe's specialty. The group of poets behind Primordial Desolation Cruel looked at Ning Qi mockingly. Ning Qi's guess was right. The Dongxin continent's understanding of poetry was probably still stuck in an era where it could not even be considered enlightened. "He's dead for sure." Yuan Shang's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Ning Qi is finished. Composing a poem. We humans don't seem to be good at it at all, do we? Xiao Chengwang secretly transmitted his voice. Xiao Yuqiong's expression turned serious. Yi Fan, on the other hand, revealed a faint smile. Wu Gongyu transmitted his voice. Indeed, the lifespan of us humans is too short. We don't even have enough time to cultivate. Where would we find the time to study poetry? Only those of the dragon tribe who are destined to live for a long time would have the leisure to study poetry. Those who rushed over from the Jiuzhou Empire were not too optimistic about Ning Qi's current situation. Some were worried, some were gloating, and some were secretly pleased. "You want me to compose a poem?" Ning Qi's face revealed a look of surprise. Seeing him like this, everyone was even more certain that Ning Qi was indeed not good at poetry. Primordial Desolation, cruel, laughed coldly. "What? You don't know? Then why do you dare to laugh at me? If you don't know how, then please die." The moment he said the word die, the giant guard who had been eyeing Ning Qi covetously was about to slap Ning Qi to death. However, Ning Qi suddenly spoke. "I do know a little. How about this? I'll recite a poem I composed in the past to you." He really knows it? Impossible. Is he just spouting nonsense to save his life? I think so. If it were me, I would do the same. You know it? All right, recite it. Primordial Desolation Cruel looked at Ning Qi with a cold expression. He did not believe that this fellow before him could have any good poems. All right, I'll recite it. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Ning Qi placed his hands behind his back and took a few steps on the spot. Suddenly he raised his head. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring 90,000 li. When the wind stops, it can still sweep away the waters of the deep sea. The world sees my unique style, but when they hear my words, they all laugh coldly. Father can still fear the younger generation, but a husband can't be young. The scene was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared at Ning Chi in shock. Although they did not understand the poem, they could tell that it was not an ordinary poem. You, Primordial Desolation Cruel, looked at Ning Chi in shock, speechless. His group of friends looked at Ning Chi in a different way. I wonder if this poem I composed when I was 7 years old still catches the eye of young master. Pretentious Ning Chi smiled lightly. 7 years old. This was a poem he composed when he was 7 years old? Primordial Desolation, Cruel's face instantly turned pale. Just when everyone thought that Ning Chi had angered him and was about to kill him, he nodded and said, "Your poem is indeed not bad. I won't kill you." Phew. Chapter 596. Witness. How could he escape from this? Yuan Shang's eyes nearly popped out as he stared at Ning Chi in disbelief. He's already so strong, yet he's also good at poetry? Xiao Chengwang stared at Ning Chi in shock. Where did this brat come from? He's already a peak do huang at such a young age, and his poetry is pretty good. Even the desolate ancient dragon tribe praised him. He should be from an extraordinary background, right? Could he be from the Bai Shao clan? Someone said in bewilderment. Desolate Cruel stared at Ning Chi and asked, "You're from the Bai Shao clan, right?" Other than the Bai Shao clan, no one else in the western desolate lands knew anything about poetry. No. Ning Chi smiled. Desolate Cruel's eyes were filled with shock. Then who are you? Did you come to the sacred city of the ancient desolate lands to compare poems with us? Ning Chi rolled his eyes in his heart. Who has the time to compare poems with you? Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud. However, what Ning Chi said next was even more shocking. I'm here to challenge Desolate Cruel. Everyone here should be geniuses of the desolate ancient dragon tribe, right? Can you help me send a message that I'm waiting for him here? What? This brat wants to challenge Desolate Cruel, who is ranked first on the dragon ranking. He's crazy. Is he qualified to challenge Desolate Cruel? Looks like a poem won't be able to save him. Everyone stared at Ning Chi in shock as if they were looking at a madman. He's indeed the crazy demon Blade Emperor. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to say it at this moment. If he gets angry, I'll kill him. Someone looked at Ning Chi with respect. They now had a better understanding of Ning Chi's nickname that had been circulating in the capital. Crazy! You want to challenge my cousin Desolate Cruel? Desolate Cruel stared at Ning Chi in shock. Although he was a rank 7 dragon, he was already over 80 years old. He was no match for Desolate Cruel, both in terms of talent and combat ability. Yet, this human, who was merely a peak do huang, wanted to challenge his cousin. He did not know what to say. Although you're quite good at poetry, what right do you have to challenge my cousin? Huanggu said coldly. The friends behind him stepped forward and stared coldly at Ning Chi. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Because he defeated the 13th prince, who is ranked 9th on the dragon rank. At this moment, a faint voice came from the crowd. Fong Mo and Fong Bai walked over and stood beside Ning Chi. He defeated the 9th on the dragon rank? That's impossible. Those in the top 50 of the dragon ranking are all peak do huangs who have stepped into the 9th life and death test. He is merely a peak do huang who has not even stepped into the first life and death test. How can he defeat the 9th on the dragon ranking? Everyone was in disbelief. Yuan Kongming and Chu Feng glanced at each other. In the end, they decided not to stand out and say anything. Instead, they decided to watch the show quietly. It's you. Ning Chi was a little surprised. Fong Mo actually dared to stand up for him? What kind of wicked idea did this kid have in mind? Who are you? Antiquity of the Ancients looked at Fong Mo coldly. Fong Clan's disciple, Fong Mo cupped his hands and said, Fong Mo, I've heard of your name before. I think you're ranked 100th on the dragon rank. Cruel was slightly taken aback. Embarrassment flashed across Fong Mo's face. I'm currently ranked 102nd. You said that this kid defeated the 13th prince of the Jojo Empire? Is this true or not? Do you know the consequences of lying to the Antiquity Dragon tribe? Even if the elders of the Fong clan were to come personally, they would not be able to save you. Antiquity of the Ancients said coldly, This is absolutely true. This time, we are not the only ones here to watch the battle between him and Antiquity of the Jojo Empire. With that, Fong Mo's eyes flashed with mockery as he glanced at the crowd. The people nearby finally realized that there were many new faces around them. Yuan Kongming bitterly smiled. Seeing that Antiquity of the Ancients' eyes suddenly stopped on him, he knew that he had been recognized. He stood up and cupped his hands at Antiquity of the Ancients. Antiquity of the Ancients, it has been a few years since we last met, right? Yuan Kongming. Antiquity of the Ancients' eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. Yuan Kongming was in the top 200 of the ranking list of young masters. You can also prove that this kid defeated the 13th prince? Antiquity of the Ancients said coldly. Yuan Kongming smiled and nodded. This is absolutely true. Hiss. Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air as they looked at Ning Qi in shock. Just how terrifying was this guy's talent to be able to defeat an expert who had stepped into the 9th life and death test with his peak emperor Do Huang cultivation, and he was even ranked 9th on the dragon ranking? Looks like you indeed have the qualifications to challenge cousin Antiquity of the Ancients. Only now did Antiquity of the Ancients believe that the ant standing in front of him was not as weak as he had imagined. Antiquity of the Ancients. So what if he defeated the 9th on the dragon ranking? He still does not have the qualifications to challenge cousin Antiquity of the Ancients. He has been in seclusion recently and could break through at any time. Someone said, unhappily, just kill this kid. A mere ant dares to act so presumptuously in our Antiquity sacred city. Indeed, let's kill him. The people behind Antiquity of the Ancients sneered as they looked at Ning Qi. It seemed that they did not even want to give him the qualifications to challenge Antiquity of the Ancients. Fong Mo's expression changed slightly as he unknowingly took a step back. If the other party really wanted to fight, he would naturally have to cut ties with Ning Qi. There was no need to lose his life here for Ning Qi. At this moment, Huanggu Cruel raised his hand and gestured to Ning Qi. He then looked at Ning Qi and said indifferently, If it wasn't for that poem of yours, I would have gotten someone to kill you right now. Wait here, I'll go look for cousin Huanguli. If he's free, he'll naturally spar with you. If he's not free, go back to where you came from. After saying this, Antiquity of the Ancients turned around and left. Everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on Ning Qi. Ning Qi immediately felt lucky that he had just copied a poem. At this moment, in the sky where the crowd could not see, 2 middle-aged men lowered their heads and looked at Ning Qi. One of them said with a faint smile, This kid's poem is really not bad. The other man sneered, So what? With his talent, he actually dared to challenge the first on the dragon ranking, Antiquity of the Desolate Dragon Tribe. Other than death, does he have any other choice? Don't tell me this person was groomed by your Baishao clan. If my Baishao clan had such a genius, would I not know? However, my Baishao clan did indeed receive news that someone defeated the 13th prince of the 9 States Empire. He is an outer sect, disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Is that so? Seems like this kid does have some skills, but he still won't be a match for my desolate dragon tribe. Won't we know once we see? On the other side, Antiquity of the Ancients Cruel arrived at Antiquity of the Ancients. Halt, intruder! Antiquity of the Ancients Cruel's guards immediately stopped Antiquity of the Ancients. Tell cousin Antiquity of the Ancients that someone is here to challenge him. Antiquity of the Ancients, cruel, said calmly. Before the guards could react, someone interrupted. Who wants to challenge my brother? Chapter 597. Primordial Owl looked at Primordial Cruel coldly. Who dares to challenge my brother? His eyes were filled with arrogance. Even though Primordial Cruel was older and had a higher cultivation than him, he did not seem to care. His tone was extremely cold. A human, Primordial Owl said. A human? He dares to challenge my brother? Primordial Owl laughed coldly. Which clan's disciple is so arrogant? Why don't you just kill him? You know that my brother is in seclusion. Are you trying to disturb him? Primordial Owl's question caused Primordial Cruel's expression to turn ugly. He said, that human has already defeated the 9th on the dragon ranking. That's why I'm here to ask cousin Primordial Cruel if he wants to accept his challenge. After all, there are so many people here. If we don't accept, we will lose face. He defeated the 9th on the dragon ranking? The 13th prince of the Jojo Empire? Primordial Owl's eyes flashed with surprise. Yes, Primordial Cruel nodded. If that's the case, I'll come with you. Primordial Owl laughed coldly. I wonder if Primordial Cruel will accept the challenge. Xiao Chengwang transmitted his voice to Xiao Yuqiong with anticipation. Xiao Yuqiong said, as the first on the dragon ranking, he doesn't need to care about ordinary people. However, Ning Qi defeated the 13th prince. If he doesn't care, I'm afraid the desolate ancient dragon clan will be criticized. Indeed, Xiao Chengwang nodded. At that moment, the people from the capital were all looking forward to the battle. Only a few, such as Yuan Shang, were looking forward to Ning Qi's defeat. Sister, he really is here. Another 2 figures came from outside the crowd. Seeing so many people gathered here, Zhou Luning asked the people around her and happily said to Wuma Fengling. Wuma Fengling nodded and gave Zhou Luning a look. The 2 figures slowly faded away. Finally made it. Shigongshan and Fong Qing stood side by side. When they learned that Ning Qi was about to challenge Primordial Cruel, they were glad that they made it in time. Otherwise, they would not be able to witness the battle. Aside from them, a few more groups of people arrived one after another. Among them were experts on the human rank and dragon rank. At that moment, there were hundreds of them in total. At this moment, a beautiful pair of eyes stared at Ning Qi from the crowd. There was a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Do you think Ning Qi can really win? Dongfang Lingdong secretly transmitted his voice. He shouldn't be able to win. The difference between the 1st and the 9th on the dragon rank is too great. Besides, he didn't win against the 13th prince head-on. Chu Xian said lightly. Chu Xian is right. Regardless of how strong this brat is, I do not believe that he can obtain the 1st rank on the dragon ranking with the strength of a peak Do Huang. Yuan Shang said, I hope so. Dongfang Lingdong thought to himself. Big brother, regardless of whether Ning Qi wins or loses today, you will feel relieved in your heart. Fang Bai suddenly transmitted his voice. Fang Mo's expression changed slightly, then he nodded and said, Indeed. If Ning Qi won, he would no longer oppose him in the future, nor would he regard Ning Qi as his goal. If Ning Qi lost, he would have a chance to surpass Ning Qi again. No matter what the result was, it would be a relief to him. Fang Mo could not help but look at Ning Qi when he thought of this. At this moment, Ning Qi was standing on the spot with an indifferent expression. He did not seem to care about the desolate ancient dragon tribe members who were glaring at him. He was not afraid at all. At this moment, 2 rays of light appeared in the sky and flew toward this place. Soon, 2 figures appeared in front of Ning Qi. One of them was Huanggu Cruel. The other one didn't seem too old, but a desolate aura emanated from his body. This aura brought with it an extremely invasive nature as it swept towards Ning Qi. This person is Desolate Cruel? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of caution. He immediately circulated his qi and displayed the power of the true third-stage war god body to resist the opponent's initial attack. After that, Ning Qi glanced at the opponent's attributes and discovered that it was not Desolate Cruel, but the second on the dragon ranking, Desolate Ancient Owl. That's Desolate Ancient Owl. Second on the dragon ranking. Yes, I've seen him once. Outside the ancient sacred city, a rank 7 demonic beast was mercilessly killed by him like a 3-year-old child. Looks like Desolate Cruel doesn't take this guy seriously at all and sent his younger brother to deal with him. That's about what I thought. If this guy can defeat the Desolate Ancient Owl, then he has the right to challenge Desolate Cruel. If he can't even defeat the Desolate Ancient Owl, then it proves that he doesn't even have the right to challenge Desolate Cruel. After seeing the Desolate Ancient Owl, everyone was shocked and whispered to each other. Yuan Kongming praised, as expected of the Desolate Ancient Owl. Even I am a little afraid of his aura. I'm afraid that an ordinary expert on the mortal ranking is no match for him. Brother Kongming, this is the Desolate Ancient Owl, not Desolate Cruel? Yuan Shang asked doubtfully. Chu Xian and Dongfang Lingdong also looked at Yuan Kongming. They had never seen the ancient Desolate Ruthless or the ancient Desolate Owl, but the aura from his body was enough to make the three of them feel fear. It should be known that they were not ranked low on the dragon ranking. They were in the top 50. Yes, he is Desolate Cruel's younger brother, the Desolate Ancient Owl. Yuan Kongming nodded indifferently. After hearing this, the three of them focused their attention on the Desolate Ancient Owl. Seeing that Ning Qi was able to resist his aura, a trace of surprise flashed across the Desolate Ancient Owl's eyes. If he was not mistaken, Ning Qi was only a peak Do Huang who had yet to step into the 9 trials of life and death. Ordinary peak Do Huangs would either kneel or pee their pants in the face of the Desolate Ancient Owl's aura. However, Ning Qi was able to resist it. This was enough to show how extraordinary he was. So you're the one who wants to challenge my brother? The Desolate Ancient Owl coldly looked at Ning Qi. Where is he? Ning Qi smiled faintly. My brother is in seclusion. He doesn't have time to deal with an ant like you. Therefore, let me kill you. The Desolate Ancient Owl said indifferently. Then I'll beat you first. Let's see if he will still hide. Ning Qi smiled faintly. How dare you? The Desolate Ancient Owl was instantly enraged. His body turned into a shadow and appeared in front of Ning Qi in an instant. He viciously punched Ning Qi's stomach. Ning Qi was sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. His health bar had dropped by a large amount. This attack had taken away more than 300,000 health points. The Desolate Ancient Owl's attack was fiercer and faster than Blackwater Yinshi's. Ning Qi conveniently analyzed the gap between him and the Desolate Ancient Owl. In terms of strength and speed, he was no match for the Desolate Ancient Owl. His advantage was the dragon-slaying saber and dragon-slaying doqi. Chapter 598. An opening. This kid is not simple. He managed to survive a blow from the ancient Desolate Owl. So powerful, I couldn't even catch the ancient Desolate Owl's movement. Looks like that guy is really something. Did he really defeat the 13th prince, who is ranked 9th on the dragon ranking? Everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. It was especially so for Yuan Shang, Chu Xian, Dongfang Lingdong, Fang Qing, and the other elites on the dragon rank. They had a more objective understanding of the ancient Desolate Owl's attack. When they put themselves in Ning Qi's shoes and rehearsed it in their hearts, their expressions turned sour. The result of the practice was their death and the ancient Desolate Owl's victory. So Ning Qi has practiced some kind of body-refining qi method. Otherwise, how could he survive a blow from the ancient Desolate Owl as if nothing had happened? Yi Fan transmitted his voice in shock. Xiao Chengwang nodded. Brother Yi Fan is right. I can see it too. Xiao Yuqiong coincidentally looked at Wu Gongyu. The two exchanged looks and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Sister, no wonder you couldn't kill him the first time. How could you kill him with a single strike with his body? Zhou Luning transmitted her voice. Wu Ma Fingling's expression became much better. She finally understood why her attack had failed. After figuring this out, she felt much better. Before this, she had always suspected that she hadn't stabbed Ningqi at all, and she had almost lost her mind from thinking about it. At this moment, Desolate Ancient Cruel and the other members of the Desolate Ancient Dragon Tribe exchanged looks. The shock on their faces was no less than that of the spectators. They knew how powerful the ancient Desolate Owl's attack was. The Desolate Ancient Dragon Tribe was one of the dragon tribes with the strongest physical bodies. Just by relying on their physical strength, a newborn dragon could match a Dedosher of the dragon tribe. The ancient Desolate Owl's attack could shatter a small mountain, but it failed to kill Ningqi. Ningqi's terrifying defense finally made the Desolate Ancient Dragon Tribe's geniuses take him seriously. You are not bad. You are indeed qualified to come to the Desolate Ancient Dragon Tribe. The ancient Desolate Owl was shocked that his attack had failed to kill Ningqi. He then looked at Ningqi and smiled. Ningqi smiled. Continue. Hearing this, Huang Guzhao's eyes turned serious, and his lips curled into a sinister smile. I only used less than half of my strength. Let's see if you can withstand my full strength. Huang Guzhao's eyes turned serious. Ningqi's eyes were filled with solemnity. In the sky. This human is a little interesting. A mere Picto Huang is actually able to endure a blow from my ancient dragon tribe without dying. From the looks of it, he must have cultivated some kind of body-tempering cultivation technique or martial technique. Can you tell where he came from? You've lived for so many years. Could it be that you still can't tell what cultivation method and martial skill this kid has cultivated? Could it be that what he cultivates is the stuff that was passed down from ancient times? Cut the crap. Who cares what he cultivates? In any case, he's going to die by the hands of our desolate ancient dragon race. Your heart must be hurting, right? The two middle-aged men looked at each other and sneered. They continued to look at Ningqi and the ancient wilderness owl. The ancient wilderness owl moved. This time, Ningqi could not even see his afterimage. It was as if he had disappeared from the spot without a sound. Subsequently, he was sent flying again. This time, his life points were reduced by half. The ancient wilderness owl's attack had taken away 700,000 of Ningqi's life points. However, as long as you can't kill me, I still have a chance. Ningqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and climbed up from the ground. The ancient wilderness owl's eyes revealed a trace of shock. He had already used 90% of his strength. How could his opponent still be alive? Only a few people knew how powerful Ningqi was when he stood up for the second time. Most people couldn't help but mock Ningqi when they saw him being knocked down twice by the primordial owl. He can't even beat Lord Ancient Wilderness Owl, yet he dares to challenge Lord Ancient Desolately. Are the humans out there really so arrogant? No wonder. The ancient Desolate Dragon Tribe has always been in the ancient sacred city and rarely goes out. I'm afraid they have already forgotten that the ancient Desolate Dragon Tribe is one of the 3 major dragon tribes in Dongxian. Hearing these mocking words, many human experts from the Zhou Empire were enraged. Under the rule of the ancient Desolate Dragon Tribe, these people had become dragons in human skin. Haha! It seems like he is no match for the ancient wilderness owl. If Ningqi dies here, I will have one less problem. Yuan Shan looked at Ningqi with a gloating expression. Chu Xian and Dongfang Lingdong also had a faint smile on their lips. Among the crowd, Shimin Doming saw that Ningqi had been knocked down twice in a row, and he felt quite pleased in his heart. He had offended Ningqi for no reason, and he was afraid that Ningqi would settle the score later. If the ancient Desolate Owl could finish off Ningqi today, he would be very happy. At the same time, Some of the spies sent by the nobles began to make preparations to report Ning Qi's death. If the madam knew that this person died here, she would be very happy. Even if she did not reward me with that middle heaven ranked weapon, she would at least reward me with a lower heaven ranked weapon. The spy sent out by the martial imperial manner thought to himself in delight, "Your attack is not strong enough. If your brother's strength is similar to yours, then let him come out." Ning Qi smiled. The ancient wilderness owl recovered from his shock and heard Ning Qi's provocative words. He immediately went berserk. Boom! Boom! He was like a bolt of lightning, bombarding Ning Qi's body with his fists. Every time Ning Qi wanted to counterattack, he would lose sight of him. If it wasn't for the numerous top-grade, Earth-rank spring return pills in Ning Qi's mouth, he would have already become a corpse by now. A dozen breaths later, Ning Qi had swallowed a total of more than 20 Earth-ranked rejuvenation pills. He only had 3 left in his mouth. If he could not find an opportunity to attack, he would have to release the bronze puppet to save his life. At that time, his challenge would be considered a failure. Seeing Ning Qi being completely suppressed by the primordial desolation owl like a puppet, the locals of the primordial desolation sacred city were gloating. However, Yuan Kongming, ancient wilderness cruel, and the others were getting more and more shocked. "Is this kid made of steel? He's not a human, is he?" Chu Feng exclaimed. If he was the one being attacked by the ancient wilderness owl, he would not be able to keep his life. What a strong physique! Yuan Kongming nodded as he looked at Ning Qi with shock. At the same time, greed flashed across his eyes. If I can obtain his physique, refining technique, or martial technique, my strength will definitely increase to the next level. I might even be able to enter the top 150 of the ranking of young masters. Why is he not dead yet? The ancient wilderness owl roared in his heart. Due to his anger, his actions finally revealed a flaw. Now is the time. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. He had provoked the ancient wilderness owl just for this moment. Horizon Moonblade, so close, yet worlds apart. Chapter 599. Chapter 599. Ancient Dragon Flame, what is this aura? The ancient owl's eyes were filled with shock. As a member of the ancient dragon tribe, he was different from ordinary dragons. His bloodline could be traced back millions of years. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive to the aura of the dragon-slaying Qi and the dragon-slaying saber. Aside from him, Desolate, Ancient Cruel, and the rest also revealed shocked expressions. They instinctively retreated a few hundred meters and flew above the canal, looking at Ning Qi in shock. The saber had already landed on the ancient owl's body. Before he could react, Ning Qi had already cut off his arm. A look of pity flashed across Ning Qi's eyes. He had wanted to hit the ancient owl's vitals, but he did not succeed. However, losing an arm was enough. Even though the ancient owl was ranked second on the dragon ranking, he was only equivalent to a peak Do Huang at the 9th stage of life and death. He did not have as much health as a rank 7 dragon. He only had 1,800,000 health points. But that one slash had taken away 200,000 of his health points. The ancient wilderness owl, who had lost an arm, not only slowed down, but he was also panicking. He had never been so heavily injured since he started cultivating. Furthermore, the aura from Ning Qi's Dragon Slayer saber gave him the urge to run away. What's going on? Everyone was shocked when they realized the situation had changed. The local humans looked on in disbelief at how Ning Qi had suppressed the ancient desolate owl in the blink of an eye. Chu Feng and Yuan Kongming exchanged a look of shock. His saber is too scary. Could it be a heaven rank Do weapon? Chu Feng exclaimed. Very likely. Otherwise, Blackwater Yunshi would not be in such a miserable state. Yuan Kongming nodded. Can he really defeat the ancient owl? Yuan Shang looked at Ning Qi with an ugly expression. Yuan Shang, if he really defeats the ancient owl and ancient ruthless today, I will go into seclusion. I will not come out until I break through to the Dozong rank. Dong Fong Ling Dong transmitted his voice. Chu Xian's expression changed as she nodded. Me too. That won't happen. He only has the upper hand for now. Yuan Shang gritted his teeth. On the other side, Xiao Chengwang and the others revealed expressions of shock as well. They gaped at Ning Qi, their mouths agape. The process of Ning Qi's suppression to counter-suppression was simply too fast, confusing them. Defeated by his hands. I admit defeat. Feng Qing smiled bitterly. When Jia Gongshan, who was next to him, heard this, he smiled bitterly. Ning Qi was able to cut off the ancient, desolate land owl's arm. His strength was definitely above the two of them. More importantly, Ning Qi was only at the peak of the Do Huang class. He had not even stepped into the ninth life and death gate. Once he broke through the ninth life and death gate, just how strong would he be? Big sister, this guy is quite strong. I'm afraid that we'll have to join forces in order to kill him. Zhou Luning was surprised. Wuma Fengling nodded, slightly. Even though she was unwilling to admit it, she knew that what Zhou Luning said was correct. With the strength that Ning Qi had displayed, she was no longer confident that she could kill Ning Qi with a single strike. Due to her cultivation technique, she was not proficient in prolonged battles. Thus, she could only join hands with Zhou Luning. Only then would they have a 50 to 60% chance of killing Ning Qi. Not far behind the two of them, a pair of beautiful eyes stared calmly at Ning Qi. When she saw that Ning Qi had instantly gained the upper hand, a trace of gratification appeared in her eyes. The ancient wilderness owl won't lose, right? The desolate ancient dragon race members behind Desolate Cruel exclaimed in shock. There was a trace of fear in their eyes as they looked at Ning Qi. Before this, none of them had taken Ning Qi seriously. In their eyes, an ant was an ant. No matter how strong a human was, he was still an ant. However, the dragon-slaying Do Qi and the aura of the dragon-slaying saber made them feel a strong sense of threat. However, they did not realize that the threat came from these two items. They thought that it came from Ning Qi himself. They had seen more than 10 types of silver-colored Do Qi, so they did not take it seriously. It can't be, Desolate Cruel muttered to himself. He did not realize that there was not even the slightest bit of confidence in his tone. Did you enjoy beating me up just now? Watch my saber. Ning Qi smiled as he provoked the ancient wilderness owl. At the same time, he used the Sky Edge Bright Moon Saber to slash at the ancient wilderness owl from various angles. Not long after, a few more deep wounds appeared on the ancient wilderness owl's body. "Aunt, you have angered me." The ancient wilderness owl roared and instantly turned into a dragon that was more than 100 long. At this moment, his defense was more than 10 times stronger than when he was in his human form. The pale, white dragon scales were intertwined with complex patterns, and within these patterns there was a faint glow. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. Although the ancient wilderness owl's defense had greatly increased after turning into a dragon, its speed had decreased significantly. Furthermore, the area of attack had also increased. This was the result he wanted the most. After all, the dragon-slaying Do Qi could ignore the defense of a dragon and directly deal true damage. Even if the ancient wilderness owl turned into a lump of metal, it would still be useless. After the ancient wilderness owl turned into a dragon, it opened its mouth and shot out a mystical flame at Ning Qi. The scorching temperature caused a mist to rise from the surface of the canal, evaporating hundreds of cubic meters in an instant. From this, one could see how hot the mystical flame was. The others also retreated a few hundred meters, not daring to stay in the center of the battle in case they were caught in the crossfire. Ancient wilderness dragon flame. This is the 23rd ranked mystical flame. The mystical flame that the desolate ancient dragon race was born with. Once this flame is used, this kid will definitely die. Yes, no one can withstand the ancient wilderness dragon flame, unless he has a mystical flame that is even stronger than the ancient wilderness dragon flame. The local humans had a look of joy on their faces as they stared at the flame. This was something they had always dreamed of. Only those who had made great contributions to the desolate ancient dragon race would be given a small ancient wilderness dragon flame. Look, Ningqi definitely can't withstand the ancient wilderness dragon flame. The ancient wilderness owl is starting to use its full strength. Yuan Shang's face was filled with joy. Chu Xian and Dongfang Lingdong's eyes were filled with joy as well. Fire escape skill. Ningqi's body suddenly flashed, and when he reappeared, he had already moved a few meters to the side, barely dodging the ancient wilderness dragon flame. Although Ningqi had the dragon devouring fire, its ranking on the mystical flame list was not as high as the ancient wilderness dragon flame. Its power was more inclined towards burning the dragon soul of the dragon race, so it was useless at this moment. However, the fire escape skill that he had obtained from the guy from the Red Sun Empire was put to good use at this moment, allowing him to dodge the attack that could have killed him instantly. After that, Ningqi flew towards the ancient wilderness owl like a cannonball, and his eyes happened to meet the ancient wilderness owl's water, tank-sized dragon eyes. Ningqi smiled. The ancient wilderness owl felt a chill down its spine. Why is he smiling? Boom! Ningqi slashed at the ancient owl's reverse scale. With the Dragon Slayer saber's damage bonus, the Dragon Slayer's battle energies ignore armor attribute, and the reverse scale was a dragon's weak point. Ningqi's attack instantly reduced the ancient owl's HP to its lowest point. The ancient owl let out an agonized cry before crashing to the ground.